Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei was betrayed and returned as the world's doom movie. Before we start, please go support kizunaddraig for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Issei has just lost in the battle to break Rias' engagement, being defeated by Razor. Even with Draig's power, Razor forces Rias to expel him from the clan and attack him. Rias does so with great pain because if she didn't, Issei would be killed by the phenex. After what happened, Issei decides to train to be able to forget everything, discovering a secret that his parents hid from him. What will happen? The beginning of everything. Issei. But what happened? Issei is in shock. He just lost at the engagement party to save Rias. He tried to gain power by giving his left arm to Ddraig and thus gain power, but it was in vain. Even though his power was enormous, he could not compete with the regenerative powers of a phenex, and not only could he not avoid the engagement, but he would also stop being Rias' servant since it was Razor's only objection to accepting the battle. Razor. You are useless and you called yourself a dragon, but even though you had that enormous power, you are still a simple low-class demon. You laughed as we did. Rias. But Razor, I can't. Razor. Rias, right now you only have two simple options, which are this boy stops being your servant or I kill him myself. Rias. I understand, sad, I'm sorry Issei. Thus began the ritual to remove the 8 pawn pieces from Issei's body. Issei. Weakly, damn why am I so weak? Issei repeated that over and over and over again. Razor. Alright, girls, take care of this trash. Razor's maids. Yes, Razor-sama. All of Razor's maids began to attack the already weak Hyoudou Issei, and Rias could only watch since if she tried something Razor would kill Issei, and she didn't want that. Razor. Very well, that's enough, leave it. But that all the Razor's servants left the chestnut tree. Rias. You're now happy, Razor. Razor. Better than ever, and you know if he really loved you, he wouldn't have lost with it. You'll know that everything he told you was a simple lie, smiling. Rias. Maybe you're right, but I still can't accept marrying you. Razor. Don't worry, you'll fall at my feet very quickly and you'll love me, laugh ha. Laughing, he disappears in a magic circle. Rias. Issei, I'm so sorry Akeno. Akeno. Yes, Butcho. Rias. I want you to send Issei home in a magic circle and send Asia to the club. Akeno. But Rias. Rias. But nothing Akeno, I don't want Issei to get more involved with me or my clan. Akeno. Yes, Butcho. With that, Akeno teleports the unconscious and weak brown-haired boy. Rias. I'm so sorry Issei, but I can't refuse this. If I do you can die. Days later at the Hyoudou residence. Issei waking up, but what happens? At that moment the brown-haired boy remembers everything that happened and starts to cry angrily, knowing how weak he is. Issei. Damn, why am I so weak? It's my damn fault. Butcho is going to marry that bastard, damn it. At that moment the gem on his left arm appears. Ddraig. Please calm down, buddy. Issei. Ddraig, how do you want me to calm down because of me? Butcho will marry him because of me, why the hell am I so weak? Ddraig. Sorry mate for not being much help. Issei. No Ddraig, it's my fault, I must be stronger. By the way, where is Asia? Ddraig. Rias Gremory ordered Asia to stay away from you and return to the club. Issei. I see she doesn't want to involve Asia with me since I'm not from her clan and my parents. Ddraig. They went on a trip a few days ago. Issei. I see, then they won't be home. Ddraig. Partner, what do you think to do? Issei. I don't know, for now I will go on a trip to become stronger. Ddraig. I see, partner. I know a person who can train you and exponentially increase your powers. Issei. Seriously, who is it? Ddraig. His name is Son Goku. Issei. Son Goku, who is he? Ddraig. He is a warrior with powers that surpass the gods. Issei. How do you know someone like that? Ddraig. One of my previous carriers had a battle in which he lost against him. Issei. I see, when you can take me with him. Ddraig. Right now partner. Issei. Very well then, just let me fix some things and we'll go. Ddraig. Very good. Having said that, the brown-haired man began to put the necessary things in a backpack, food, clothes and water, the essentials. When he finished packing everything, Hyoudou Issei left home and began to travel to find Goku, who according to Ddraig, can train the brown-haired man, but the trip was not easy. It took several days to reach his destination, Goku's house. Issei. Exhausted. Ugh Ddraig, why didn't you tell me that this Goku guy lived very far away? Ddraig. I'm sorry, but I didn't remember it going that far, haha, laughing. Issei. But since we're here. The brown-haired man knocks on the door of the house called Goku, and out comes a tall man with good muscles and black hair. You already know what he looks like, I don't even know why he described him, hahaha. Who are you? Issei. My name is Hyoudou Issei, and I am the bearer of Ddraig, and he told me that Goku could train me. Goku? He said I could train you. Issei. If that's right, he told me that you, Goku, could train me. Goku? Very well, today I will train you, but not here, but somewhere else. Give me your hand. Issei. Very good. But that said, Goku put 2 fingers of his right hand on his head and teleported to another place. Goku? Very well, we're here. Issei. Incredible, here you are going to train me. Goku? Yes and no, it's not in this place, but not outside, but somewhere else, and in case you're wondering where we are, this place is the temple of Kami-sama, the god of the earth, and we're going to train in the time room. Issei. What is the time room? Goku? It is a place where the gravity is very high, and what you train inside for 1 year, outside only 1 day will have passed. You agree to enter, Hyoudou Issei. Issei. See Goku. But that said, they both entered the room in which Issei would train for a whole year and be able to increase his power and leave his past behind, even though his true power is still hidden, and it was not only the power he obtained from Ddraig, but within him, there is an impressive amount of power that he inherited. The Exorcists and Issei's training. Chapter 2. While Hyoudou Issei was trained by Son Goku at the Kuoh Academy, more specifically in the Occult Club, by orders of Sirzechs Razor, Phenex made daily visits to the human world to try to improve their relationship for the time they get married, which Rias did not like very much, but she could not oppose since they were orders from the Mau, Lucifer had to accept. Rias. Oni-sama, why did you have to say that? Akeno. Something's wrong, Butcho. Rias. Not much Akeno, only that Razor will come every day to try to improve our relationship as Oni-sama's request, and by the way Akeno, there is news of Issei. Akeno. None, we only know that he left his house several days ago, and so far there is no trace of him. Rias. I see, it seems that he decided to escape and get away from us, but what can be done? After all, Issei may think that we betrayed him because of Razor. Akeno. You're right, Rias. At that moment there's a knock on the door. Akeno goes and opens the door, and it was the student council president, Sona Satiri, a high-class devil and Ria's best friend. Rias. What's going on, Sona, what's the reason for your visit? Sona. There are some people who want to see you. Rias. I see, and who are these people? Sona. They are members of the church and carry holy swords. But that answer Rias was quite surprised since she never thought that members of the church would come to talk to a demon. Rias. It's okay, what do they want? Sona. I was informed that they wanted to negotiate to allow you to enter your territory. Rias. I see, and when will they come? Sona. After classes they will come to do the negotiations. Rias. I see, thanks Sona. Sona. And finally Rias, do you know anything about Hyoudou-kun, seriously? Rias. No Sona, for a few days there is no trace of Issei. Sona. I see, and do you know why he asked me days before to tell the teachers that he would be absent for a family trip? Rias. Wow, I can't think of what Issei will do or what he is thinking right now because of said disappearance, but I doubt it is because of a family trip since his parents left days before him. Sona. I see, well that's all Rias, I say goodbye. But that Sona leaves and leaves both Rias and her queen Akeno alone. Akeno. Rias, what are you planning to do with this? Rias. I don't know, we'll see what they want and we'll come to a conclusion. That said, both returned to their matters, nothing important. Razor went to visit as he had been told, something that the Redi did not like very much since this only bothered Rias, but nothing could be done, everything was already done, but let's leave this aside, let's go to where the brown-haired man is who is currently training with Goku to increase his power, and inside the room 4 months have passed, so Issei had exponentially increased his power. Now asking to use the balance breaker without any restrictions, since he can use it freely as long as he wants and as many times as he wants, but even the training is not finished, he still has 8 months left to finish the training. Issei. And Goku, what else are you going to teach me? Now I can use my balance breaker without any problem, and I would like to know. Goku. I'm going to teach you 3 of my best techniques that a being like you can use. Once you can use them completely, we'll have a battle to see how much you've improved. Issei. Very well, and what will be the first technique you will teach me? Goku. That will be the Kaioken technique that multiplies your power exponentially, but in exchange it causes great fatigue to the body, but with your current power and strength, you can reach the Kaioken X10. Issei. Wow, and what are we waiting for, we have to train. That said, Issei trained harder to master the technique, but leaving aside what happened with Rias Gremory and the visit of the church members, at this moment the negotiation is taking place. Rias. So you can introduce yourself. Zenovia. My name is Zenovia. Irina. My name is Irina, nice to meet you. Rias. As you know, I am Rias Gremory and you can tell me what is the reason for your visit. Zenovia. Very well, what we came to do was ask your permission to search your territory for the sacred swords that were stolen from the church. Rias. I see, and what else? This time Arena speaks. Arena. We also want to ask you not to get involved in this mission that was given to us. Rias. I see, and can you tell who stole them? Zenobia. Fallen Angel Gabriel. That left everyone surprised. Rias. Gabriel, because he would steal the sacred swords they are looking for. Arena. He wants to steal all the sacred swords Excalibur and rebuild it to create a new war. Rias. I see, and you two alone can do it. Zenobia. Of course, since I possess Excalibur Destruction. Arena. And I own Excalibur Mimic. Rias. I see, so you have 2 of the 7 Excalibur, and how many does Gabriel have right now? Zenobia. According to what we were informed, he possesses 4 of the 7 Excalibur. Rias. I see. Arena. Well, that's all, we're leaving. When they were about to leave they saw Asia. Zenobia. But look who we have here, the witch Asia. Arena. It's true, and to think that a saint would become a demon. That left Asia in shock, but what they said only made Rias angry. Arena. Asia, do you still believe in God? Asia. Yes, I still believe in him. Zenobia. So if you still believe in him, will you let us give you a trial? Maybe then God will forgive you. That last thing made Rias angry. Rias. I will not let them insult my servants. With that said, both girls left and the meeting ended, even though Kiba was the one who was the angriest, not because of what they said to Asia, but because he had the Excalibur in front of him while they were still in the club. Let's go back to Issei, who in his training has already passed 8 months in total of the 12 months in the time room, and he has already mastered the Kaioken and teleportation which Goku taught him in those 4 months, and the limit of Issei's Kaioken was around a Kaioken X30, making it even stronger, and mastered teleportation to levels even higher than what Goku taught him, now being able to even teleport to places just by thinking about it, and at this moment, he was mastering the last technique, which was the most powerful of all the Kamehameha, the technique that can even destroy planets if it is strong enough. Issei. Now I'll try to master the Kamehameha, right? Goku. That's right, Issei, that's the last technique I'll teach you and you'll be ready. Issei. Very well then, let's start. That said, Issei began to try to master Goku's Kamehameha, even though at first it was almost impossible since the attack exploded on him, but over time, Issei managed to master the Kamehameha and began battle training against Goku, who didn't make it easy for him, but he still gave his all, and in the end, the deadline arrived and Issei and Goku left the room in which a boy of the same age or a little older than Issei was waiting. Goku? So you finally arrived, Natsu. Issei. Goku, who is he? Goku. Natsu is a good friend and he will teach you to control your magical and demonic power. Natsu. Let me introduce myself, my name is Natsu Dragnell and for a year I'm going to train you in the same room that Goku did. Issei. Very good. That said, Issei returned to train in the same room and time passed very quickly, so much that Issei had already left the room and could control his power at 100%, and while he was inside, Natsu and Issei had learned of the power that Issei had inherited, of which was of Angel and Fallen Angel, without ruling out the demonic power that he inherited from the Phenex and Baal. But he did not know why he had so much power, and that in his blood ran power of the Serapihines and the leader of the Fallen Angels and Demon King. He still could not believe it, but Natsu told him a possibility that before being born his mother was the victim of an experiment in which they wanted to create the perfect being, in which there were several beings like Issei, but they did not know who they were, so he did not take much importance and said goodbye to Natsu and Goku to return home, in which a great battle was about to break out between the Occult Club and Razor Phoenix against the Fallen Angel Gabriel. The Truth of Issei and the Battle Against the Fallen Angel. Chapter 3. The Truth and the Battle Against the Fallen Angel. Issei had just said goodbye to Goku and Natsu before Goku gave him a bag with something inside. He told him that if there were problems and he was weak, he should open the bag and eat what was inside, but only one. He accepted and teleported to his house. Issei. Alfin and Kasa no Krees Ddraig. Ddraig. Yes, partner, it's been 2 years of training, haha, even though for everyone it was only a couple of days. Issei. Yes, I know how fast time goes by, well let's go in. But that said, Issei enters his house noticing that his parents were inside sitting on the living room chairs with a serious expression. He greeted them confused. Issei. I'm here, father, mother, something's wrong. Issei's mother. Issei, we need to talk. Issei. If it's because I was outside, don't worry, I went out with some friends. Issei's father. Issei, we know that's a lie. You were training with Goku-sama and Natsu-kun. Issei. Keikomo Saban. Issei's mother. We already know everything you did, that a fallen angel killed you and Rias Gremory revived you, and that you are the current Securite. Issei. Como Saban Iso. Issei's mother. It's easy, you want to know why you have the power of the three factions, the Phenex and Baal. Issei. How do you know all that? Impressed. Issei's father. It's simple, we are scientists who participated in that experiment and your mother chose herself to be a test subject. Issei. What? Why would they do those experiments? Issei's mother. That question is simple, your father proposed that experiment so that at some point if another war broke out all the hybrid boys would enter and fight to enter the faction they wanted or create a new one. Issei's father. And so that they would not be discovered until that point, their genes were sealed to a certain point so that they could temporarily live a normal life, but after learning of your defeat against the Phenex heir, we decided to release your seals so that you could become stronger and become the leader of the hybrids that we created. Issei. What do you mean, leader? I don't understand, confused. Issei's mother. It's easy, all hybrids only have demon angel, angel fallen angel or demon fallen angel genes, but you are special. Issei. How special? I don't understand. Issei's father. You are the only one who has the essence of the original demon king of the overlord of heaven and the leader of the fallen angels, apart from cells of the Phenex clan for immortality and the Baal for destructive power. You are the perfect being. Issei's mother. But when we found out that you were the Securite we were quite excited since now you will be invincible. Issei. Then the only reason I have the boosted gear is because of my mother's genes, since I still have part human, right? Issei's mother. Exactly, that was the only reason, but it is a miracle since having so many non-human cells you get among all humans the legendary Longinus that possesses the Red Emperor dragon that is almost impossible. Issei. So that's why I have this enormous power, it's incredible, amazed. Issei's father. Although this is a goodbye son. Issei. What do you mean? I don't understand. Issei's mother. They let us take care of you with the only condition that when you released your power, we had to stay away from you and live by yourself. Issei. I see, but why did you do that experiment? Issei's father. We were interested in seeing if we could create a perfect being, and we wanted our son to be able to defend himself from any being that threatened him. That has something wrong with it. Issei. I think you're right. Issei's mother. Well, it's time to go, take care Issei, we will miss you. Issei. And me too, father and mother, goodbye. Having said this, the chestnut tree's parents said goodbye and left, perhaps never to see him again. Issei. Wow, I never thought about that my parents did that for me or not Ddraig. Ddraig. You're right, mate, but you won't miss them. Ask the Red Emperor dragon in the gem of Issei's left arm. Issei. Yes, but if it weren't for them, who knows what would have happened to me if they hadn't raised me, haha. Ddraig. You're right. At that moment Issei felt a great power somewhat far from his home and decided to go out to sea. Issei. But what is that? He said a little surprised. Ddraig. I don't know, but it doesn't look good. Issei. You're right, but the place where that happens is in the Kuoh Academy, if I am not mistaken, I have to go, who knows what happens. Ddraig. Well said partner, teleport directly, there are those who know what can happen. Issei. You're right Ddraig, LL teleport. But that said, Issei teleports to the academy where there was already a battle between the occult club and Razor Phenex against Gabriel. To avoid damage outside, Sona and her servants put a barrier around the academy. Rias. What are you planning to do Gabriel because you united 5 of the 7 Excalibur? Gabriel. That's simple, I want to create a new war since the previous one was stupid, we were winning, but Azazel decided to withdraw and not continue the war, and Asta proposed not to create another one, that made me angry, we were about to win, but with this new Excalibur, we can start a new war, but now that the Demon King's sister is present, it is much better, since he will want to avenge his little sister hahaha. Rias. That won't be necessary since we will stop you right here. But that said, the fight began. Gabriel released his power and created several spears of light and released Cerberus, the guard dog of the underworld, with which they had difficulties, but thanks to Zenobia and Kiba arriving, they were able to against them, but after the exiled priest who united the Excalibur told everyone the secret to be able to carry the Excalibur, which was that Kiba's ex-companions were used as ingredients to be able to carry the sacred sword that made Kiba enraged, but the souls of his deceased companions managed to release the balance break, which was a sacred and demonic sword. Alba. It's impossible, light and darkness can't merge, that doesn't make sense. At that moment he realized something, but before anyone knew it, he had been pierced by a spear of light created by Gabriel. Gabriel. You've finished your work, Balba. Kiba. What was Balba Gabriel going to say? Gabriel. Hahaha, I don't know why I still keep this a secret. If I'm going to start the war, hahaha, in the war, not only the demon kings died, but God also died, hahaha. That left everyone in shock, and Asia fainted. Zenobia. If I wasn't strong, I would have ended up like her too. Rias. Well, what can you do? Even if you are a high-level fallen angel, we won't let you start a war. Everyone attacks. Razor. But what can be done is the only option, huh? At that moment Rias, Akeno and Razor launched their most powerful attacks, which were caught by Kakabiel's bare hands, as if they were nothing, and returned them creating a huge explosion, and as the smoke dissipated Kiba carrying his sacred demonic sword and Zenobia now carrying Durandal, attacked Kakabiel from both sides, but without caring much, he stopped them with his fingers, and kicking both of them they could not do anything, no matter how powerful or fast their attacks, where he deflected or caught them as if they were nothing. Razor. Damn, no matter what we do, he's too strong. Rias. If you're right, we won't be able to defeat him, the city will be destroyed. Gabriel. Hahaha, give up, I know you can never beat me, it's impossible, so give up and I'll give you. Hahaha, that's all they have. Everyone was surprised to hear that voice since it was Issei and he was on the roof of one of the buildings. Rias. What ace is here, Issei? Issei. Let's say not much, I just felt that there was a fight and I wanted to see who it was and I see that they couldn't against that simple crow, they are really pathetic. Those words made Kakabiel and Razor angry. Razor. But look what we have here is the useless Akirite, hahaha, if you didn't beat me, you won't have any chance against Kakabiel. Kakabiel. So this is the Securite, ha, it seems you are very conceited being a simple child. Issei. I may be young, but I have enough power to defeat you without using balance breaker. Kakabiel. Haha, if you think you're too much, why don't you come and fight me if you're not afraid? Issei. Haha, it's impossible to be afraid of you, but if you ask, I'll attack you Kaikinex too, whispering. Issei is enveloped in a huge red aura and attacks Kakabiel at an incredible speed, hitting him in the stomach, almost knocking him out when he hits the ground. Kakabiel. But what incredible speed and strength, it's impossible for me to lose to him, so I'll go seriously. Having said this, Kakabiel creates several spears of light towards Issei, as if they were nothing, he catches them and crushes them and went at great speed against him, giving him several blows against Kakabiel's body, he could not stop. Kakabiel. Bleeding from the mouth, puff, it's impossible for a simple demon to beat me, so I'll go all out. Saying that, Kakabiel created a huge spear of light that was 4 times his size, and he thought of throwing it at Issei, but he took a strange pose, and Kakabiel said the following. Issei. Kamehameha. Saying that Issei throws a large amount of energy immediately after Kakabiel throws his spear of light, but it was completely devoured by Issei's attack, and when it reached him, it creates a huge explosion in which Kakabiel fell from the sky completely unconscious and with quite a few wounds on his body. Issei. You're useless, you couldn't even last with 15% of my power, you're pathetic. Saying that he decides to leave but is stopped as a white light comes down from the sky breaking the shield that covered the school. I've come for you Kakabiel, it's time for you to get your. The stranger, seeing the fallen angel unconscious, was in shock. Who was the one who did this to him? Issei. That was me, some problem, serious. Albion. No, none. My name is Albion. Ddraig. A white time has passed. Albion sacred, gear. It's true red. Chapter 4 My promotion and my first servant. Issei had just defeated Kakabiel and out of nowhere a man in white armor posing as Albion arrived. Issei. Hey Ddraig, how do you know him? Ddraig. He is Albion the White Emperor Dragon or Vanishing Dragon, my rival, and it seems that he has already awakened and found his new owner with whom you are destined to fight. Issei. I see, he is my natural enemy, whom I will have to defeat when the time comes. Albion. That's right, I'm your rival, but right now I don't feel like fighting. I was only asked to catch Kakabiel and take him to Azazel. I'll also take this exorcist. But that he took Kakabiel and freed and as he appeared he disappeared. Issei. I think it's time for me to go. Rias. Wait Issei, we have to talk. Issei. Well I'm sorry but I have nothing to talk to you about Rias Gremory, but I think I'll wait to talk to someone. Rias. And you can know who. Issei. Very simple to Sirzechs to ask him to promote me to upper class and give me my evil pieces. Razor. You already think Sirzechs would give them to you, a low-class demon. Issei. He may be low-class, but he managed to defeat Kakabiel, something that not even 2 high-class demons managed to do, not even with all their power, haha. Rias. You're right, we were useless in this fight. Issei. It's true, they had no chance of beating him, and if they thought that power was enormous, I didn't even use 10% of my power or enter balance breaker, so if they tried to attack me, it would be like marking their death sentence, and this is just a warning. Saying that everyone fell silent shortly after Sona arrived asking what happened to which Rias explained everything, surprised that Issei defeated Kakabiel shortly after that Sirzechs arrived who asked for details of what happened. Sirzechs. I see that Issei-kun defeated Kakabiel. Rias. Yes, Oni-sama defeated Kakabiel alone. Sirzechs. I see, thank you very much Issei-kun. Issei. It was nothing Sirzechs by the way you could promote me. Sirzechs. If there is no problem, you have achieved something that only a Mayu can do, and for saving my sister tomorrow, you will be promoted to high-class devil, and your evil pieces will be given to you. Issei. Yes, I like that, well that would be all, I'm off. So Issei disappears, and the rest also decide to retreat while Sona and her servants, with the help of other demons, repaired all the damage created by Gabriel. Sona. Thinking, I didn't think Issei-kun would become so strong in such a short time. I'd like to know how. Sona thinking that continued rebuilding the school but what they didn't know was that the entire battle was seen by a person, a woman to be exact who had a good body, brown hair and on her back that was on a mountain she carried a sword. So that's Hyoudou Issei, he's stronger than what they told me, it's going to be difficult to keep an eye on him, how are you going to do it? After that she simply disappeared from that place and the next day into the underworld. Issei. Okay Sirzechs I'm ready now. Sirzechs. Well Issei-kun you have already been promoted now we are going to give you your pieces to legally be a high-class devil, please follow me. Issei. Very good. Saying that Issei and Sirzechs headed to a room where a person was waiting for them. Ajuka. Welcome, my name is Ajuka and I am the one who created the evil pieces, it is a pleasure to meet you Hyoudou Issei-kun. Issei. It's a pleasure for me then when will you make my pieces? Ajuka. All we need is for you to form a sphere the size of a soccer ball. Issei. Very well I will do it. But that said, Issei created a sphere of energy which contained an enormous amount of power that surprised Ajuka and Sirzechs. Ajuka. Wow that's a lot of energy despite having that size it's the first time I've seen so much. Issei. Yes, and how long will it take? Ajuka. Like an hour just wait a little. Issei. Very well I'll wait. After that Ajuka left there was nothing special really and when the time was up, Ajuka came through the door with a case where he had Issei's evil pieces. Ajuka. Very well, here are your pieces, but due to the amount of energy, all the pieces have mutated except for the pawns. Issei. Wow, that means they are more powerful, right? Ajuka. That's right, they all mutated because of your power. Issei. Incredible they mutated with so little power. That leaves both Sirzechs and Ajuka surprised. Sirzechs. What do you mean Issei-kun, with so little power? Ajuka. If you explain. Issei. I didn't tell you, I only used 7% of my power or maybe less, right Ddraig? The gem on Issei's left arm appears. Ddraig. That's right, my partner used less than 7%, I don't know what would have happened with more, so we used very little. Ajuka. Surprised, how can that be true? That power surpasses Sirzechs or mine when we made our pieces. That means you are much stronger than a Mayu. Issei. Naturally, if it's true, well I'm the Seekvaira who carries the dragon gales, it's not strange that my power is so great. Sirzechs. Wow, it's good to have the Seekvaira on our side. I don't know what would have happened if he was on the other side. Ajuka. Yes, it's true. Issei. Well I think it's time to go, if anything happens contact me and I'll come by. Saying that Issei left and both Mayu returned to their work still wondering how the brown-haired boy obtained so much power in such a short time since no one apart from Issei's parents knew the reason for his great almost infinite power, already back in the human world at the Hyoudou residence. Issei. Wow, I already have my pieces to create my own entourage of beauties, perverted face, very well, I think I'll go out, I'm a little bored, what do you say Ddraig? Ddraig. If it's okay, let's go out for a bit. Saying that, the chestnut tree leaves and decides to enter a forest near the city. Issei. Wow, I never thought there was a forest near here, I think I'll relax a little Ddraig, let me know if something happens. Ddraig. Very well partner. Saying that Issei falls asleep leaning against a tree, although that rest did not last long since both Issei and Ddraig felt the presence of several people near him who were fighting, so Issei decided to get up and go directly to the place of the fight, where there was a girl with pinkish red hair and a good body, who was trying to defeat several wandering demons, who were led by a man with brown hair that reached his neck and had 4 arms. Tired, what do you want from me? Superscript 2, not much but as the boss of this part I can't let anyone pass without my permission, and since you are beautiful we will let you pass, but after we enjoy you hahaha. As if you were going to leave me. She pulls out a weapon that looks like an assault rifle, but is a bit different. Superscript 2 Jojo but look at the toy you have in your hands, but it's useless I see magic, and every second you get weaker. She fires her weapon, but the attack was useless since with every inch she moved away from her power diminished until she was smaller than a firefly. Superscript 2, see I told you, come on, don't play hard to get, you like it, hahaha. All the wandering demons decided to attack the girl, but a few meters away they disappeared in an explosion. Superscript 2, who is there? Issei. Wow, I'm sorry, but I don't like seeing a beautiful girl get beaten up by idiots like you. Superscript 2, hey kid, don't get involved in adults' business. Saying that he starts running trying to hit Issei, but he simply stops his blows or dodges them as if they were nothing. Issei. It's useless no matter who they are, they won't be able to beat me, Ddraig is ready. Dragon. C boost. Issei. Dragon shoot. Issei sent the enormous torrent of energy that was impossible for that subject to dodge, since he had a great size and enormous speed, that when impacting against a man he was simply eliminated without leaving a single trace of his presence. Issei. Ha, and use the 5% and eliminate that guy. I didn't think my power was that great, then I will thank those two. After that Issei looked at the girl who was unconscious on the ground with a few wounds on her body. Issei. Hey Ddraig, do you think she's okay? Ddraig. I doubt it. If what that guy said is true then she is in danger of dying. Issei. And how do I save her? Ddraig. How about you use one of your pieces to save her? Issei. Good idea, but which one will I use? Thinking, I already know what the queen piece is like. Saying that Issei puts the piece on the girl's chest and doing the ritual that shortly after finishing she woke up. What happened? Issei. Or you're better now. Yes, but who are you? Somewhat scared. Issei. My name is Hyoudou Issei, it's a pleasure, and your name is? Lilith. My name is Asami Lilith, it's a pleasure, but what happened to the demons that attacked me? Issei. I killed them. Lilith. But they were very strong and varied. Issei. Maybe it's because I have great power, but you almost died because of him. Lilith. I see, thanks for saving me. Issei. I didn't do much, even though so that you wouldn't die I had to turn you into a demon. Lilith. How did you do that? Surprised. Issei. Well, not very difficult, I just used one of my pieces to save you, and from now on you are my servant, smiling. Lilith. Why? Issei. Well, it was the only way to save you, and if I hadn't done it, you would be dead now. It's the least I could do to save you, even though it wasn't my intention, but I can't let a beautiful girl die. Lilith. Blushing, and I see, thanks for saving me. Issei. It was nothing, and by the way you are, since I saw that you pulled that weapon out of nowhere. Lilith. Well, I'm a magician. Issei. Wow, that's amazing. Lilith. And what are you? Issei. Well, technically I am a hybrid between several species including dragon. Lilith. I see. Issei. How about we go to my house, you can stay there. Lilith. Yes, that's fine. Saying that they both left, and on the way Issei explained to Lilith everything he had achieved and what it was, which made her quite surprised, and when they got to the house, Issei gave her a room and they both went to sleep. New maid and more problems. It was daytime at the Hyoudou residence where the brown-haired boy had just woken up and was in his room waiting for a certain girl that Issei had just met to come down and become his servant, but since it was Sunday there were no classes so he would be at home all day. Issei. Millimeters, let's see, I'll have to ask Sona if she can register Lilith or she will be left alone at home. What will I do today? At that the gem on his left arm appears. Ddraig. Oh partner, what are you thinking about today? Issei. I don't know partner, I think I'll talk to Lilith later to see what she thinks about whether she wants to attend my academy or stay home all day. Ddraig. It seems you have it difficult, but well, you just need to ask him. Issei. Yes, you're right. Ask who? Issei. Issei. Oh Lilith, were you able to sleep well? Lilith. Yes, thank you very much, and by the way, Issei, who were you going to ask something? Issei. Or I was going to ask you about what you were going to do, since yesterday you told me that you were no longer going to your previous academy since it was too far away. Lilith. That's true, I don't really know what you think, Issei. Issei. Well, I had two options. Stay and do what you wanted here or go to my academy. Lilith. Millimeters, it doesn't sound like a good idea to go to your academy since being here without doing anything is a bit boring. Issei. Okay, just let me contact someone and ask them to sign you up and give you a uniform. Lilith. Sounds good to me, and by the way Issei, you haven't received a package. Issei. If a person recently brought a package, why? Lilith. Well, there I have my clothes and things. Issei. Millimeters, I see, I left it near the entrance, if you want I can take it to your room. Lilith. Yes, that's fine with me. But that said, Issei took the package to Lilith's room so she could fix her things, and to not make her feel uncomfortable, he left and made the call to Sona so she could enroll Lilith in the academy. After a while Lilith came down, so they both got ready to have breakfast, and when finished Lilith asked to wash the dishes, which surprised Issei a little, but accepted. While finishing Lilith asked Issei. Lilith. By the way Issei, what is that thing you call balance breaker? He said that sitting next to Issei after finishing his work. Issei. Is the evolved form of balance breaker being the most powerful manifestation of it? Once achieved, it can be activated again much more easily than the first time. With proper training, it can be kept activated for a longer period of time. Balance breakers can also have evolutions, which would be more powerful. The feelings of the possessor trigger the evolution. All balance breakers take a different form that matches the user's abilities. Lilith. Wow, I see, and Issei, how is yours? Issei. Or mine is a dragon armor. Lilith. Can you show it to me? Issei. Of course, why not, but I'm going to decrease the power since if I use it all, this house would be destroyed. Lilith. Claro. Issei. Very good balance breaker. Saying that, his complete red dragon armor appears on the body, which leaves Lilith surprised, and he removes the helmet. Issei. How do you like it? Lilith. It's incredible, even though you're holding back, I feel a great aura. Issei. If this is the balance breaker boosted gear scale male or red emperor dragon armor. Lilith. Wow, that's incredible. Issei. Yes, and by the way, dissipating his armor, tomorrow you will attend my academy in the same classroom as mine. Does that seem okay to you so we can spend more time together? Lilith. Blushing, I don't mind if it doesn't bother me. Issei. Well, it has already been said, starting tomorrow we will study together. Lilith. Millimeters C. After that nothing interesting happened apart from Issei taking Lilith to the mall so she could buy some clothes, and so when night came they both got ready to sleep to attend the academy tomorrow, but what they didn't know was that they were watched by a brown-haired girl. In the morning they both got ready to go to the academy where Lilith would attend and already in class. Teacher. Okay guys, please settle down, today we have 2 new students, can you come in? Zenobia. My name is Zenobia, it's a pleasure. She amazed several boys because she was a beauty with blue hair that had a green lock of hair standing out. Teacher. Very well, you can take a seat. Zenobia. Claro. Teacher. Okay, and you can come in the next one. Lilith. My name is Lilith Asami, nice to meet you. With her everyone was amazed because if Zenobia was beautiful, Lilith was even more beautiful and won the love of several young people. Teacher. Very well, you can take a seat. Lilith. Of course. Thus the classes passed in which Lilith made many friends and won several suitors as well as Zenobia, although there were fewer of them and already at lunchtime. Issei. Hey Lilith, do you want to go to lunch? Lilith. See Claro. Hey Hyoudou, do you know Lilith-chan? Issei. Yes Kiryu, she is a friend who currently lives in my house, right Lilith? Lilith. Yes, it's true. That left everyone surprised. The pervert and Lilith-chan living together can't be. Superscript 2, that damn Hyoudou, why does he always get the best ones? Superscript 3, so that pervert does whatever he wants to Lilith, it's unforgivable. Thus continued all the rumors that Issei attacked Lilith at night to let her stay in his house, which made the brown-haired boy angry. Issei. Keep quiet just because Lilith is beautiful. Do you think I'd do anything that comes to mind? You're idiots. Hyoudou, well you are a hopeless pervert, anyone would think that. Issei. That was before, I left that now, I am no longer a pervert and I will not be one again, so if you try to do something to Lilith, you will have to deal with me, since I will defend her from people like you. Issei's words left Lilith blushing to the max, and at the same time Issei took Lilith out of the classroom. Issei. Hey Lilith, sorry for everything you heard. Well, even though I was a pervert before, but I left that behind. I decided not to be a pervert anymore. I knew it was useless and I trained more. Lilith. Blushing, it doesn't bother me, but I didn't think Issei would think that way about me. Issei. Boo, well it's that I don't like people to believe rumors that are false. Lilith. Blushing, I see, and about this Issei, you know. You can't continue because someone has arrived. Issei-kun, what are you doing here? Issei. What do you want, Kiba? Now what's happening, serious? Kiba. No, nothing, I just wanted to say hello to my ex-partner, that's bad, smiling. Issei. I'm sorry but I'm not in the right mood to talk to you. Kiba. Come on Issei-kun, don't be like that. Well, what I came for is Butcho is looking for you. Issei. Serious, what does she want from me? I stopped being her servant so I have nothing to talk to her about. Kiba. Well, even though I said Butcho, it's actually Razor-sama who's looking for you since he wants a battle with you now that you've become a high-class demon and it will be in a week. Gather all the servants you can. He'll be waiting for you then. Issei. Angry, very well, by that time I will have several servants to be able to defeat him and humiliate him once and for all. Kiba. I'd like to see that, well, bye. Lilith. Hey Issei, who was he? Issei. Well, it was Kiba Hyoudou, my ex-partner when he was Rias Gremory's servant. Lilith. I see. Issei. Well Lilith, we're not going. Lilith. Yes, why not? Saying this, both of them went to rest and eat something, so the day passed without any problem. Classes had already finished, so Issei and Lilith decided to go home, but on the way they felt that someone put up a barrier, and a little far from where they were there was an explosion, so they decided to go see what was happening, since in that place, there was a battle between a girl against several fallen angels. What do you damn people want? Superscript 2, come on, don't get mad. To be honest, we saw that you had something interesting with you, and we wanted. Impossible, I will never give them to you. Superscript 2, if you don't want it the good way, it will be the bad way, brat. All the fallen angels created spears of light which they threw at the girl. She tried to defend herself, but there were too many of them, and they pierced her arms and legs, preventing her from defending herself further and causing her to fall to the ground, weak but still conscious. Superscript 2, haha, after this, we will do what we want with you, and we will take that weapon you are carrying, but don't worry, you will only be unconscious. But that said, they all created spears of light that they threw at the girl who was almost unconscious, but a red flash deflected all the spears, as if they were nothing. Superscript 2, who are you? Issei. My name is Hyoudou Issei and I am the Seekvaira. Issei was already wearing his balance breaker, so Lilith could see how he fought with it. Superscript 2, so you're the one who almost killed Gabriel-sama. I won't forgive you. Everyone started to create quite large and powerful spears of light that they threw at Issei, but he just smiled at this. Issei. Wow, I think you want to fight, come on Ddraig. Ddraig. If we show him our power boost. Issei. Dragon shoot. Issei launches a dragon shoot at least 2 or 3 times stronger than the one he launched against the demons days before and made each and every one of them vanish, their spears disintegrated and their bodies turned to dust. Issei. Okay, let's see. Hey friend, are you still okay? Yes, and you are Hyoudou Issei, right? Issei. If that's the case, why? To be honest, they sent me to watch you, but I got careless and failed because of them. Issei. I see, but you want to stay alive. If I wanted to, but I'm almost dead. Issei. First tell me your name. Kurosaka. Kurosaka Sayaka. Issei. It's a beautiful name, my name is Hyoudou Issei, and I propose a way for you to continue living. Kurosaka smiles, tell me. Issei. I'll turn you into a good half-dragon and you'll be my servant, okay? Kurosaka. Very well, I will do it, and apart from the fact that I have to fulfill my mission, I promised it to someone. Issei. Very good. That said, Issei performed the ritual with Kurosaka Sayaka, who used 2 pawn pieces, which surprised Issei a little, but he didn't take it seriously. Issei. And what are you planning to do now, Kurosaka? Kurosaka. Well, they told me that I had to keep an eye on you, since you could be a potential threat, and if you were, I would have to kill you, even if it cost me my life. Issei. You're right, maybe because I'm a hybrid and I'm the Seekvaira, I'm very feared. Kurosaka. Well, I think so. Issei. Okay Kurosaka, do you want to come to my house with me and Lilith? Kurosaka. Blushing, yeah, why? Issei. Well, you are my servant and I don't want anything to happen to you, don't you think, Lilith? Lilith. Yes, why not? Kurosaka. It's okay. So the trio went to the Hyoudou residence and see what would happen to Kurosaka. My new servant is a spirit and the next meeting of the 3 factions. Chapter 6. Hyoudou residence. A few hours have passed and Kurosaka has already explained everything to Issei and Lilith, who was a little surprised to know where he came from and what happened to him, and Issei explains about him and that now Kurosaka has a life of 10,000 years, which surprised him quite a bit. Issei. Well, that's all you need to know. Kurosaka. Wow, I didn't think I'd live that long now. Lilith. Yes, I was also quite surprised when he told me. Issei. And by the way Kurosaka, in a week we will have a raiding game against Razor Phenex the immortal bird. Kurosaka. Surprised, we will go against Phenex, but how can we defeat him alone? Issei. Don't worry, I'll try to have more servants by then, and if it doesn't work, then 2 days before we'll go train in a place where I trained, and if it works the same to increase their power as they say. Lilith. Yes, of course. Kurosaka. Yes, that's fine by me. Issei. Good, and Kurosaka, would you like to study at my academy now or later? Kurosaka. Oh, why? Issei. Well, I think you'll get bored if you're alone here. Kurosaka. Well, you're right about that, but what about after the raiding game? For now, I want to focus only on the raiding game. Issei. Sure, no problem for me. After that the 3 of them got ready to have dinner and then go to sleep so that Lilith and Issei could go to school, and while Kurosaka made some arrangements to have his things sent to the Hyoudou residence, after explaining everything to his superiors who understood everything and decided that Kurosaka should continue with the surveillance while at the academy with Lilith and Issei, who are now on recess. Issei. And Lilith, how was your life before? Lilith. Well, let's see, my academy was for magicians where I was a trinity, that is, one of the best magicians in the world, and I taught classes there. Issei. Wow, that's amazing, wait, how old are you? Lilith. The same as you and Issei, how was your life before we met? Issei. Well, I was an ordinary student who was too perverted. One day a fallen angel killed me and was revived by the heiress of the Gremory clan, Rias Gremory, and I became her servant. Then there was a raiding game to avoid her commitment, but we lost and I decided to give my left arm for power, but it was not enough and I lost in addition to stopping being Ria's servant, and then I trained with some friends who helped me increase my power to the maximum. Lilith. Wow, Issei, you have a great story. Issei. Yes. Issei-san. Issei. Serious, what do you want, Asia Argento? Asia. Butcho-san is looking for you. Issei. Angry, what does she want? I already stayed away from her and her servants, and that includes you. What else does she want? Asia. Well, she told me to go after school with your servants. Issei. Very well, now go. Asia. Very well, goodbye Issei-san. Lilith-san. After Asia left, Issei and Lilith continued talking. Lilith. Hey Issei, I knew you didn't get along with them, but I didn't think it would be that bad. Issei. Well, it's a story that I'll tell you when I have all my servants and I'll tell them all. Lilith. Very good. Classes passed normally. Issei and Lilith were already home to tell Kurosaka to accompany him since Rias Gremory wanted to talk to them, but when they were thinking of leaving, a hologram appeared. Sirzechs. Issei. What's up, Sirzechs? Sirzechs. Issei-kun, I want to ask you to give me a mission and go to the forest near the city. Issei. Why is something bad happening? Sirzechs. Well, let's just say someone has been killing wandering demons quite often and leaves an explosion in his wake and disappears. Issei. Millimeters, I see, and why don't you send Rias your sister? Sirzechs. It's very simple, well, from the crater it leaves and the traces we see that whoever created the explosions is stronger than Rias and is quite close to the supreme class. Issei. I see, very well, but don't think that my service will be free. Sirzechs. Issei-kun, do you want me to pay you so you can use your services? Issei. That's right, Sirzechs. Sirzechs. Angry, you must be joking, charging a Mayu, you know what can happen to you. Issei. Sirzechs, you should know better than anyone that if I use my 100% I myself can go and kill you Mayu and put the underworld at my feet in a matter of days, maybe hours, and you don't want your family to be dead, or if. What Issei said intimidated the Mayu. Sirzechs. Nervous, fine, you win, I'll create an account for you and I'll be depositing money for every job you do for me. Issei. Smiling, so we understand each other very well, then me and my beautiful maids will go. That left both of them blushing, and with that the hologram Sirzechs disappeared and Issei and his maids went to see who was doing that, but when they arrived they didn't expect to see a beautiful violet-haired girl wearing purple armor with a sword in her hand and several dead wandering demons. Who are you? Issei. My name is Hyoudou. Issei. And your name is? Toka. My name is Yadagami Toka. Issei. Well, Toka, what are you? I say, since a common human could not do this. Toka. I'm a spirit and you're human. Issei. Not exactly, actually I'm a good dragon more or less, and can you tell Toka why are you doing this, tell me. Toka. They attacked me as soon as I appeared and you will too. Issei. No, actually, they asked me to come see who was doing this and I realized that you have potential. Toka. And who are they? Issei. Or they are Lilith Asami and Kurosaka Sayaka, they are also dragons and my servants. Toka. I see, and well, what do you want? Issei. Well, I'll give you two options, stay with me and you become my maid, it's nothing bad and I won't do anything bad to you, or we have a battle and if I win you become my maid. Toka. I'd rather fight than go with you easily, seriously. Issei. I guessed it, very well, I'll go with the 7% balance breaker. Issei wore his armor and attacked Toka, so she received him with her sword and they began to exchange blows and Issei had the advantage until Toka released a large amount of aura that left Issei a little surprised, but they broke up and continued with the battle, which was very even, but Toka began to get tired and Issei hit her in the stomach and buried her in the ground. Issei. Wow, Toka, you are very good, even going with my 10% you match me and no one before in a battle has achieved it, you are quite strong and about what we talked about. Toka. Very well, I admit my defeat and it's fine, I accept being your servant. Issei. Very well, let me get something out, but first eat this. Toka. What is it? Issei. It's something that will make you recover. With that, she ate what appeared to be a seed and instantly recovered from her wounds. Issei. Well, now to become my servant. Issei starts searching among the pieces and takes out the pawn pieces since she was fast and strong, so he decided on the pawn and was surprised to see that he spent 4 pawn pieces even though when he saw that she was strong enough to match and surpass Gabriel, so he didn't take it too seriously and did the ritual and at the end. Issei. Very well Toka, you are now another member of my maids. Toka. Well, what am I now? Issei. You are now a dragon spirit and now you will live 10,000 more years and I don't know how long the spirits live in date alive, so I put that, tell me if I was wrong. Toka. Millimeters interesting. Issei. Well Toka, aren't you hungry? At that Toka's stomach growled. Issei. It seems so, well, but first Toka, you have more clothes, right? Toka. Not only this, but I can also change the shape of my clothes. Issei. And what if you change into clothes like Lilith's? Toka. I see, I'll try. But that said, Toka's armor began to shine and changed into the Kuoh Academy uniform. Issei. Very well, you look beautiful that way. Toka. Blushing, whatever you say but we can go eat now. Issei. Yes of course, but everyone hold my hands. Lilith. Of course, but why? Issei. Well it's simple, we will teleport. Saying this Issei and his maids teleported to the Hyoudou residence which left the 3 surprised, but Issei explained to them that it is one of his techniques and they got ready to have dinner. When they finished a magic circle appeared and Rias' Gremory came out of it angrily. Rias. Angry, Issei I ask you to come to the club. Issei. Angry, I'm sorry, but I don't take orders from you and besides your brother gave me a mission and I recently finished it. Rias. Seriously, I see then come to the club and bring your maids. Issei. Serious, since you girls are ready. Lilith, Kurosaka and Toka. Yes. But that said, Rias disappeared into her magic circle and Issei teleported with his servants to the occult club where Rias and Sona were waiting for him. Issei. Very well, now what happens? Rias. Nothing, just that in a few days the peace treaty between the factions in this academy will be made. Sona. And Sirzechs said that since you were the security you would have to attend. Issei. I see and that's all. Rias. No Issei, you can introduce your maids. Issei. Yes, girls, please. Lilith. My name is Lilith Asami and I am the queen it's a pleasure. Kurosaka. I am Kurosaka Sayaka and I am the pawn it's a pleasure. Toka. I am Yadagami Toka and I am the pawn it's a pleasure. Although none of them wanted to show up, they had no choice. Issei. And Rias, don't think that because they are pawns they are weak since Toka consumed 4 pawns Kurosaka 2 pawns and Toka has so much power that she can beat you without any problem since she could with the same amount of power with which she fought against Gabriel. Sona. Surprised, so she is so strong that she can beat Rias practically humiliating her. Issei. That's right and what else do you want Rias? Rias. That's all, I'll wait for you on the day of the faction treaty. You can go now. Issei. Yeah, whatever. Saying that, Sona and Issei retreat, leaving Rias fearful since if the pawn Toka had the power to defeat Gabriel, she feared the worst against Razor, even though she hated the phenex with all her soul, she felt sorry for him and herself, since the brown-haired woman hated her for what she did, even though it was her only option. While at the Hyoudou residence. Issei. I think I'll ask Sirzechs to help me remodel the house later. Toka. Why Issei? Issei. Well since there are several of us, I don't think I'll have rooms the day I have the rest of my maids, so tomorrow I'll ask for that. Well, it's time to sleep. That said, everyone went to sleep so that tomorrow they would go to the academy where Toka and Kurosaka, by Issei's decision, would attend the academy. Meeting the Hikaryuko. Chapter 7. It was already day at the Hyoudou residence where the brown-haired boy was dressed to go to the academy, as well as his servants, who by Issei's request, would all attend the academy, so Lilith, Toka and Kurosaka were wearing the academy uniform and had just left on the road. Issei was thinking about several things. Issei. Thinking, first the Vanishing Dragon my rival then Razor and now the meeting for the peace of the factions, sigh, when can I rest? Ddraig. You have it tough, right, buddy? Issei. Yes, I know what are we doing now? Ddraig. Just go easy, I doubt the white one can beat you if you fight seriously, but if things get difficult, I'll give you all the power you need, just count on me. Issei. I feel better now, thanks Ddraig. Ddraig. Whatever you say partner yawned, well I'll go rest by Issei. Rest well it will be done. That Issei feels a little pain in his left dragon arm and when he looks straight ahead, he sees a silver-haired boy who sees him. We see Hyoudou Issei again. Issei. Who are you? Ollie. Sorry, where are my manners? My name is Vali and I am the White Emperor Dragon, bearer of the dividing which contains the Vanishing Dragon. Issei. Millimeters you see. Then Issei's entourage comes out where Lilith was aiming at volley with her rifle and Toka with Sandalphon and Kurosaka with her sword called Kirin. Lilith. I'm sorry Hakuryuko, but we can't leave fights with Issei. Volley. Wow, do you think you can beat me? Issei. Maybe they have enough power to give you a good fight. Volley. Smiling, well, so the security has quite a bit of courage, but I doubt you can beat me. Just because you beat Gabriel doesn't mean you can beat me. Issei. We'll see about that boosted G. It doesn't end since Rias' entourage including her appeared. Rias. Well, they're going to fight here, they know what can happen, right Issei? Issei. Angry, TSK Lilith, Toka, Kurosaka let's go there's nothing to do. The three. Yes Issei. Issei. I hope you're ready to see your useless fiancé lose against me Rias, you'll see the difference in power of a celestial dragon against a small phenex. Rias. I hope to see that. So everyone leaves, just like Volley, each one to their respective classroom, and Volley moves away from the academy already in Issei's class. Teacher. Well guys, today we have 2 new classmates. Lilith-san didn't transfer yesterday. Superscript 2, yes, I know. Teacher. Okay, can you come in? Toka. My name is Yadagami Toka, it's a pleasure. All the men were amazed by Toka's beauty which left them shocked. Teacher. Well, the other one is. Kurosaka. My name is Kurosaka Sayaka and it's a pleasure. Just like with Toka, everyone was amazed and couldn't believe that several beauties were already in their class, and so the classes passed, even though several didn't pay attention to see the beauties in their class, and at break time Issei and his servants decided to go eat in the same place as yesterday. Issei. Hey, what did you think of the class? Toka. Very good, smiling. Kurosaka. It wasn't bad at all, everything was simple. Issei. Wow, am I glad or not Lilith? Lilith. Yes. Understand Hyoudou. Issei. What's up Saji? Lilith. Hey Issei, who is he? Issei. I forgot to introduce him Saji, they are Lilith, Toka and Kurosaka and girls he is Saji, he is a member of the student council and Sona's servant. Lilith. Nice to meet you, my name is Asami Lilith. Toka. It's a pleasure my name Yadagami Toka. Kurosaka. My name is Kurosaka Sayaka, it's a pleasure. Saji. The pleasure is mine and Issei why are you with the 3 Bishohos? Issei. I bet Sona didn't tell you. Saji. Tell me that. Issei. I was promoted to high-class devil and she is my servant. Saji. Surprised, what, are the 3 second-year beauties your servants? Issei. That's how it's been for a few days now. Saji. Wow, what can you do? Issei. And what did you want to talk about? Saji. Or is it true Kaicho is looking for you? Issei. Sona, what for? Saji. I don't know, she says you should go see her. Issei. Okay, I understand, girls, let's go. All? Yes. Saji. Issei after that you became very popular among girls right? Issei. Yes, that can be said, well, see you. So Issei and his maids headed to the student council where Sona Satiri was waiting for them. Issei. Sona, why did you call me? Sona. Issei-kun why didn't you tell me anything about the rating game I had to hear it from Rias. Issei. Sorry, I think I forgot. Sona. Smiling, well what are you going to do Issei do you think you can beat Razor? I know about the exponential increase in your power, but about your servants that is me worried. Issei. Smiling, don't worry about that, Lilith has the power of a high-class devil, she surpasses Rias, Kurosaka, well I don't know much about her abilities, but she is strong, she simply won't lose, and as for Toka, don't even mention her, she can beat Gabriel. But that Sona was quite surprised to hear of the power of her servants. Sona. Smiling, wow Issei-kun, I was surprised by that. You do have some very powerful servants. Issei. I know, after all they are my beautiful and precious servants. That made Issei's 3 servant girls blush until they couldn't do anything but notice. Issei. Haha, they look even more beautiful this way. Lilith. Blushing, Issei please. Kurosaka smiles, Issei for. Toka. Blushing, Issei, don't say anything else. Issei. Haha yes, but I still think you are strong and beautiful I can't ask for anything more from you 3, smiling. The 3 of us. Thanks Issei. Sona. Very well Issei, returning to the topic, do you have any plan in mind to defeat Razor? Issei. Yes of course we will attack him from different points, but before doing that my girls and I are going to train in the same place where I got this power, and that way they will be so strong that they will even be able to defeat Amau. Sona. Surprised, well I hope so Issei. Issei. Yes, and I've only consumed 7 pieces. Sona. Doubtful, Issei, like 7 pieces. Issei. It's true, you don't know, because my pieces are mutated and Lilith is my queen, Kurosaka consumed 2 pawns and Toka 4 pawns. Sona. Surprised, Issei, wow, no wonder they are so strong, your entourage is interesting. Issei. Yes, well Sona, I say goodbye. By the way, today you look just as beautiful as always, smiling. Sona. Blushing, if what you say Issei-kun. Issei. Well see you Sona. So Issei and his maids left the student council leaving a very blushing and happy Sona, so she decided to continue with her work with a better mood than the one she started the day with, and so the classes continued without anything interesting, and at the end of classes, Issei asked his maids to stay in the house, and he would take them later, since he was going to relax in the forest, but in that forest Issei wandered, and as he moved forward, he found a strange cave, since he never thought before he would find a cave near the Kuoh forest so he decided to enter, and when he was at the bottom, he found a black sword with red parts, so he decided to grab it, but when he left. Hey kid, give me that sword, it doesn't belong to you. He was a somewhat older man with blonde hair who resembled Razor. Issei. Wow, but I don't see that it has your name either, and if you want her, come and fight for her. You'll pay for this, a simple child can't have the legendary sword Bahamut, so don't cry after I leave you on the floor. Issei. So this sword is called Bahamuti, I like the name, come for it. Damn. At that moment he also takes out a sword of a different color, it shines, and a kind of exoskeleton comes out of his body, which surprised Issei a little. Now you're dead, kid. Issei. Hey, how about I also take out an armor balance breaker? That armor then you are the Securite, it will be a great triumph if I beat you. Issei. Well, let's go with the 4% to see what. Thus began the fight in which Issei took the lead, but at one point the stranger touched Issei. Let's see, I'll use your power boost. Issei. How impossible. That's the ability of this, with this power increase I will defeat you. Issei. Okay, you think I need that, then let's fight. So the battle resumed even though the stranger kept increasing Issei's strength and it became a bit complicated, but Issei still had the advantage, and while in a nearby place there were 2 girls, one with long blue hair and the other with short pink hair, both wearing a type of exoskeleton approaching the place where Issei was and were coming at maximum speed. Philippi, hurry up, we can't let Balzaride take the sword Bahamut. Philippi. If you're right Krulsifer-chan, we have to hurry. Krulsifer. TSK, I don't know how he knew the location of the sword device Bahamut, but he can't have it or we won't have any chance against him. And so both increased their speed and every second they got closer so that when they arrived they were surprised by that. New servants and new fiancé. Chapter 8. Issei was currently having a battle against a blonde man who stole his boosted gear ability, increasing his power, which he still did not understand, but Issei still had the advantage in power, even without being able to increase it, he was superior to the blonde. Issei. Hey, and by the way, what's your name? Balzaride. Yes, my name is Balzaride Kreutzer, I am from a noble family with great power, smiling, and your name Securite. Issei. My name is Hyoudou Issei, I am the current Securite as you already know, and I will be the one to defeat you. Balzaride. Very good kid, we'll see about that. Thus the battle continued with each passing second, the battle seemed like it would never end as Balzaride increased his power, and Issei continued to consume even greater power, but from one moment to the next, Issei gave him a hook to the chin that sent him flying quite high, and Issei flew at great speed to receive it with both hands, and give him a strong blow to the stomach that made the blonde spit out a lot of blood, and then fell at great speed to the ground, creating a crater of a few meters around. Issei. Hey, that's all, I haven't even been serious, I only used about 5% and very few managed to do that, so be grateful. Balzaride. Panting, what I expected from the Securite is a great riv, but high like 5%, that is to say that you are just playing with me, furious. Issei. That's right, if I went with 100%, how do I put it? You would be dead from the first second. Balzaride. TSK, I think I underestimated the Securite. At that moment 2 girls arrive. Stop Balzaride, you won't get the sword Bahamut. Balzaride. Wow, but look who's here, none other than my future wife Krulsifer and her little friend Philippi, it doesn't matter, with this power you are nothing. Krulsifer was a somewhat tall girl the same size as Issei with somewhat long blue hair, although she did not have much chest she was beautiful at first sight, and the other called Philippi was a girl with short pink hair, and she had a good chest a little smaller than Rias, but they were quite large, both were in a kind of exoskeleton, the light blue haired one was flying, while the pink haired one was on the ground with wheels on both feet. Issei. Hey, can I finish hitting you? Krulsifer. And who are you? Issei. My name is Hyoudou Issei and I am the Securite. It's a pleasure, beauty. Krulsifer. Blushing, the Securite, I see, my name is Krulsifer Einfolk, it's a pleasure. Issei. And your cute friend is called? Philippi. Slight blush, my name is Philippi Aingram, it's a pleasure. Issei. Very well, and why are you here? Don't tell me you're going to support this idiot. Lucifer. You're not wrong. We didn't come to support him, but to prevent him from taking the sword that's in that cave. Issei. Or do you mean this one? Showing the sword and being surprised since the color of the sword was different from what they remembered. Lucifer. Yes, it is that one, but its color is different as if it were reacting. Issei. Oh, I see, then this sword has chosen me. Philippi. Yes, that's right. Batrayed. Impossible, it was said that only a noble with great powers could be chosen by the sword. Issei. Millimeters, I see, with reason you chose me. Lucifer. How come he chose you with reason? Issei. Well, I'm a hybrid and I have genes from many powerful beings, so I'm among the 5 strongest, maybe among the 3. Lucifer. Surprised, and what do you plan to do with it? Will you give it to him or keep it? Issei. Well, I think I'll keep it. Batrayed. Impossible, I won't let you. Exoskeleton. Boost. Lucifer. Surprised, how can he increase his power? Issei. Nervous, well, let's say he took away my augmentation ability, but even so he won't be able to beat me. Lucifer. I see what you say, Philippi, we join for now with him. Philippi. See. Batrayed. Hahaha, Lucifer, betraying your fiancé, hahaha, but when I defeat the Seekvaira you will be mine. Lucifer. Angry, impossible, I'll never be your fiancé. Batrayed. Hahaha, that's what you say first, but it's impossible, you will be mine. Issei. Hey idiot, you know I hate conceited people, but, increasing his aura, I hate even more someone who forces someone to marry against their will, especially if it's a beauty, so I'll be a little more serious. Ddraig, let's go with the 10%. Ddraig. Leave it to my partner, he won't even see that I hit him. He has got the wrong person. Issei. Very well, listen, if I beat you, will you leave the beauty alone? Batrayed. Impossible, she is my fiancée, she is legally mine. Issei. I see, then I have it, I will take her as my future wife if I defeat you here and now. Lucifer. Blushing and angry, hey, I know you're the Seekvaira, but I never accepted this. Issei. Calm down, cutie, after defeating him we'll try to get to know each other better, smiling, yes, and if it doesn't work, everything will be normal, just friends. Lucifer. Blushing, okay, but I won't forgive you if you lose. Issei. Don't worry, I won't lose, it's impossible for me to lose against this idiot. Batrayed. Interesting, very well, here I go, Seekvaira. And so the fight began, in which Issei without any problem managed to take the lead, although the blonde continued increasing the power he had, it was no longer even a quarter of the power of the brown-haired man, and Issei began to get bored and decided to finish him off with a dragon shoot, which left the blonde unconscious and almost dead. Issei. I think I exaggerated, hey Ddraig, we can now do increases. Ddraig. Yes, I think that as soon as he fainted, whatever he did lost its effect. Issei. Very well then, Lucifer, I'm sorry for what I said, it's that he made me very angry, and I wouldn't like to see a beautiful woman marry someone like him, and I say this for both of us, he. Lucifer. Blushing, I'm not angry, it's just that you said it so suddenly. Issei. Well, I already told you that I said that without thinking, he, but the thing about you all being beautiful is not a lie, you are beautiful, he, smiling. Philippi. Slightly blushed, very well, we believe you. Lucifer. Hey Issei, but you're going to keep your word, right, about meeting us and all that. Issei. Yes, of course I wouldn't refuse seeing such a beautiful girl in front of me. Lucifer. Very well Issei, changing the subject, when you said you were a hybrid, what did you mean? Issei. Well, actually, I have genes from several beings, as we can see, I am part angel, fallen angel and demon, apart from having genes from a few kinds of demons. Yes, I almost forgot, I am 50% dragon, and the rest is what I already said. Lucifer. But how is that possible? Issei. Yes, I know, well logically I am also a human, but well, I think it's better to tell you another day. Lucifer. Fine, but we'll go with you. Issei. Can you tell why? Nervous. Philippi. Very simple, as you have the sword Bahamut, which is one of the most powerful, we have to watch it and prevent the sword from falling into the wrong hands. Issei. Whispering, that would be almost the same as being my servants, but I better not say anything. Lucifer. Issei, what is that about maids? Issei. Nervous, that's how you heard it. Philippi. We're less than 2 meters away from you so we could hear it. Issei. Should, well, since I'm part demon, when we reach high class status, they give us some things with which we can create a small group, so to speak, with which we participate to see who has the best, and I already have 3 maids. Lucifer. Millimeters, I see. Issei, I will be one of your maids. Issei. Surprised, hey, why? Lucifer. Good to be closer to you and know more about your life. Issei. I understand and you Philippi also want that. Philippi. I don't care if you want to. Issei. Well, what does it matter? And by the way, what's the name of what they were bringing? Lucifer. They are called Darkrai. They are exoskeletons that give you great strength, power and speed. Each one has its own ability. The one you have in your hand is called Bahamut and it has the power to increase power and release it instantly. Issei. Millimeters Komola boosted gear. Lucifer. Yes, but that one doesn't need 10 seconds for each increase, this one releases all the power instantly. Issei. Wow, amazing. Lucifer. Mine is called Fafnir and has the ability to predict the enemy's movement and tell me every move they are going to make. Issei. Wow, yours and Philippi's are amazing, what's his name? Philippi. His name is Typon and he has the ability to cancel enemy skills. Issei. Wow, they are incredible and well, let's see Lucifer. I see her more like a knight because of her ability, plus speed would be incredible. Lucifer. Hey Issei, can you explain a little more about the pieces? Issei. Yes of course let's see the rook increases the attack and defense exponentially, the knight increases the speed exponentially, the bishop increases the magical and or demonic and dragonic powers in my case, the queen increases all those characteristics in an amazing way, and finally the pawn, if the king that is to say I approve it, the pawn can promote to any piece except the king. Lucifer. Wow that's interesting. Issei. Yes and well to you Lucifer I will make you my first knight and Philippi, I will make you my 3 pawn if there are enough pieces, so let's try it. So Issei did the ritual in which Lucifer used a knight piece and Philippi also used one, but this was a pawn and they decided to leave the forest and go directly to the Hyoudou residence, in which as soon as Issei arrived, he saw that his house was already remodeled and was surprised to see his old 2-story house turned into a house, almost same mansion with 5 floors and 2 basements, so when he finished, he decided to make the introductions and what would happen in a couple of days and Issei already had at his disposal 5 maids which were Lilith, Kirasaka, Toka, Lucifer and Philippi, although the first 3 got angry when they heard what Issei had said, so they all went to sleep each in their own room, leaving Issei in the living room with a thought in his mind, and that was how to make Razor Phenex suffer and humiliate also about the peace treaty between the factions, but after all Issei went to sleep, and tomorrow I would see what I could do. The deal for the raiding game. Chapter 9. It was already day in the newly remodeled Hyoudou residence, everyone was still sleeping, but the brown-haired Issei began to wake up and when he was about to wake up, he saw in front of him a familiar face, it was Lucifer who had entered the brown-haired's new room that was now due to the remodeling between 2 or 3 times bigger than before, but that did not matter too much, but what surprised him was that the light blue-haired girl was asleep, hugging him tightly and sleeping without clothes which surprised him quite a bit, but even so, Issei was amazed since she looked even more beautiful, which made Issei blush quite a bit, but he still wondered why she slept with him, so he decided to wake her up. Issei. Lucifer awakens. Lucifer. Waking up, what's happening? It's already daylight. Issei. It's already daytime. Lucifer. I see, good morning Issei. Issei. Good morning, no wait, that's not important because you were sleeping next to me. Lucifer. Wow Issei, that bothers you. Issei. Not for nothing but I'm happy. Lucifer. Then. Issei. What I want to know is why you were sleeping next to me today. Lucifer. It's bad for 2 fiancés to sleep in the same bed, smiling. Issei. Thinking, shit she still has that in mind why the hell did I say it damn, but what can be done what she did is done. Lucifer. Issei, don't you think it's better to get up before it gets later? Issei. Yes, you're right. When they were getting dressed someone knocked on the door and it was Lilith. Lilith. Hey Issei, are you up yet? Issei. Yes, Lilith, I'm already awake, I'm already getting dressed. Lilith. Very well, don't take too long, we're already making breakfast. Lucifer. Don't worry Lilith, Issei and I will finish soon. Issei. Thinking, what the hell why the hell did you see that talking? At that moment the door slams and Lilith comes in, quite angry. Lilith. Angry, what the hell are you doing because you're both in the same room sleeping? Issei. It's that good Hyoudou, nervous. Lucifer. What's wrong with 2 people who love each other sleeping in the same bed? Lilith. Well that's true, but why you 2? Lucifer. Well Issei told me that I am his fiancé and I don't see the problem with both of us sleeping in the same bed. Lilith. Angry, Issei why did you say that? Issei. Nervous, well it was around the time of the battle I got carried away yesterday sorry. Lilith. Issei, if you want me to forgive you then, blushing, I'm also going to sleep with you from today onwards. Issei. Seriously? Lucifer. Lilith but since I am his only fiancé I am the only one who can sleep with him. Lilith. Say Issei, can I sleep with you starting tonight? Issei. Since, sigh, but don't tell anyone else since 2 sleeping with me is enough. Lilith. Fine, but don't break your promise. Issei. Don't worry, I won't break it. Lucifer. Don't break mine either, Issei. Issei. If I don't break any. So breakfast passed with Lilith and Lucifer, the two of them quite happy, which made them eat uncomfortably. When they finished, they left the new Hyoudou residence directly to school, where Issei felt somewhat uncomfortable, since Lilith and Lucifer were fighting, while both hugged each of Issei's arms, which made Toka and Kurosaka angry because they also wanted to hug him, and also strangely filiffy. When they arrived at school, the bell rang and everyone entered and made the presentations in which the number of beauties in their class increased, which excited many, but after Lucifer said that Issei and she were engaged, which made many angry, looking at Issei all day with great contempt, which made him feel too uncomfortable. And so they spent the classes during the break. Issei did the same, going with his entourage to sit in a tree and eat until. Lilith. Hey Issei, how long until the rating game? Issei. Well, if my memory serves me right, it's in 3 days. Lilith. Wow, it's in a short time. Issei. Yes, I know, but with what I have now it's enough to defeat that little bird. Lucifer. Hey Issei, by the way, who are you going to fight with? You never told me your filiffy. Issei. Of course only Lilith, Kurosaka and Toka. No, it's not true. The mentioned ones. Yes. Issei. Well, his name is Razor Phenex, heir to the Phenex house. He is literally the Phoenix and has never been defeated. His regeneration is a problem, but if I use the sacred power part, there will be no problem. Lucifer. I see, it seems to be powerful. Issei. Yes, he's good to me, he's just another insect. If I use all my power, well, for you, he might be a problem for now, but I think he's no match for Toka or Filifi. Kurosaka. Why do you say that? Issei. Well, Toka is already powerful, she can defeat Gabriel, who not even Razor could defeat, so she has a 99% chance, and Filifi, if I remember correctly, has the ability to cancel abilities, so maybe she can cancel the regeneration, if not, then I will destroy him with the sacred power, and from you Kurosaka, well, you will not lose easily, and from your sword, I feel an enormous energy with which I think will be enough to do a lot of damage. Kurosaka. I see, you're right. Lucifer. And by the way, why do you hate him so much? Issei. Serious, well, I don't know how to say it, really. When Issei was about to say it, he is interrupted by someone. Issei-senpai. Issei. Angry, what do you want, Toju? Kaneko. Butcho is waiting for you at the club. Issei. And so what? Kaneko. These are Sirzechs-sama's orders. Issei. I see, well, I'll go later, so bye dwarf. And so Kaneko leaves. Lilith. Sigh, it seems that you really hate all of Ria's servants as much as she does not. Issei. Issei. Serious, I think you have, but well, let's finish our lunch and see what that brat Ria's Gremory wants. So after finishing eating they prepared to go to the occult research club to see what Ria's Gremory wanted, and upon entering. Issei. Serious, and what do you want, Ria's? Ria's. Well, you see, Razor wants to talk to you. Razor. That's right, brat. Issei. What do you want, little bird? Razor. You see, we'll make a deal so you take the rating game more seriously. Issei. Why Syria? Razor. If you lose, all your maids will belong to me to have fun with them, and if you win, then Rias or I will give you a servant, and that one will do everything you say, and if you have the peace she will be yours. Rias. What do you think, Issei? It's not a bad deal, right? Smiling, thinking, I hope Issei kills this idiot because I can't stand him anymore and keep pretending. Issei. Very well, if I win, then I will stay with a servant of yours, fourth-rate bird. Razor. Very well, what if you choose now? Saying that, Razor appears a magic circle from which all of Razor's maids come out, and Ria stares, and among them Issei sees one that interests him more than most. Razor. Very well, choose brat. Rias. Let's go, Issei, choose. Razor. That's right, choose one of my maids, brat. Issei. Well, that's simple, I'll take your sister to Ravel Phenex, how are you? Smiling. Razor. Angry, very well, brat, I hope you are prepared for your defeat. Issei. I say the same, I hope you're ready to suffer a crushing defeat and lose your little sister and you, Rias. I hope you're ready to see that useless fiancé lose, smiling. Rias. If I say the same, I hope you suffer losing your maids, seriously, thinking, Issei, I know you can defeat this idiot. Issei. Well then I say goodbye and I hope you are ready, little bird. Razor. I say the same, little dragon. And so Issei left with his entourage, knowing that victory would be his, while at the club. Rias. Hey Razor, do you have a plan to defeat him, or do you plan to lose in a way that will leave you humiliated? Razor. Yes, it's very simple Rias and I hope he is too, smiling, since it's impossible for that brat to beat me, and a cheap phoenix, how wrong you are ha. The Kuoh. Thinking, Issei-kun, it seems you still can't forget everything Rias and we did to you, but it was the only option to prevent someone like you from losing your life, seriously sorry Issei-kun. Rias. Thinking, let's see if Issei can do it. I hope he doesn't lose since I don't want to spend any more time with this idiot, looking at Razor, and I hope he can forgive me, or rather forgive us. Razor. Thought, I hope that brat is ready to suffer a good defeat by Razor Phoenix haha. And so the day passed without any problems until when Issei was leaving with his entourage something happened. Lilith. Hey Issei, are you really ready for the raiding game? Issei. Yes Lilith, don't worry, it's impossible for him to beat me or not Ddraig. Ddraig. That's right partner, the chances of that phoenix winning are 0.5% at most, ha, and that's if my partner goes with 15%, but if he goes with everything, the phoenix will die instantly. Issei. Lilith, with that you are calm. Lilith. Yes, that created. Lucifer. Don't worry, Lilith, Issei can't lose, besides, he has us, right Toka? Toka. Smiling, if Issei has us it's impossible for him to lose. Who of you is Hyoudou Issei? When they turned around they saw a girl the same age as the brown-haired boy with blonde hair and an elegant red dress. Issei. Can you tell who you are? Erica. Let me introduce myself, my name is Erica Blandelli, and I am a member of the Black Copper Cross organization, which is an organization of magicians who train talented young people to face the gods, and I am looking for Hyoudou Issei. Issei. I am Hyoudou Issei, what do I offer you? Erica. It seems that I finally found you, Erica Blandelli, I challenge you to a duel in which if I lose you will be my master, and if I win you will come with me to Italy. Issei. Well, he accepted the challenge. The duel between Issei and Erica is about to begin. This will be seen in the next chapter. Battle against the beautiful Italian and problems with the harem. Chapter 10. The fight is about to start between the brown-haired man against the so-called Erica Blandelli, in which Issei wondered why she wanted to fight against him, but decided to ask her after the fight. Issei. Hey Erica, why do you want this fight? Erica. It's simple, my organization said to keep an eye on you and if possible, take you to Italy. Issei. Sigh, because everyone loves me. First Kurosaka said that she had to watch me, which I didn't care about, and now why the hell does she? Kurosaka. Issei, my organization thought you were a threat and asked me to keep an eye on you, and if you were a threat, eliminate you, nervous. Issei. Of course this is because of my power, sigh, very well Erica, how about we start? Erica. I think it's very good Cure di Leon. She materializes a sword in her right arm, and her body shines with an intense red light. When it disappears, she had changed her clothing to tight black pants and a sleeveless shirt of the same color. Issei. Very well then, will it be a sword battle or not? Erica. It's whatever you want to say. Issei. Okay, let's see, I think I'll use the sword Bahamut to get used to it. What do you say Lucifer, can I use it? Lucifer. Yes, of course, no problem. Issei. Okay, hey Ddraig, you can assimilate the sword into yourself. Ddraig. I don't know, partner, it's better if we try it later, don't you think? Issei. I think you're right, so as soon as we arrive you'll assimilate the sword, so let's start with the 4%, whispering the last thing. Erica. Sounds good to me. That said, both Erica and Issei began to clash swords in which Issei had the disadvantage, since he had never used a sword before, so it was difficult for him to be on par with Erica, but he could dodge almost perfectly all of Erica's attacks, and the few cuts that were made were generated by fire which surprised everyone. Issei. Erica, you are very good haha, even though I have never used a sword you are able to see my movements, I congratulate you. Erica. I should be the one giving congratulations, very few can compete with me, and what if I get a little more serious? Issei. Wow, and you were playing, you're amazing, then let's start. No. Issei and Erica began to clash swords in which Issei began to adapt to the battle, although it was still difficult for him to match Erica in it, but he compensated with strength. Speed and reflexes with which he could match Erica in it, but from a moment Erica moved away a little and began to say a spell, and do not ask me how I forgot it, and after finishing it, she throws her sword to the sky, where a magic circle appears, and when passing through said circle the sword turns into a steel lion which headed to Issei, who when seeing that tried to dodge it, but it was too fast. Issei. Shit, that's pretty fast Ddraig, let's go with 8%. Ddraig. Very well. Issei. Balance breaker R, materialize the dragon armor, well let's start. No Erica, show me the power you have. Erica. That's the spirit. And that's how they started. Erica sent her steel lion to attack Issei, and he charges at him, but Issei put strength and avoids being dragged further by the steel lion, that to be honest, was almost as strong as Issei, but he manages to hold him and send him flying. Issei rises at great speed and hits him in the stomach, which makes him crash against the ground without being able to move. Issei. Not bad Erica, your lion was quite strong, but let's get back to the sword fight. Erica. Sounds good to me. The lion glowed and turned back into a sword, then here I go. Issei. Okay, here I go too. So they began to clash swords, so this time Issei was taking the advantage, since every clash of Erica's sword was neutralized by Issei's armor, which only had a few scratches, but Erica already had a few cuts that made her lose a little blood, which slowly weakened her. Several minutes had passed, and Erica falls to the ground, but not because of the brown-haired man who hit her, but because of the loss of blood. Issei. Hey Erica, are you giving up or do you want to continue? Erica. Panting, no, that's not enough, I admitted, you're stronger than I imagined and what they told me. Issei. Yes, I think I exaggerated a little even though it was the first time I used a sword and haha, I think you're incredible. Erica no Gabriel gave me such an intense fight, even though I used less power with you than with him, whispering the last thing. Erica. How interesting, you're telling me that I'm stronger than one of the leaders. Issei. Well, I say it would be a very even battle in which you could win if you fight like you did with me. Erica. Wow, that flatters me very well. It's time to fulfill my promise, so from now on I will be your servant. Issei. Well then let's start seeing all your potential, you will be my second knight, that would be the best. Erica. Fine, go ahead, start with me. So Issei started the ritual and put the knight piece on Erica's chest, and so the ritual began and at the end. Issei. Very well Erica, since you're one of my servants, I will inform you of what happened. Do you understand? Erica. Yes, of course. Issei. Good, because in 3 days we will have a raiding game against Razor Phenex, the immortal bird in which it is impossible to lose or not. Lucifer, Toka, Lilith, Kirasaka and Philippi. Mentioned. See Issei. Erica. And why it is impossible to lose? Issei. Because if I lose, which is almost impossible, but knowing Razor, anything can happen, but if I lose everyone, including you, Erica, they will be Razors, and it's impossible for that to happen. Erica. I understand, I will give my all. Issei, I can't let anyone defeat me. Issei. Smiling, that's the attitude I expect the best from you. Erica. Yes. Issei. Well, I think it's time to go, don't you think? All? Yes. Issei. Well, I like that. Lilith. By the way Issei, don't forget your promise. Issei. If I haven't forgotten Lilith, I will fulfill it. Lilith. Happy, good. Lucifer. But since I'm his fiancé, I also have the right to sleep with him. Toka. Wait, how do you have the right? If so, I'll sleep with him too. Kirasaka. It's the same. Philippi. Seriously, me too. All the ones who were arguing started to hug Issei. Issei. Please calm down. All. Issei, who will sleep with you, furious. Issei. Nervous and scared, they all seem fine, thinking, shit, what Goku told me was no joke. If a woman gets angry, no matter how strong you are, she can kill you. All. Good. Erica. Laughing, haha Issei, you are very funny, haha. Issei. Nervous, haha yeah maybe, well it's time to go, don't you think girls? All. Yes. So they all started fighting to see who could hug Issei's arms, and so it was for the rest of the trip, and when they arrived at the Hyoudou residence, Issei gave Erica his room where she would sleep. From that moment on she would sleep there. When they went down they started to have dinner where the girls' discussion continued, and in the end they all went to sleep with Issei, just as he had said. The order was Lilith and Lucifer each took one of Issei's arms. Kirasaka and Toka slept clinging to the brown-haired boy's feet, and Philippi slept on him, which he didn't know if that was either very good or very bad, but when they all fell asleep. Issei. Thinking, I can't afford to lose, I will crush Razor with all my power, I promise. Well, in the vicinity of Kuoh. So there's this Hyoudou Issei, the original in the experiment to be perfect. I can't wait to see how strong he is or not, partner. Superscript 2, that's right master, I circa n apostrophe t wait for Ddraig and I to be one again. And don't forget about Volley Lucifer, even though he is not a problem, and you will be able to absorb Albion, and then Ophis Ouroboros will follow, and finally Great Red, and the world will be in complete destruction. It is better to go, it is not time yet. Superscript 2, okay master, just wait, Ddraig and Albion at WoW n apostrophe t belong, and I'll be complete. Who were they? Why did they call Hyoudou Issei the original? This and more in an upcoming chapter. Sona Satiri's request. Chapter 11. It was daytime and the brunette was waking up, but he couldn't move, and he knew why since all his entourage except for Erika were asleep hugging him, which seemed a little uncomfortable but somewhat stimulating. That's why I envy Issei, you lucky bastard, but today there were classes, and he had to somehow wake everyone up, but since he couldn't move he had to wake them up talking. Issei. Hey girls, can you wake up? Today we have to go to the academy. Please wake up. And so one by one they woke up. All. Good morning Issei, smiling with happiness. Issei. Good morning, did you sleep well? All. Yes. Issei. I see, then we can get up, it's already very late, don't you think? All. Okay. So everyone changed and went down to breakfast where Erika saw everyone happy and just smiled. That's how breakfast went, even though Lucifer and Lilith were fighting to feed Issei in his mouth, which made some of the girls jealous, and Issei said that every day they would take turns feeding him, which made them all happy, and so breakfast ended. When Erika arrived, she introduced herself, which surprised everyone except Issei and his servants. Several fell in love when they saw her and heard that she is Italian, and so classes went normally until break time. They went out to the usual place where Saji arrived to talk to Issei. Saji. Hello Hyoudou, how have you been? Issei. Hello Saji, very well, since you came to visit us. Saji. Well, Kaicho told me about your and Razor's agreement and I came to see if you were ready and to see your servants. Issei. Don't worry Saji, I have everything ready, it's impossible for the little bird to beat me. Saji. I see, and by the way Hyoudou, it seems that you have increased your entourage or not. Issei. CS Lucifer, Philipphi, Erika Vengan. The mentioned ones. What's up Issei? Issei. This is my friend Saji Genshiro, please introduce yourself. Erika. My name is Erika Blandelli, I am Issei's knight, it's a pleasure, Saji-kun. Philipphi. My name is Philipphi Aingram, I'm Issei's pawn, it's a pleasure. Lucifer. My name is Lucifer Einfolk and I am Issei's knight apart from his fiancée, it's a pleasure. Saji. My name is Saji Genshiro and I am Sona Satiri's pawn. It's a pleasure, but what did Lucifer say? Lucifer. I am Hyoudou, Issei's fiancé, smiling. Saji. Angry, hey Hyoudou, damn bastard, you get beauties and it turns out one of them is your fiancé. How did that happen? Issei. Well, how do I put it, he, laughing nervously. Saji. Well, what else does luck mean? Hyoudou, and by the way, Hyoudou, Kaicho is looking for you. Issei. Kaicho, why? Saji. I don't know, he just said to go with your servants. Issei. I see, well, girls, let's go. All. Yes. Saji. Ha, that Hyoudou became more and more popular since then, well, I better go. So Saji went to another place that only he knows, and Issei went to see what Sona wanted, so he went to the student council room and upon entering. Issei. What's going on Sona, why are you calling me? It doesn't end as he sees Rias. Issei. Sona, why is she here? Sona. Calm down Issei, she won't do anything. Rias. Yes, it is Issei, today I'm only here because Sona called me. Issei. Well then Sona, what's going on? Sona. What happens Issei-kun is that I want you to also tell him to cancel the engagement if you win in your battle against Razor. Issei. And why would he do that? Sona. Because it's simple, I want Rias to choose her future husband, not at least an arranged marriage. Issei. And what do I gain from that? Sona. What do you mean? Issei. I say it's useless, I don't care if Rias marries that idiot. Sona. Then why do you do it, why do you fight against him? Issei. It's simple, that idiot drove me crazy and I want to hit him until I cry, apart from the fact that he noticed my girls and I don't like that. Sona. I see, and what do you want in return for Rias as your fiancé? Smiling. Issei. Serious, no, not at all, I already have a fiancé. Rias. What does that mean Issei? Issei. Well, what you heard is that I already have a fiancé. Rias. And may I know who it is? Issei. Lucifer Ven. Lucifer. Yes Issei. Issei. She is my fiancé, is she Lucifer or not? Lucifer. Happy and blushing, that's right, I'm his fiancé, hugging him by the arm. Sona. Wow, I didn't expect that. Rias. If it's true, thinking, Issei you. Issei. If I know that, then I retired. Sona. Wait Issei-kun, if you're not doing it for Rias, then do it for me. Issei. Okay, if it's for me Sona, then I'll do it. Sona. Blushes, thanks Issei-kun. Issei. It's just for you, not for her, if that's all, goodbye. So Issei and his entourage leave the room. Sona. Blushing, Rias, I already did what you asked me to, but I doubt Issei-kun will forgive you easily after that, sad about that last thing. Rias. Sad, I know Sona, but I had to do that or he would have. Sona. Seriously, if you don't remind me, but I hope he can understand it. Rias. Yes, and by the way Sona, since when do you and Issei get along too? Sona. Serious, since you had to do that, our relationship, so to speak, was better. Rias. I see. And so they continued talking about nothing important while Issei and his girls moved further and further away from the student council room. He continued thinking about the same thing. Humiliating razor. Nothing interesting happened and so classes ended, so Issei decided to go with his girls straight home and once inside. Issei. Hey Lucifer, can you teach me how to use Bahamut? Lucifer. Of course, tell me where you want me to teach you. Issei. Let's see how it is in the forest where we met. Lucifer. Sure, no problem for me. Issei. Okay girls, see you later, okay? All? Yes. Issei. Then Lucifer, let's go. Lucifer. See. So both went to the forest where Issei's training would begin to be able to use the Bahamut, in which Lucifer told him what he had to do and say. Issei. Well then I'll start, taking out the sword, manifest feast of the blood of the gods, dragon of death cuts the black clouds of the sky Bahamut. Saying that the exoskeleton of the sword Bahamut appeared, its colors were black with red parts. Issei. So this is Bahamut, wow it feels amazing. Lucifer. That's the divine black jet drag ride Bahamut. Issei. Wow hey Ddraig, can you fuse the balance breaker with my Bahamut drag ride? Ddraig. Yes I think I can, but it will be a little complicated, but I will take care of it until tomorrow and it will be ready to use. Issei. Fine, I'll leave it to you. Lucifer. Wow Issei, they told me that he is one of the most powerful drag rides, but I never thought that with you, he would be so much. Issei. Yes he does Jahaja. And that somewhat far away both felt an explosion, so they went to see what caused it, and when they arrived where it was now a completely deserted area without any trace of life, they saw two people, women to be more exact, one with green hair that looked like a dragon, and one with black hair. The one with black hair was on the ground with several cuts on her body. One-sama, it's impossible to win, thanks to Hardy-sama, my power increased, and now you're no match for my power, it has surpassed yours, tell me, are you giving up now, One-sama? Superscript 2, I will never be his wife at all. Issei. Hey, what are you doing? Wow, look One-sama, we have a visitor and tell me who you are, simple man. Issei. Me number s Hyoudou Issei. Oh and what is it that you want? Issei. Knowing why they fight. That's none of your business little. Issei. Are you insulting me? That's how it is. Issei. You the cute black-haired girl, what is your name? Rory. Blushing, my name is Rory Mercury, apostle of Emroy, and she's forcing me to marry someone. Issei. So you want me to defeat her? Rory. If you can, I would like to. Issei. I see, dragon girl, you and me, dragon against dragon, what do you think? You're a dragon. Ha, don't make me laugh. Issei. Well, what do you think? I'm the security and I'll beat you, brat. We'll see. Thus would begin a battle between the dragon girl and Issei. Issei vs Dragon Girl. Chapter 12. I promised that when I had 10 followers I would upload a new chapter, nothing mattered, so here it is, and I will only say something next Thursday's chapter Issei vs Razor and discovering more about Issei's past and his predestined enemy. It was already getting dark and Issei asked Lucifer to teach him how to use Bahamut, but while he was testing it, an explosion is heard where they found two girls fighting where Issei decided to intervene and was about to fight with one of the girls who looked like a dragon since she had a tail, wings and scales on her body, which he did not care much and decided to face her. Issei. Ddraig, how about this time we start with Bahamut? Ddraig. As you wish, but if things get ugly use a little more power of the balance breaker since as you have told me and I know you do not want to use your 100% until the time comes to face him since we know that with him you do not play. Issei. Of course I know better than anyone, very well let's start, hey Lucifer I'll use Bahamut. Lucifer. Of course, so you can test its power. Issei. Taking out the sword, manifest feast of the blood of the gods, dragon of death cuts the black clouds of the sky Bahamut. And so Issei sees the black exoskeleton with red parts and a sword of the same black color with red lines. Issei. Very well, before we start, I want to know your name, girl. Giselle. My name is Giselle, remember it, brat. Issei. Ddraig, let's go with the 6%, how about crushing it? Ddraig. As you wish, partner. So Issei and the dragon girl collided, Issei hitting her with his sword and the dragon girl with a kind of scythe, both colliding and Issei, showing quite an advantage, pushing her back to the point that she almost ended up crushed, but even so, she got up and continued hitting Issei, who was not affected much by her blows. Issei. Communicator in ear, hey Lucifer, what's the name of Bahamut's ability? Lucifer. Communicator is called Reload on Fire. Issei. Thanks Lucifer, I owe you one. Lucifer. Of course tonight I'm the only one sleeping with you. Issei. Of course I promise you, smiling, well let's continue little one. Of course, brat. Issei. Reload on fire. As soon as Issei said those words his body was surrounded by a red aura. It was intense, so he decided to attack the girl with that aura, who could not react to Issei's attack, which she was sent several meters by the impulse. A few seconds she stood up with difficulty and could barely stand up, even though she had cuts all over her body and a broken arm, everything regenerated in a short time which annoyed him. Issei. I think I'll finish in one hit. Giselle. Come try it if you can, brat. Issei. Dragon Dami Poter. Ddraig. Whenever you want. Issei. Gen boosted gear. Ddraig. Boost explosion. Issei. That's more than enough now reload on fire here I go. Giselle. I'll wait for you, brat. Issei went to the dragon girl at a divine speed, no one could keep up with him. His red aura was superior to the one he expelled before and his strength managed to make the dragon girl be out of combat with one blow for several hours. His power was simply overwhelming, nothing could match it. Issei. I think that will be enough, I think I went too far, don't you think Lucifer, dispelling Bahamut. Lucifer. Yes it's true, but the power you had was simply overwhelming. Issei. Yes, but I think I'm already used to Bahamut. Lucifer. Well, I like that better. Issei. Okay, then Rory-san. Rory. Just tell me Rory, Issei, your power was impressive, you even surpass a semi-god with his power increased by a god. Issei. It wasn't really much, although it was a little complicated because of his regeneration, and you're fine Rory. Rory. Yes, thanks for everything, even though Hardy will continue looking for me until I marry her, which I don't want. Issei. Wait Hardy is a woman, surprised. Rory. Yes, she has tried to seduce me, but I'm not interested in her in the slightest, but one of these days I'll end up losing to her and getting married, sad look. Issei. And why don't you come with me and become my servant? Rory. And why would I go with you and become your servant? Issei. Well, I hate that a girl as pretty as you find herself married to a person she doesn't love, and about the maid, I think you understood it wrong. Rory. Well I think you're right and I kind of misunderstood. Issei. Well let's see, I'm not going to make you cook for me or anything like that since I'm a demon, and when I said servant, I meant that you come with me and become a demon and be part of my clan, that is to say, you will fight for my cause, and I will for yours. How about that? Rory. Well, I don't see any problem. Issei. Good, and what is your ability, beautiful Rory? Rory. Blushing, well, I have great strength and resistance, and I usually finish off my enemies in one hit. Issei. Wow you are incredible you would be useful as a rook. Rory. Tori. Issei. Let me explain what you need to know. And so Issei explains to Rory everything he needs to know about the demon world and the pieces apart from his future raiding game against Razor, which caught Rory's attention the most apart from being interested in Issei in a loving way, after knowing what he is like and his achievements, so she agreed to be his servant, and the ritual was done by which Issei already had his 8th servant, and so Rory told him everything about himself that she was a semi-goddess and was the apostle of the god Emroy. Sponsored video. Sponsored by advertising partner. Watch to learn more. Read more. Issei. Well, I think it's time to go, because tomorrow we're going on a little trip. Lucifer. Like a trip. Issei. You don't remember, we'll go train in a special place to make them strong, well, stronger than they already are, of course. Rory. Now where are we going Issei? Issei. To the place where I got this power that can defeat anyone who challenges me and until now no one has been able to make me serious enough to use 100% of my power, since with it I can destroy this planet if I wanted to, but I will never do it. Lucifer. Wow, I knew you were strong, but I didn't think you were as strong as my fiancé Hyoudou Issei was supposed to be, smiling. Rory. Angry, Issei what did she mean? Issei. Scared, how to say it, I got engaged to her by accident haha. Lucifer. But if you made it clear, no Issei. Issei. See low Admito, defeated. Rory. Expelling a terrifying aura and taking out his side, Issei, I think you need a punishment. Issei. Rory please calm down I beg you, scared, thinking, why the hell are angry women so scary? Rory. Issei recibiras un castigo. Issei. Rory, I'll do whatever you ask me to, nervous. Rory. You're not lying. Issei. No, I would never lie to you, nervous. Rory. Then I'll be your fiancé too. Issei. Wait why? Lucifer. Yes, tell me, Issei is only mine. Rory. That's all I ask of you. Issei. Okay, but why? Rory. Well the first is to scare Hardy away and the second is because I'm interested in you, you're peculiar so to speak. Issei. Fine, I'll do the first one. I'll leave the second one to your way of being while we go. Oh? Yes. And so they went home where Issei introduced Rory as his new member and everyone went straight to sleep and as Issei said Lucifer was the only one to sleep with him and in the morning as Issei said everyone went with him to a special place where they would train. This is Rory Mercury for those who don't know her. She, as she says, is Giselle. This is the drag ride Bahamut. The sword Bahamut in case you didn't know what it looks like. This is what Lucifer Einfolk's drag ride Fafnir. Going to train and prepare for the raiding game. Chapter 13. Issei and his maids were in the Kamisama temple about to enter a room. But who do we have here but it's Issei. Issei. Son Goku, how have you been? Goku. Very good, and what brings you here? Issei. Well, I came so you could let me use the time room. Goku. But you're already strong enough. Issei. It's not for me but for them. Goku looks at the girls who accompanied Issei. Goku. I see, it's fine, but give me a little time, let me modify the place so that everyone can pass, I will increase the power, but first you have to introduce us, don't you think? Issei. If you're right, girls, he is Goku, my teacher, the one who was able to make my power reach this point, although Natsu, a friend of Goku, also taught me, introduce yourself. Lilith. My name is Lilith Asami and it's a pleasure. Kirasaka. My name is Kirasaka Sayaka, it's a pleasure. Toka. My name is Yadagami Toka, it's a pleasure. Lucifer. My name is Lucifer Einfolk and I am your fiancé. It's a pleasure. Philippi. My name is Philippi Aingram, it's a pleasure. Erica. My name is Erica Blandelli, it's a pleasure. Rory. I am Rory Mercury and I am Emroy's apostle and I am also Issei's fiancé, it's a pleasure. Goku. Hahaha Issei I never thought you were such a Casanova hahaha you're interesting. Issei. Yes, I know, haha laughing nervously. Goku. Okay, give me a little time and I'll clean the room. Issei. Of course. So about 2 hours passed and Goku managed to fix the room so that Issei and his entourage could enter and upon entering they saw that practically everything was completely blank and the place seemed infinite apart from the fact that the gravity increased drastically but they had to get used to it once inside. Goku told them that they would be inside for a year and outside it would only be a day which impressed them since they thought it was a lie and without anything else they all began to train. Issei taught them everything he learned from Son Goku and Natsu Dragnel so that they could increase their powers and at the end of the training everyone's powers were superior to Amayu being at least a little stronger than a Demon King. After that they all thanked Son Goku for letting them train inside the room, he said that it was no problem and they could use it whenever they wanted and so they teleported towards the Hyoudou residence where already inside. Issei. Well, I think it's enough that they found the place. Lucifer. It's not bad at all since, thanks to that our powers increased drastically. Toka. Yes, it was entertaining smiling. Issei. Well, everyone thinks it was a good idea to go. All. Yes, of course nodding. Issei. Well, I think for now we have to rest and tomorrow we will get ready for the raiding game. All. Yes, nodding. Issei. Well, I think I'll go take a shower and go to sleep. Saying that Issei goes to take a bath and then goes straight to sleep but when he gets to sleep. Issei. Hey, why are you all sleeping here? Rory. It's easy because we were training for a whole year so we deserve to sleep with you. Lucifer. Yes, it's true. Lilith. Yes, that's right. Issei. Very well, but tomorrow be ready for the raiding game. All except Erica. Yes Issei smiling with happiness. And so everyone fell asleep. When they woke up they went to school except Rory since for her that was boring, so she would wait at home until the time of the raiding game, since it would be at night. Nothing important happened at school and already at night in the Hyoudou residence, a few minutes before Sirzechs appeared and sent them to the place where the raiding game would be. Issei. Okay, it's time, everyone is ready. All. Yes. Issei was wearing a suit similar to the one Goku always uses that he gave him at the end of training. Lilith was in her Magus mode, Kirasaka was in Kuoh's uniform, Toka was in her astral dress, which had parts of armor on her body, Lucifer and Philippi were in quite tight white and black suits and their swords at the waist and behind her each in that place. Erica was in the outfit she brought Issei with which was black pants and a black shirt and a kind of red and black scarf and Rory was in his apostle suit which was black with red parts and shortly after Sirzechs appears in a magic circle. Sirzechs. Issei-kun is a list. Issei. Of course Razor won't be able to do anything with me, I can assure you that. Sirzechs. I like your enthusiasm then let's go. Issei. Yes girls, let's go to the fight. All. Yes. So everyone got into the magic circle that would send them directly to the place of battle, and that place would be the Kuoh Academy, which did not surprise Issei in the least. This raiding game would be seen by the four Mayus, Lord Gremory, Lord Phenex, Rias Gremory and Sona Satiri. Sirzechs. Very well, the kings have been placed in their said base, razors will be placed in the occult club, and Hyoudou Isseis will be placed in the direction of the school. Very well, you have 30 minutes to devise your plans. The pawns can promote when they reach the enemy base. The game will end until a king loses or surrenders. That will be all that the raiding game begins. Issei. Well, we are about to start our first raiding game, and I will give the following instructions. Toka and Erika will go directly to the gym. They already know what to do if they find an enemy. Both? Yes. Issei. Well, Kurosaka and Rory will go through the small forest, the same for you. Both? Yes. Issei. Very well, Lucifer and Philipphe will go to the tennis court. You already know what to do. Both? Yes. Issei. And Lilith, you will go with me. I want fire from a distance and your aim is excellent. Lilith. Yes, Issei, blushing. Issei. Well, my beautiful girls, I want you to crush the enemy and use the technique that teaches you mental communication for anything. All. Yes, Issei, blushing. Issei. Well, let's start so that little bird knows his place and doesn't bother us again. And so the raiding game begins. The battle against the phenex. Chapter 14. Well, we start with what you have been waiting for, the battle of Issei against the phenex, but wouldn't it be more of a massacre? You will see, and the long-awaited name of the enemy who can kill Issei will currently be named. The raiding game was beginning where Issei had already given the order to disperse his maids. It had already been about 20 minutes, and Razor had already lost almost all of his maids. Razor's pawns lost against Lucifer and Philipphe, the rooks against Rory and Kurosaka, the knights against Toka and Erika, all were simply superior in strength and speed, all their pieces lost, and could not even touch them. Razor is now in front of the occult club with Ravel. His queen and his second bishop, while Issei is in front with his entire entourage without a scratch, while Razor and what remained of his entourage looked tired and exhausted. Issei. Come on, Razor, that's all you can do, laughing. Razor. Damn, I won't let this happen to you, saying that his body caught fire and he went to attack Issei, who simply hit him in the face, making Razor step back. Issei. Pathetic. Well then, Fire Dragon Iron Fist, saying that his right fist is wrapped in intense fire and goes directly against Razor, who when hitting him in the face, flies away after a small explosion. Razor. Damn it, I can't lose to a simple shitty dragon. Issei. You're tiring me out. Toka will take care of the queen, and Kurosaka will take care of the other bishop. Both? Yes, Issei. Saying that both run directly against said pieces. Toka with Sandalphon hits the queen, which sends it flying, creating a smokescreen, and charging Sandalphon with energy, she shoots it against the queen, which creates a magic circle, but it was useless, she was defeated. The bishop tried to attack Kurosaka, but it was useless, she moved at a much greater speed, dodging any attack thrown at her, and in the same way that Toka Kurosaka with a blow with a sword Kirin sends it flying, easily defeating her. Sirzechs. One queen and one Razor bishop are out. Issei. You see, your pieces are falling like flies. Razor. Damn. Phoenix Fist, saying that his left fist envelops in phoenix flames and hits Issei in the face. Hahaha, that's all, brat. Issei. Wow, it was a somewhat decent hit, but not enough to hurt me. I think it was enough. Right now you will see a real fire attack. Fire Dragon Wings, saying that his two arms catch fire and he flaps them as if they were wings and throws all the fire directly at Razor, who could not dodge the attack and was hit, losing an arm and a leg which regenerated but slower. Razor. Damn, I will not forgive you for this immortal phoenix impact. After this, Razor burst into flames and charged at Issei, who waited for the attack with his arms open. Upon impact, he saw Razor panting and Issei without an arm. Haha, you deserve that, brat, laughing. Issei. Well, what do we have here? Looking at his arm. Razor, I give you credit, that attack was stronger than expected, but out of nowhere, the part where his arm was cut off caught fire and a new one grew. That's not enough. Razor. Impossible, it's supposed that only those of the Phenex clan can regenerate their body. Scared. Issei. Sorry, I didn't tell you, I have the genes of the Phenex clan, that's why your flames don't even affect me. Smiling. While in the VIP room, everyone was impressed and scared since he had said that he had the genes that characterized the Phenex clan. Lord Phenex. Sirzechs Sama, what does this mean? That boy wasn't a simple human. He asks, amazed by what he just heard. Sirzechs. I don't know how to explain it either. Issei-kun was a simple human. Rias, you knew about this? Rias. No, Oni-sama, it's also the first time I see him with that power, not even against Gabriel he showed it, and I see that he only plays with Razor. He said that, surprising everyone. Lord Gremory. This boy is a true Bakemono, and correct me if I wrote it wrong, how come he has Phoenix blood? I can explain it to you. Sirzechs. Who are you? Goku. My name is Son Goku and I trained that boy and it is better that that phenex gives up, he will never be able to defeat Issei. Lord Phenex. Then tell us we are Goku, how is it that this boy has phenex blood? Goku. That simple. Issei is a test subject of the project Be Perfect, I miss what a bucking original name, but I had no ideas, in which several human women were implanted with demon, angel and fallen angel genes, apart from a few they were joined by genes of famous clans or demon kings, you already saw a little more of what the experiment was about, that's why Issei has the boosted gear. Sirzechs. I've never heard of that project in my life. Goku. It makes sense that he was created by humans who were able to collect genes from different beings, although most were just hybrids of demon fallen angel or angel fallen angel, but Hyoudou Issei is special. Lord Phenex. How is that kid special? Lord Gremory. If he explains he's Goku. Rias. If they are Goku, how is Issei special? Goku. It's easy, his parents named him, you know the reason was that. Smiling. I'm sorry, but I can't explain it, if I do, Issei would get mad at me and I don't want that, he can explain it himself, since he has more details, since his own parents explained it to him. Rias. But Issei's parents were common humans like any other. Goku. It's what they wanted us to believe. Vegeta. I have a doubt they are Goku. Goku. See Daimi. Vegeta. If Issei-kun is one of the subjects of that project, it means that there are more like him. Goku. That's right, there are several, some have died, others live as angels, fallen angels or demons, but among them several are unpredictable. Vegeta. I see. Sona. Goku-kun, how many are dangerous? Goku. Let's see, now I know of 4 of them, and they are in a group collecting more hybrids to devour all their powers seriously. Sona. What are your names? Goku. I only know the name of the leader, and his name is Amarok, and he is the most dangerous. He could kill everyone here without any difficulty. Serafal. He's that strong. Goku. That's right, I would say he is so strong that he would give Issei a very difficult battle at 100%, even Issei could lose if he doesn't get more power. That surprised everyone. Sona. We have to be careful or else unimaginable things would happen. Serafal. You're right Sona-chan, but that boy has me interested. Looking at the screen where the battle was taking place, looking specifically at the brown-haired boy with a slight blush. Goku. Although there is something that is me confused about Issei. Sirzechs. And what is it asking? Goku. Issei does not emit the energy of any common demon who has the blood of a phenex, he is very different. But that everyone was even more amazed since according to Goku Issei was special, so after that everyone decided to pay attention to the battle again, even more a trio of women looking at Issei with some interest or love that you will know very soon, returning with Issei. Issei. Come on Razor, I'm getting bored of you yawning. Razor. Damn brat phenex fists die. Razor went straight at Issei trying to hit him in the face, but Issei stopped Razor's punches as if they were nothing. Issei. Pathetic. It's time to finish Bright Flame of the Fire Dragon, saying that Issei creates in his hands a huge amount of fire which he throws at Razor and upon impact creates a huge explosion from which Razor comes out without feet or arms. He was completely fainted and his wounds were slowly healing, thus ending the encounter. Sirzechs. King Razor has lost, the winner is King Hyoudou Issei. That said, everyone was transported to Sirzechs' mansion where, as Ravel said, he was put at the disposal of King Hyoudou Issei and Rias, and Razor's engagement was cancelled, and so Issei and his entourage went straight to the Hyoudou residence, where everyone got ready to sleep since tomorrow would be the meeting of the factions, where almost everyone slept again with Issei, except for Ravel and Erika. The meeting of the 3 factions is interrupted. Chapter 15. It was dawning at the Hyoudou residence where the brown-haired boy was waking up a little tired but not much since the day before he faced Razor, where he won without much difficulty, but now he had another problem where almost all of his entourage was sleeping with Issei, except for Ravel and Erika who slept in their own rooms. Already waking up he sees that everyone is awake watching him. Issei. Good morning smiling. All. Good morning Issei smiling. Issei. Don't you think it's time to get up since we have classes, so go change and Rory do whatever you want in the house. All? Yes. But before leaving, someone was already downstairs, a young man with blonde hair who emitted a very high holy aura. You're Hyoudou Issei-kun, right? Issei. Yes, that's how it happens. Michael. My name is Michael and I am the overlord of heaven. Issei. So you are Archangel Michael and so why do you come to see me? Michiel. It's very simple Issei-kun, if you allow me to tell you, receiving a yes from Issei, what I came for is the peace treaty. Issei. And then why do you come here if the treaty will be held at the academy? Michiel. Well, I came to give you this appearing from an intense glow the sword Ascalon I came to give you the sacred sword Ascalon as a peace treaty between the angels and you, the most powerful Security of all time. Issei. I see, but can I hold it? Ddraig. Sacred gears respond to the wearer's emotions or feelings, so concentrate on being able to hold it. Issei. Okay, here I go. Issei began to concentrate in order to hold it until a glow appeared from the sword and in a few seconds the sword had joined with the boosted gear. It worked. Mitchell. Well, that's all, I'm leaving. I hope to see you at the treaty. Issei-kun. Issei. Yes, watching the overlord disappear from the sky. Well, let's go. So Issei and the newly integrated Ravel headed to the academy except for Rory, as already said, since she was not interested in the least in studies thanks to her knowledge, so she was left alone at home. Already being in the academy, nothing interesting happened, so skipping everything that matters least already in the peace treaty were the Mau Sirzechs and the Mau Seraphol. Sona and her queen Tsubaki and Rias with her entourage apart from Michiel and a black-haired man with a blonde lock, assuming that he was the leader of the fallen angels and another boy at his side who was Vali, but Issei did not take much importance and logically Issei and his entire entourage and the treaty began. Everything was normal, there was no problem, but when he was about to finish the treaty Issei insulting Ria's group got angry, but Sona tried to calm them both down, but as soon as they touched Issei, the place became different since Ria's entire entourage, except for Zenobia and Kiba, who froze as did Tsubaki. Issei. What's up? Sirzechs. It seems there's trouble. Looking out the window seeing that all the angels, fallen angels and devils who were on guard outside were frozen and a magic circle appeared from which hooded men came out and it seems they used your servant Rias. Rias? So Gasper is here. Issei. Gasper, another one who causes problems and has to be done. Sirzechs. Well, it's simple, we have two options. Someone goes after Gasper and recovers him, since this will cause more problems, or kill him, and this effect will end. Rias. Oni-sama, I will go for my servant. Sirzechs. Rias, it's impossible for you to go alone. Issei-kun, can you accompany her? Issei. It's fine since. Hey, and by the way, Security is carrying this, giving him a bracelet. You have to put it on the vampire child. Issei. Very well, and your name is? Azazel. My name is Azazel and as you know I am the leader of the fallen angels. Issei. Very well girls, protect everyone. All? Yes. And so thanks to Issei's technique he and Rias teleported to the occult club where they had Gasper on a cross with a magic circle around him and a few people with hoods that Rias recognized as magicians, and Issei took care of all the magicians in a matter of seconds and so they freed Gasper to put the bracelet on him and while with Issei's entourage who eliminated the magicians very easily and including Sona. Hiba and Zenobia were fighting even though they had a little difficulty but they managed to continue fighting but out of nowhere a circle appears that only the two Mau. The overlord of the sky and Azazel knew who it was since it was a woman who according to her was a descendant of the Mau Leviathan and came to kill everyone, but Azazel decides to face her using dragon armor thanks to an artificial sacred gear that he created and so both fighting where Azazel gave an arm to kill her. Then I look at all the magicians, they had been eliminated thanks to Issei and his entourage. Rias and her entourage and Sona with Tsubaki, but when it was thought that everything was over, Azazel was hit and thrown to the ground by an attack from a white armor and its owner was none other than Vali. Azazel. Hey Vali, can I know the reason why you betrayed me to go to Kuoh's bridge? Vali. Simple Azazel, the reason was that this place seems more fun. Issei. Wow, so Vali betrays Azazel, who would have thought it? Vali. My rival, what if we have a battle or I kill your companions myself, what do you say? Issei. Although I doubt you can handle them but angry with that you made me angry Ddraig, let's go with the 10% to see how it goes. Ddraig. Okay, buddy. Issei. Well then balance breaker appearing his red armor, let's see Vali who is the strongest. Vali. Go ahead my rival. And so they began a battle of punches and kicks in which Issei saw himself with a great advantage until. Issei. Ha, that's all you have. Vali. You're not wrong, Albion. Albion. Yes, divide. Issei. Wow, I thought you would never get serious, Ddraig. Ddraig. See boost. Issei. Hey Vali, why are you holding back? Vali. So you noticed. Issei. So how about you use everything now? Vali. Very well, expelling double his aura from before. Look Hyoudou Issei, this is my true power. Issei. Wow, it's great, but what if I also use some of my power Ddraig? Let's go with 15% and use Bahamut like in training. Ddraig. Very well, partner. Issei. Vali, now you will see the power of a real dragon Ddraig now. Ddraig. Very good. Issei. Manifest feast of the blood of the gods, dragon of death, cuts the black clouds of the sky. Bahamut balance breaker. Vali. What is this? What is this part of your energy and power? Issei. Volley, now you will see a part of my power. Bahamut balance breaker overload. Issei's armor turned completely black and his gems and eyes turned completely red and his wings were now 2 times bigger with the colors red and black. Sirzechs. But this power is Issei-kun's, it's simply amazing. Serafal. If I know, we can't do anything. Ice's child. Issei. Well, we're off to a good start, volley Lucifer. Volley. So you noticed it as I expected from my rival spreading 12 demon wings. That's right, I am volley Lucifer, descendant of the original Lucifer. But the others? Sirzechs. So he is a descendant of Lucifer. Mitchell. Nobody would suspect it. Serafal. Yes, I know, I hope Issei-kun can. Lilith. Don't worry, Issei is only using less than a quarter of his power. Azazel. Wow, that boy will always surprise you. Ice's child. Volley. But don't think you're the only one with that. Issei. Wow, so you can do it too. Volley. This is Albion. Albion. Release all your limiters, use it. Volley. Manifesto feast of the justice of the gods, dragon of justice, cuts the white clouds of the sky, AI.ka balance breaker overload. Volley's armor turned completely platinum with purple gems and eyes, his blue wings changed color between navy blue and purple, expelling energy and power almost equal to Issei's. Let's start well, right? Issei. Whenever you want. So this would be a battle that would not be forgotten, the Isekai'ed versus the Kuoh, both beings who were extremely powerful. Isekai'ed versus Kuoh. Chapter 16. The battle of Issei versus Volley was about to begin, in which both had a new version of their balance breaker that when fused with a sword divis causing the armor to change shape and color and emitting a completely different energy and power. Issei. Okay, here I go. Volley turning on his thrusters that now emitted a powerful energy. Prepare you. Volley. Whenever you want, Hyoudou. Issei. And so both began a battle in which it was not clear who would win. The battle was very even until there was a problem. Volley. Now Albion. Albion. Divide, divide, divide. Issei. My bien dragon. Ddraig. Seize Bouet. What happens? Issei. What's happening? Ddraig and the surge dodging Volley's blows. Ddraig. I don't know, partner, but I can't do a raise. Issei. Curse Volley, what did you do? Volley. Nothing except that I stole your boost ability. Albion. Boost Albion's voice playing instead of Ddraig's. Issei. Impossible, amazed when. Volley. That's very simple, while we were fighting my ability managed to steal your augment and prevent you from using it. Issei. Wait, that ability was Balzaride's, how do you have it? Volley. It's the same reason why I have this form. I stole that sword divis from him when he was about to die. I knew it would be useful. Issei. Shit. Ball with Issei's girls. Lucifer. Since he has Balzaride's sword divis, then I should have removed his sword divis curse. Philippi. Now Issei doesn't have many chances, but he will succeed. Pirasaka. If it's true, he will do it. Ice's child. Issei. Well, since you stole my augment, then Ddraig, let's do it. Ddraig. That's right, partner, do it. Issei. Reload, on fire, here I come. Volley. Covering himself in crimson energy, he flies at high speed towards Volley, hitting him in the face, and so both began to exchange blows, but Issei avoiding being touched. Volley. Very well, what I expected from my rival Hyoudou. Issei, but what if I hurt or kill all the women you have treasured? Issei. Damn it, do it and I'll kill you. Angry. Volley. Hahaha, starting with Rias Gremory and ending with Sona Satiri. Ddraig. Partner, there is something I have to tell you, and that is that Rias Gremory never betrayed you, she was forced by that phenex, said the serious one. Issei. Thinking, you must be kidding. Ddraig, they attacked me and kicked me out. Ddraig. It was the phenex who forced them to do that, otherwise he would kill you. Issei. Thinking, and me doing everything I did, what an idiot. Volley. Albion now. Albion. See, boost. Volley. Now flying at high speed straight to Issei's girls. Issei. Vlee increasing his power, you'll pay for this. Reload, on fire, over limit. When Volley was a few meters away from hitting Rias, a black armor stopped his blow with one hand. Issei. Volley, you're going to die, with great fury hitting Volley in the chest, sending him flying and breaking the armor. Volley. What I expected from my rival, panting, but this isn't over yet. Albion. Albion. AI.ka balance breaker overload. Issei. Damn that bastard. Then he looked down and saw a navy blue sphere next to him, then he knew it was Volley's balance breaker. Hey Ddraig, how about we absorb his power too? Ddraig. I see what you're thinking, mate. I agree. Let's show him our power. Issei. Volley, I will take your power, colliding the gem in his right gauntlet, causing its color to vary between green, red and navy blue. This hurts, but not enough. Ddraig now. Ddraig. Okay, then I'll help you. Volley. Haha, trying Hyoudou. Issei is impossible. Albion. We managed it thanks to the skill of that sword, but you can't. Ddraig. We'll see about that, Albion. Issei. Volley and taken your power. Ddraig. Vanish and dragon power is taken. Albion. It's impossible. Issei. Volley here I come. Volley. I'm waiting for you Hyoudou Issei starting to hit each other until. Issei. A horror dragon. Ddraig. Divide Ddraig's voice resonating instead of Albion's. Volley. Damn then take this. Albion. Half dimension. Issei. That woe and apostrophe T work on me Ddraig do you think I can withstand the Kaioken with this armor? Ddraig. That's right, but you can only do it up to 15 times in power, since your body still woe and apostrophe T adapt to your new form, and we would suffer an overload. Issei. That's too much, I know how much is enough Kaioken X2, as soon as he said that, Issei disappears from everyone's side, and the blow on Volley's armor is heard now. Dragon. Divide. Volley. Damn Albion let's do it. Albion. Understand. Volley. Now suffers Hyoudou Issei destroyer cannon, and that Volley's left arm transforms into a large cannon and fires a large amount of power and shoots a silver beam. Issei. We'll see about that Kamehameha saying that Issei fires an extremely huge amount of red and blue color that collides with Volley's attack, both were even, but in a matter of seconds Volley you are going to suffer. Dragon. Divide. Volley. Curse. A huge explosion is created with which an extremely huge smoke screen appears from which Issei flies out. Issei. We did it panting wow, I didn't think that would consume so much energy. Ddraig. You're right, but we regained our ability. Issei. Yeah, at least we achieved something good. Volley. That was a great attack Hyoudou Issei. Issei. I knew you wouldn't die with that volley. Volley. I congratulate you Hyoudou Issei, that attack was the best one they've thrown at me, his arms covered in blood and blood was coming out of his forehead, but let's go with the second one. Issei. Whenever you want. At that moment, the protection that was around the school is broken from above by a man who comes out from Volley's side. Volley. Kizunaddraig Biku. Biku. It's time to go Volley, leave everything now seeing how Volley had been left who are you up against to end up like this. Volley. Against Hyoudou Issei pointing at who he was the Seekvaira. Biku. Wow Volley, you must have had a good fight. Issei. Who are you? Biku. My name is Biku, it's a pleasure Seekvaira and goodbye a magic circle appearing below him. Volley. Come back stronger and I will make you my rival disappearing. Issei. Wow, and I wanted to destroy it. Sirzechs. Issei-kun thank you for protecting us. Issei. It's nothing and by the way Rias. What's up? Issei. I hope to see you tomorrow smiling at her and using his teleportation girls let's go. All. Yes. And so Issei and his entourage disappeared, leaving a surprised Rias since she knew that Issei had forgiven her for what she did, but leaving that aside, Sirzechs began the reconstruction of the academy, since the damage was enormous and when he finished everyone disappeared. Problems. Chapter 17. It had been a few weeks since Issei had faced Volley, and his body felt strange since using a new form that rivals, but is still below the juggernaut drive that Ddraig told him apart from putting great pressure on his body by the Kaioken. Issei at times of the night while he sleeps his body suffers damage from the pressure caused by the function, plus the Kaioken plus the dragon instincts, make him lose control of his body, and every night he wakes up with a girl from his entourage completely naked like him, and she tells him that that night was the best and tried everything not to do it, but in the end, she had the same result, so he decides to ask Goku for advice. Issei. And Goku, do you have any plan to avoid that? Since practically all of my entourage are no longer virgins, including Rias, I don't know what I'll do if one of them gets pregnant scared of what they would do to her just thinking about if one of them gets pregnant. Goku. Hahaha, well, how about I train you for another year, but this time Natsu will also train you to increase your power and stop that side effect. Issei. Yes of course and where is Natsu? Goku. He's training a little in the room. Issei. I see and when will? Goku enter? I say now. As soon as he said that Natsu left the room. Natsu. Ahola Issei-kun komo tia ido. Issei. Let's say not very well. Natsu. And that's why. Issei. Well, how do I say it, you see so Issei tells Natsu everything about the side effect, who didn't know what to say, and agreed to train him again. Natsu. Okay Issei-kun, let's go in and I'll teach you new techniques. Goku. Yo I will. Issei. Very well, let's start. So the three of them entered the room where they gave him an even harder training than the first time, and now Issei learned new techniques like the Genkidama of Son Goku, apart from several more and several techniques of Natsu, and so the year passed where Issei was able to control the Bahamut balance breaker overload with a Kaioken of 25 times increased, and his limit in normal form had already exceeded the expectations of Goku and Natsu, since Issei could already use a Kaioken X50. But that leaves him too weak and will only use it in emergencies, since if he uses it for too long, he can die from the pressure it exerts on his body, and even Issei had managed to create new fusion forms for his balance breaker, and the year had already passed inside the room and when leaving. Issei. Thank you very much Goku and Natsu. Goku. It's nothing, all for Ddraig's friend and also for you. Natsu. Come back whenever you want. Issei. Very well, goodbye. Using the transportation that Goku taught him, he left. Natsu. And Goku, you already discovered what was bothering you. Goku. That's right, Issei has already exceeded my expectations by far, and his DNA has something more apart from what we already know, but I still don't know if it's from you know. Natsu. You're right, he still has a lot of things that we don't know. I would be surprised if he also had Dragon Slayer blood, hahaha laughing. Goku. Yes, I know, but I still don't understand how they collected DNA from so many beings. Natsu. Don't even ask me, I have no idea either, but it's better not to tell him. Goku. You're right, but how about we eat, I'm already hungry. Smiling. Natsu. You're right, let's eat. And so they both went to eat, poor thing for the one who has to prepare the food Issei had already returned home, and everyone was not exactly happy. Issei. Yuri agrees. Lilith. Issei where were you? Lucifer. If I said where you were all night. Issei. I went to train with Son Goku. Erika. And can you tell me why? Issei. Well, I wanted to eliminate the effect of the fusion plus the Kaioken plus my dragon instincts, and I think I succeeded. Rias. And why did you do it? Note Rias has lived after Vali's incident in the Hyoudou residence, that's why that happened. Issei. Well, if I did it with any of you, at least I would have thought about it and it wouldn't be because of my instincts, right? Laughing. Rory. I see, it's okay with a slight blush. Ravel. You're right just as blushing. Issei. Well and what will we do today? Rias. Well for the moment there is nothing. Issei. I see what we do while. Then a magic circle appears from where Sirzechs comes out. Issei. Sirzechs what brings you here? Sirzechs. Well, father asked me to go to the mansion with Rias. Issei. And see can I know why nervously remembering the day he woke up with Rias and said that happened. Sirzechs. He told me not to tell you anything, that they will just accompany me. Issei. Since Rias is going, girls, let's go. And so Issei and Rias accompanied by Sirzechs were transported with a magic circle to the Gremory mansion where Lord Gremory was waiting. Lord G. Issei-kun, I'm glad you came. Issei. What's my name? Nervous. Lord G. That's simple, I found out what happened between you and Rias. Issei. Why yes and what happens? Lord G. I want you to become the heir to the Gremory clan. Issei and Rias. Wadie. Surprised by what Lord Gremory just said. Issei. Why? Lord G. It's simple, you are fully capable, you have the power and enough knowledge to be able to manage your entourage without any problem, so you are capable enough to achieve that. Issei. Why see me Nimi? Lord G. Don't think I've forgotten what happened to Rias increasing his aura that makes Issei uncomfortable and scared. Issei. Okay I accept, NA in-laws are scary XD. Sirzechs. Well echoed Issei-kun. Rias. Well, it can be done, right? Issei. Yes he well if that's all Rias we're going. Rias. Good. Sirzechs. Issei-kun, help me. Issei. And this. As he was about to leave, a huge explosion was heard outside the Gremory mansion where everyone went to see, and in front of them was a boy between 16 and 17 years old with blue cavalry. Lord G. What happened here? Hyoudou Issei Alfin knows Vamos. Issei. Who are you? Hey, seriously, your parents never mentioned me to the original. Issei. No, and who are you? Amarok. My name is Amarok and I have come to see how strong you are, Hyoudou Issei, the original. Issei. What do you mean by original? Amarok. Since I am also a hybrid extending 2 demon wings and 4 fallen angel wings created by that experiment. Issei. Well, that's what I assumed, but why do you want to face me? Amarok. Because they say you are the strongest of all, and I will prove it balance breaker. As soon as he said that, an armor identical to Issei's, except that everything was completely black and its gems were purple. Issei. So you have 1-2 balance breaker. Ddraig. Welsh dragon balance breaker boosted gear scale male. Amarok. This begins Hyoudou Issei. The battle that was undoubtedly one of the strongest ever seen was about to begin. Issei vs Amarok. Chapter 18 Issei vs Amarok. Issei was about to fight the one who called himself Amarok. Issei. Okay, here I go. Ddraig. Boost 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 jet. Amarok. Well, me too. Both began to exchange blows and kicks, neither seemed to give up, parts of the armor broke but were restored instantly until. Issei. Dragon shoot launching a huge red energy. Amarok. That's it, I expected more from the original. I'd boost a voice that was quite thick resounds. Issei. What? Amarok. The original penalty deflecting the attack with a single blow is now. Line as soon as that is heard, Amarok's right arm changes shape, something similar to Saji's sacred gear absorption line that launches a line that sticks to Issei's right arm. Issei. What? A scale. Ddraig. Blade coming out the edge of the sword of Ascalon that with only its presence is disintegrated. Issei. How come you have the boosted gear, the divine dividing and the absorption line? Amarok. It's easy, thanks to the cursed Longinus I can use the abilities of the best dragons, and that means it's your end. Issei. Damn, I'll have to use it. Ddraig. Companion as we show him the power of the current Seekvaira. Issei. Gendami Poter. Ddraig. Boost 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 Ahura Hyoudou Issei. Issei. Manifest feast of the blood of the gods, dragon of death, cuts the black clouds of the sky balance breaker. Ddraig. Bahamut dragon balance breaker overload, his armor changes to black, his gems turn red, and his wings grow twice as big. Amarok. Interesting, it surprises me, but. Have to mention. Issei. That's not enough to defeat me. Ddraig sets my power to 60%. Ddraig. Very well, will you use everything for the first time? Issei. That's right, he's looking for it, but first let's see if he's worthy. Ddraig. You're right. Issei. Here I go Amarok. Amarok. Then Hyoudou Issei. They both began to exchange blows, but this time Issei managed to hit him with more force and speed, preventing him from reacting to attack or repair his armor. Amarok. Interesting original, but it's time for me to stop playing now, you'll see my power at 100%, Ddraig gives me the Juggernaut drive. Ddraig. Yes master. Both. I, the one who will awaken. I am the dark dragon who steals the principles of God's dominion. I belong to infinity and command the dreams. I will be the black dragon who perfects the path of destruction. I will sink you into the depths of infinite purgatory. Juggernaut drive. Saying that a version of Issei's Juggernaut drive that worked with volleys appeared, but its color was dark and its eyes red, but the gems on its body were white, its wings looked like volleys, but they were red with blue gems, and it expelled an energy that just by standing in front of it exerted a very strong pressure on you that could almost leave you unconscious. Issei. What the hell is that? Ddraig. So he's still alive. Issei. Do you know him? Ddraig. That's right, it's a dark dragon created with the evil energy of the original Mayus plus the power that was stolen from Albion Vitria and mine. A dragon was created that was too powerful that almost killed the Mayus, someone even worse than Albion or me, someone who kills for pleasure, Ddraig the cursed dragon, but thanks to the union of the Great War, it could be sealed even though it was too dangerous nervous. Issei. I see, and now he is worthy. Ddraig. More than worthy, he is dangerous now, he uses everything. Issei. Very well, now I ask you to give me power to use this new form. Son Goku and Natsu, my teachers, give me your energy. Well, 100%. Ddraig. Now Hyoudou Issei. Both. Infernal balance breaker X10 saying that his armor turned completely red, surrounded by a crimson energy that surpassed Amarok's by a little. Amarok. Original, let's see if you can stand this. Ddraig. Boost 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 boost. Ddraig. Partner, we need more power, let's use it all or nothing. He will use it. Issei. Very well, Infernal Kaioken X20 Kamehameha releasing a potent torrent of crimson energy. Amarok. Longinus curse destruction. Thus both attacks collided, it seemed like a tie, but Amarok was starting to win. Issei. Maldition Maz Poter. Ddraig. Infernal boost. As soon as Ddraig said that, an increase that seemed like 50 boost ran through the brown-haired boy's body, giving him more power, but it still seemed like little. Issei. Amarok dies Kaioken X25, saying that Issei's attack became 2 times bigger, surpassing Amarok's attack and creating a huge explosion, leaving only smoke in sight. I think I finished him off. Amarok. I admit I didn't think the original had that much power. You could see an Amarok without both arms and bleeding from its body. Issei. Curse. Amarok. Hahaha, it was interesting original, but regenerating his arms and closing all wounds in an intense flame. You are not the only one with powers of the Phenex clan. Issei. Damn, he was completely tired and panting heavily. Why are you still alive? Amarok. If it weren't for this power I wouldn't have lasted long enough. Heh, it was a pleasure, Hyoudou Issei, but we'll see each other again. Disappearing in a magic circle and dropping a white-haired girl. Issei. Curse, falling to the ground unconscious. Rias. Issei. Sirzechs. Issei-kun. They both ran to see the cause of the chestnut's fainting. New servant. Chapter 19. Several hours had passed since Issei had fainted from overusing his power, and they also decided to treat the girl that Amarok had left on the battlefield without knowing her name or what she was, but for the reason that Amarok had her, that would mean that she is special. Issei. Where am I waking up? Rias. Issei, are you okay? She asked worriedly. Issei. I think so. Rias. Issei, why did you fall unconscious? Issei. Well, I exceeded my limit in the technique and my body couldn't handle it, but thanks to the regenerative powers of the Phenex clan, I think I'm fine. Rias. How good. Issei. And by the way, Rias, before I fainted I saw that Amarok dropped a girl. Where she is? Rias. There she is, pointing to a bed next to Issei with a girl who was wearing armor and had white hair. She's just unconscious. Issei. I see. That's when Lord Gremory enters. Lord G. Issei-kun, are you okay? Issei. Yes, somehow I'm fine. Lord G. Issei-kun, you knew that boy? Issei. No, I've never seen him before, but Goku told me about him. He's also a hybrid of that experiment and there are many more by his side, perhaps. Lord G. I see, inform us of anything. Issei. If you don't worry. At that the girl wakes up. Hello, are you okay? She just nods. Issei. Well, my name is Issei, Hyoudou Issei, and yours is? She takes out a notebook and starts writing. That said, my name is Euclid Helsa, you can call me Yu. Issei. Very well, Yu. Why did Amarok kidnap you? Yu. Maybe because of my powers. Issei. I see. What kind of powers you have? Yu. Writing. My powers are to heal any wound and revive the dead by transforming them into zombies. Issei. Wow, you have incredible powers. Yu. Writing. Apart from the fact that my magic is so great that I have to use this armor to be able to control it. Issei. I see, and why don't you talk? Yu. Writing. It's because my magic is so great that my emotions and my words can change the world. Issei. Wow, surprised. And you can't control her? Yu. No, I still can't control it. Issei. Wow, Rias, is there any way she can control her powers? Rias. I don't know, there are several methods, but the simplest is to make him your servant to be able to control his powers. It's the same thing I did with Gasper, but he still needs training. Issei. I see, then Yu wants to become part of my entourage so that if Amarok comes again I can protect you. Yu. I don't know. Issei. Don't worry, I'm not planning on doing anything to you just so you can control your powers and protect yourself from Amarok. What are you talking about? Yu. Yes, that's okay. Issei. Very good, taking out the pawn piece and putting it on Yu's chest and doing the ritual. Very good. Yu tries to talk. Yu. I think it works speaking. Issei. It seems that if Rias doesn't think it's time to go, the girls will be worried. Rias. You're right. Issei. Very well, Yu, let's go. Yu. Yes. And so thanks to Issei's teleportation the three left saying goodbye to Lord Gremory. So when they arrived home, Issei introduced Yu to everyone in his entourage, saying that she would be his new partner, and so the days passed, in which most of the time Issei rested due to the pressure that he exerted on his body the day he fought against Amarok and had to rest, and then he decided to train and continue his studies until the day that Sirzechs called them, since it was the meeting of the young demons in which both Rias and Issei participated. And in the meeting a few minutes after arriving, there was a problem since two demons were fighting, in which Issei intervened. Issei. Hey, why are you fighting? Stopping the fist of the rebellious looking demon boy. Who are you? Asked the boy. Issei. My name is Hyoudou Issei, and yours is? Zephyrdor. Zephyrdor Heredero del Clan Glaciolabolas. Issei. And yours, cutie? Seekvaira. Seekvaira, heiress of the Agar's clan. With a slight blush, she was a girl with blonde hair and a good body, apart from having glasses. Issei. I see, and why were they fighting? Zephyrdor. This damn virgin drives me mad. Issei. And that's why? Zephyrdor. She thinks she can beat me just because she's a genius, so I'll give her some lessons in bed. Smiling. Issei. And what if I am your opponent, since I don't like it when pretty girls are bothered and much less insulted? Zephyrdor. Of course, this will be easy. Thinking he had the advantage, the boy launched himself at Issei, wanting to hit him in the face, but receiving a blow to the stomach that sent him flying from Issei. Issei. Hey, that's all, let's go. No, that's easy. I'm not even using 3%. Let's go, you can do it. Zephyrdor. Damn, trying to hit him again several times, but with the same result until he was knocked unconscious with a blow to the face from the brown-haired man. Issei. Well, I think that's all. Hey, it seems you've done my work, haha. Issei turns to see a young man with black hair and great muscles. Issei. And you are? Sereog. My name is Sereog, heir of the Bale clan. It's a pleasure. Issei. My name is Hyoudou. Issei, the Seekvaira is also a pleasure. Seekvaira. It can't be serious, you're the Seekvaira. Issei. If that's the case, taking out the boosted gear, you see it. Seekvaira. Wow, you're right. Issei. I would never lie to a pretty girl, smiling. Seekvaira. Well then I'm leaving Seekvaira with a slight blush. Issei. Issei, call me that. Seekvaira. Okay then Issei-kun, see you later, leaving. Sereog. Rias, it's been a while since we've seen each other. Rias. That's Sereog. Issei. Rias, you know him. Rias. That's right, he's Sereog Bale, my cousin and the #1 young demon. Issei. Wow, so he will be the strongest after me. Sereog. Wow, so the Seekvaira must be very strong to say that. Issei. That's right, since I defeated Gabriel and the strongest Kuoh of all time. Sereog. Wow, you're really strong. Surprised, one of these days I'd like to exchange blows with you. Issei. Of course I would like that. And so Sereog leaves and the meeting of the young devils continues normally until Issei sees that Kuoh runs to an elevator and follows her, as well as Rias, who saw that Issei was leaving, and when they reached the first floor they ran to a forest, and when they arrived they saw Kuoh talking to a girl with black hair and a quite voluptuous body wearing a kimono and had cat ears and 2 tails, in which Rias replied that she was Kuoh's sister, which surprised Issei, but at that moment another person comes out, which was Baiko, Volley's partner. Baiko. Hey Kuoh, you'll continue ignoring those who are hiding. Issei. Wow, it seems they discovered us leaving with Rias behind him. Hello Baiko, how is Volley? Baiko. Well, more or less after the beating you gave him, haha. Kuoh. Hey Baiko, who is he? Baiko. The Seekvaira. Kuoh. So he's the one who defeated Volley, almost killing him. Issei. That's right, and why did you call Kuoh and me Kuoh? Kuoh. Well, why else would you take my sister? Issei. I see, but it will be over my dead body. Kuoh. Issei-senpai, please don't fight. Issei. Calm down Kuoh, I won't kill her, I'll just hurt her a little. Kuoh. I'm sorry Seekvaira Naya. Issei. I see, but what if we make a bet? Kuoh. What kind of bet, Naya? Issei. If I win you will become one of my maids, and if you win you will take Kuoh, and I will be yours completely. Do you think that the deal is not bad? Kuoh. Very well, Naya accepted. Issei. Very well, balance breaker. Ddraig. Welsh dragon balance breaker boosted gear scale male. Issei. Okay Kuoh, let's see if you can handle a part of my power. Ddraig, let's go with 5%, or what do you say? Ddraig. I don't know, partner, better a little more power. Issei. Okay then 6%, here I go Kuoh. Kuoh. You are a Seekvaira Naya. And so a battle between the Seekvaira and the most wanted Nekomaton would begin. Seekvaira vs Nekomaton. Chapter 20. Issei's fight against Kuoh was about to begin. I'll wait for you Kuoh, said Issei, flying at great speed against Kuoh. Birigo Naya. Kuoh wrapped her fist in a large amount of kai and hit Issei in the face. That's all Kuoh, he said, disappointed. I thought you would have more power than that. So you realized, well then dodge this, throwing several energy spheres that Issei received as if they were nothing. Curse. Wow, it seems you can't. Ddraig goes down to 5%, Issei said to the red dragon. Very well, partner, if you say so, Ddraig responded, lowering the brown-haired boy's power considerably. Birigo Dragon Shoot launched a huge amount of energy at Kuoh, who barely dodges it. Wow, you really have good reflexes. Damn, take that, launching energy bullets again, but this time bigger, cracking the armor. Wow, you're good, not many damage my armor, but repairing the armor you need more than that to beat me. Ddraig gives me speed. Yet upon hearing that, the thrusters on Issei's back turned on, and in less than a blink he was in front of Kuoh. Take this, shining the helmet eyes. Issei hits Kuoh in the stomach and makes her step back. Hey Baiko, join us if you want. Alright, here I go, Seekvaira, said the monkey man, hitting Issei in the face with his staff, making him step back. Wow, that was a good hit, I congratulate you, but Issei stood as if that had been nothing. It's not enough. Boost 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 jet risono la vase de Ddraig. Birigo, said the brown-haired boy, hitting both Kuoh and Baiko, sending them flying and crashing into the trees. Well, I think it's time. Dragon Shoot. Issei launched a huge amount of energy towards where Baiko and Kuoh had fallen, creating a huge explosion. Believing he had defeated them, his armor disappeared. Well, I think I went a little overboard seeing the explosion crater, or maybe not because they don't come out. Well, it seems the Isekai'ed is no fool, said Baiko from behind a tree. You're right, said Kuroka this time. Well, this time without the armor they will be defeated, said the brown-haired man smiling. I think you underestimate us Isekai'ed, said Baiko a little angry. You're right, I know you're strong, but you're underestimating us Naya, said Kuroka somewhat angry. I never promised you that if you beat me I would do whatever you wanted, but I won't give it to you easily. Kaioken saying Issei covers his body with a large amount of red energy. Here I go. And so in a millisecond Issei had disappeared and was beating both Baiko and Kuroka, leaving them completely unable to fight. But what speed and strength, said Kuroka weakly. So that's why Volley almost died. You're a monster, said Baiko almost unconscious. Baiko, Kuroka, it's time to go, someone's voice was heard. And who are you? Issei asked, seeing the boy who was blonde with an elegant suit and 2 swords. My name is Arthur Pendragon, descendant of King Arthur, and this sword is called Caliburn, said the blonde, taking out a sword that emitted a lot of sacred energy. If you treasure your life, retire. Wow, that's a lot of holy energy, but by expelling holy aura that was superior to that of the Caliburn sword, you don't surpass my holy aura. Issei, how come you have a holy aura? Rias asked when she saw Issei expelling that holy aura. It's simple, I have the genes of Archangel Michael and the genes of Azazel, maybe that's why I'm perverted, right? He said, showing 8 wings, 2 of demon, 2 of dragon, 2 of angel and 2 of fallen angel. That's the reason why I can emit this aura. Issei-senpai, is that why? Kaneko asked, remembering what Rias told her about Issei being one of the creations of a project. That's right, but I still won't allow you to take Kuroka, said the brown-haired boy. Even if you have the holy aura, my sword can cut you, said Arthur, wielding his sword. We'll see. Kaioken X2 saying that no one noticed that Issei had hit and kicked Arthur. But what speed and power, spitting blood, it is better to retreat. Baiko, let's go. And what about Kuroka, asked Baiko. We can't do anything, the security is too much for us, we'll tell Volley, and then we'll come for her, said Arthur, opening a crack through which they leave. Wow, Kuroka, it seems you're alone, you're giving up, said Issei looking at her. Okay, I surrender and accept to be your servant, Kuroka, and Issei responded, doing the ritual, and when finished, okay Kuroka, it's time to go. Issei-senpai, said Kaneko, why did you want to have Ni-sama as your servant? That's simple, Kaneko-chan, I want you and your sister to get along better, and your skills would be useful to me, the brown-haired boy replied. I see, thanks senpai, said Kaneko. It's nothing for my cute cowhide, said Issei, making Kaneko blush. Well, it's time to go before something happens inside. What are you talking about, Issei, she said, but she realized that when the barrier around them was eliminated, there were explosions in the meeting place. But what's happening? I have no idea, but let's go quickly, said Issei, running. Yes, the 3 answered, starting to run, but why? Because at the meeting where the treaty between the factions and those from Asgard was going to be made, but when it was about to be achieved, someone arrives who wants to prevent it. Minutes before Issei arrives. I oppose this, said a voice that several recognized. Loki, what is the reason for your denial? Said the father god of Asgard, Odin. That's simple, I don't want our faction to join with useless people, said Loki with superiority. Loki-sama, please leave this place, said a silver-haired woman who accompanied Odin as his bodyguard. Millimeters, wow, I've heard a lot about you. Ross was a very talented Valkyrie, but you're still very far from being able to face me, and let's see, but if we also have Sirzechs, Lucifer, the demon king Ajuka, the demon queen Seraphol Leviathan, the overlord of heaven Michiel and the governor of the fallen angels Azazel, I think I'm going to get a big stroke of luck, haha, he said while laughing arrogantly. Loki, don't tell me you joined Cow's Bridge, said Odin. That's right, father, I joined that organization to avoid this, since these inferior beings should be under our power, said Loki. Loki-sama, I will not allow that, said the Valkyrie Roswas, making her body shine and a kind of armor appeared on her body. Don't tell me you're thinking of stopping me, even if you're talented, you still have a long way to go to catch me. But the girl ignores him and creates a magic circle from which she launches several attacks without any effect, since they did not even affect Loki. I told you, now I'll show you a little of my power, he said, while throwing a large amount of energy into the sky, destroying the roof and creating a huge explosion, and now die. Loki launched a great attack against the Valkyrie, but when he was about to crash into her. Dragon shoot, the voice of someone was heard throwing an enormous amount of energy that surpassed Loki's attack, leaving everyone surprised. Damn, who do you think you are to challenge a god? Said Loki angrily. My name is Hyoudou Issei, the strongest security in history, and I hate it when someone hurts a woman, Issei replied. So you are the Isekai'ed who defeats Gabriel and the strongest Kuoh, but you are still not at my level, he said arrogantly and with superiority. We'll see about that. Ddraig will use 30% and release some of the power of the Kuoh that we stole, Issei said to the gauntlet on his left arm. Okay, buddy, but I want to talk to you privately, later said Ddraig. Okay now Kayakin saying that Issei attacks Loki hitting him at high speed. Damn him, die said Loki, releasing a large amount of energy. Divide Draig's voice resonated as Loki's attack reduced in size. Impossible, how do you have the power of the Hikaryuko said Loki surprised. This is easy, I'll steal it he said, showing a gauntlet identical to the boosted gear, but white and with blue gems. Damn he said launching attacks again. Loki, I will show you the technique that one of my teachers taught me Dragon Strike, he said while behind him appeared the figure of Ddraig scaring Loki, who after receiving the blow is weakened. Damned if you think that will defeat me, you are very wrong, said Loki furiously. Who said I would defeat you? I only weakened you so Ajuka could gain time, said the brown-haired man. What? As soon as he realized it he was caught in a magic circle that made him disappear. Good job Ajuka said Issei reducing his power and greeting Ajuka. It's nothing Issei-kun if it weren't for you this wouldn't have worked said Ajuka. It was nothing haha said Issei smiling. Well everyone has already seen a part of the power of the demon Hyoudou Issei by those who underestimated him for not being a pure demon this time Sirzechs spoke, leaving everyone astonished since he set apart and they were scared since they did not know how powerful he would be at 100% so they decided not to bother him again. You are Hyoudou Issei right said a silver-haired girl. If so Issei replied. Thank you for saving me from that attack she replied. It was nothing and your name is Issei asked. My name is Roswis and I am Odin-sama's bodyguard the girl replied. It's a pleasure Roswis-san, I hope to see you again he said, addressing his entourage. So he is Hyoudou Issei the strongest Seikvaira of all time, who manages to defeat Loki-sama wow that's incredible, said the girl to herself. Well elsewhere. Amarok how did it go with Hyoudou Issei asked a girl. Let's say they are as strong as they say and are capable of beating me in the Juggernaut drive said Amarok. You only use that form, which is the weakest, the girl asked angrily. That's right, I wanted to try it and it seems it's getting stronger. I'm already looking forward to my next battle against him and this time, will I use the full power or not, Ddraig? The boy asked his black gauntlet with purple gems. That's right master, he won't even know what hit him and I can finally be one with Ddraig and Albion and I'll be as strong as before said the dragon inside the gauntlet. If you look forward to it said Amarok and then disappeared with the girl. Returning with Issei. Hey Ddraig, what did you want to talk to me about? The brown-haired boy asked the dragon. Partner, do you remember when we fused the boosted gear with the sword? Asked the dragon. If I remember, is there a problem? Issei asked. Come inside, I want you to see our guest with your own eyes said the dragon. Okay, girls, I'll have a chat with Ddraig, then tell me if something important happens, said Issei. Yes Issei they all answered. Inside the boosted gear. Partner, may I introduce you to our guest said the dragon. What the hell is that? Said Issei scared. Problems and more problems too. Chapter 21. Maybe many people won't like the chapter, but I said to myself if they put another guy in the DXD world and he falls in love with Issei's harem, why not do it and this came out XD sorry if you don't like it and mostly at a friend's request so read it. Ddraig who is he said seeing a black dragon with red eyes the same size as Ddraig. Partner, this is Bahamut, replied the Red Emperor Dragon. Nice to meet you Hyoudou Issei my name is Bahamut the God Slayer replied the Black Dragon. Ddraig how did this happen asked the brown-haired boy. It's simple, mate, do you remember when I fused with the Bahamut sword to create that form? Asked Ddraig. Yes, of course replied the brown-haired man. Well, apparently when we merged the sword gained life or rather a soul with which its form was revealed, explained the Red Dragon. I see, so you are the sword Bahamut, right? Issei asked. That's Hyoudou Issei, let me introduce myself again, my name is Bahamut or better known as the God-killing dragon answered the Black Dragon. Wow, when I fused the sword with the boosted gear I never thought this would happen, said the brown-haired man. You can say that, mate Ddraig replied. Then it's a pleasure to have you as a companion Bahamut said the brown-haired man. Same here Hyoudou Issei Bahamut replied. Well, if that's all, I'm leaving, the brown-haired man said goodbye. Boya Ddraig Daiho Bahamut. What's up Bahamut? Asked Ddraig. Hyoudou Issei is a somewhat strange being and perhaps he is a great companion with a great future answered the Black Dragon. And you can say that he can be stubborn sometimes, but he can still exceed your expectations said the Red Dragon. I see Hyoudou Issei, I hope we can get along better said the Black Dragon. You can be sure of that said the Red Dragon. I hope so said the Black Dragon. And already out of the boosted gear. Well then, what did I miss Rias? Asked the brown-haired boy. Not long Issei already announced a rating game, so the underworld can see our potential the Redeed answered. I see and the battles will be between asked Issei. Sereag will face the Air Glaciolabolas, the Air Isagares against the Air Asteroid and I against Sona said Rias. I see, and where am I? Issei asked. Well, let's say that the person you were going to face refused and asked to be declassified after seeing your power, Rias said a little nervously. I see, said Issei. But it's not Issei-kun, said a voice that Issei recognized instantly. Natsu, what brings you here, said Issei, seeing the pink-haired boy Natsu Dragnell with an elegant suit. Well, it seems that the Dragon Slayers will also participate in this meeting, with me as the representative, said Natsu. Issei, who is he? Asked Rias. His name is Natsu Dragnell, he is a Dragon Slayer, and he is my master, said Issei. Nice to meet you, my name is Rias Gremory, said Rias. The pleasure is mine, my name is Natsu Dragnell, I hope we get along, Natsu replied. Natsu, what the hell are you doing? The voice of a woman who seemed extremely angry was heard. Shit, I'm screwed, said Natsu, scared. Hey Natsu, what's up, who's looking for you? Issei asked. It's Urza Scarlet, my bodyguard. She's very strong and she scares me after the last thing she did to me, said Natsu. What did he do to you, or what did you do to make him angry? Asked a brown-haired man. What I did to her, I don't want to answer that part, but after that she almost killed me, said Natsu. And is there any way to stop him from killing you? Issei asked. Yes, but Issei-kun needed your help, said Natsu. Of course, whatever you want, Issei said determinedly. You have to make her fall in love with you, Natsu said seriously. Wait Natsu, I think I didn't hear what you said, well, said Issei. I said you have to make her fall in love with you, Natsu replied, shouting in his ear. What the hell, why would I do that? Issei shouted after hearing that. Please Issei, I will reward you very well, said Natsu. Very well, tell me how the hell I can make her fall in love with me, said Issei resignedly. Just tell her that she looks beautiful and stuff like that, Natsu said. Very well, said Issei. Then Urza arrives. Natsu, where have you been? I've been looking for you as your bodyguard, I have to be by your side, said Urza, who was a redheaded girl with a good body. I'm sorry, I just wanted to see a friend, said Natsu. And who is that friend, said Urza. It's me, my name is Issei, Hyoudou Issei, it's a pleasure to meet the beautiful Urza Scarlet, she's as beautiful as they say, said Issei, making Urza blush. My name is Urza Scarlet and I am Natsu's bodyguard, it's a pleasure, Hyoudou Issei, said Urza, somewhat blushed. No, the pleasure is mine, I finally meet Urza Scarlet, the girl I've heard so much about, strong, brave, and with unparalleled beauty, said Issei, making Urza blush to the max. What are you saying? Stop please, said Urza, extremely red. But still her beauty is even greater in person than what I heard, said Issei, making Urza blow smoke out of her head. Hey Issei-kun, I think it's better if you stop, said Natsu, advising Issei. Why? Asked the brown-haired man. Because he thinks you've already become part dragon. Everything you've told him made him fall in love with you, said Natsu. How fast can it be and how do you know, said the brown-haired man. Well, look at his face, it's as red as his hair, said Natsu. You're right, said the brown-haired man. Hey, buddy, Ddraig's voice was heard in the brown-haired boy's head. What's up, Ddraig? Issei said to the jewel on his left hand. I think it's better if you dig your own grave or try to survive what the rest of the girls do to you, said the red dragon. Shit, you're right, said Issei, seeing to his luck that Rias left a while ago, and when he looked back to where Urza was, what's up, Urza-san? Just call me Urza, she said. Okay, what's going on, Urza? Asked the brown-haired boy. Very well then, I'll call you Issei so we can be equals, receiving a yes from the brown-haired man. One of these days I would like to see your strength. Of course there is no problem, but why, asked the brown-haired man. I heard from that idiot pointing at Natsu that you trained with Son Goku and him, so I want to see how strong you are. Of course, why not? I would also like to see how much strength the beautiful dragon slayer Urza Scarlet has, she said, causing a slight blush to the aforementioned. Well, goodbye, I hope to see you again. Why yes, me too, said Urza, saying goodbye to the brown-haired boy. Wow Urza, you've already fallen in love with Issei, Natsu said mockingly. That's none of your business, she said, somewhat angrily. Who would you say you would fall in love with the current Seikvaira? Said Natsu, surprising Urza. He's the current Seikvaira, she said in surprise. If that's right, and the strongest of all time, since if he uses all his power, it will be very difficult for me, and I can even assure you that at some point he will be much stronger than you or I together, said Natsu. Wow, it's incredible, and tell me what he's like, a little blushing at what she said. Let's see, he is brave, kind, determined, protective of his companions and friends, said Natsu. And what else? Asked the redhead. Was extremely perverted, said the boy. He's perverted, she said. It was Urza, I said, he knew that facet was useless, so he discarded it, said the dragon slayer. Well, can you tell me about your life? She said. I don't see the problem, but don't tell me you're in love with him, he said mockingly. That's none of your business, she said somewhat nervously. Well, I don't blame you, you wouldn't be the first to fall in love with him, he said. What do you mean? She asked. I bet Issei-kun has a harem, said the boy. But he has a harem, she said, surprised. If so, most of it is made up of his entourage and a few demons, but don't worry, you still have a chance to make him fall in love with you, said the Dragon Slayer. Why you're right, she said. Well, you can tell me about it now. Well, how to put it, and so Natsu tells her about everything that happened to him, death on their first date, being revived as a devil of the Gremory clan, the raiding game, the engagement party where he lost against Razor, in which he gave his left arm for power which wasn't enough, his separation from the Gremory clan at the request of the phenex, his training with Goku and him, the battle against Gabriel, his promotion to upper class, his first raiding game against Razor. His battle against the Hyoudou, everything he knew about him he told her, and that's all. Fine. And then Issei hates Rias, Gremory and her entourage, she asked, since knowing that the evil feet were extracted by force can cause the death of the demon. Well, at first she hated them until the battle against Ddraig when she explained everything that happened. Rias Gremory was forced by that phenex, because if she didn't do it, he would kill Issei-kun, he said, making Urza angry for what that demon did. I would like to see him and kill him myself, she said, making Natsu sweat from the fear produced by the Dragon Slayer girl's aura. But don't worry about that, Issei-kun already gave him what he deserved, I doubt he'll appear again, he said, still nervous. I see, well then I think I better go, she said. But weren't you my bodyguard? He asked. Yes, I am your bodyguard, but the fact that we had this conversation doesn't make me forget about that, she said. Urza, I already told you that he asked for it, said Natsu. He wanted to kill me, I did it in self-defense, and apart from that, he made me angry. Don't tell me I insulted you. Urza said angrily. No, he told me that he was just playing with you, he never loved you, said the angry one. You're lying, she said. No, he told me he never loved you, he only played with you, he only went out with you to make me jealous because he thought I loved you, when I only love my wife and daughter, he said. I see, and why you think that Issei is just doing this and just playing with my feelings, she said, with her hair covering her eyes. You may be wrong, Issei is sometimes an idiot or has several girlfriends, but he never plays with a girl's feelings, said the Fire Dragon Slayer. He loves them all equally. I see, sorry Natsu for everything, bye, he apologized and left. Well, at least I've already taken a weight off my shoulders. I thought it was better to look for Issei-kun, and so he leaves. Well, with Issei. Ajuka-sama, said Issei. What's up, Issei-kun, said the Mao. How long will Loki be trapped? Asked the brown-haired man. Let's see, for the damage you did, I say 3 or 4 days at the most, why, asked the Mao. I'm going to train my new pieces Kuroka, Euclid and Ravel, to be on par with the others, he said. Do you think you have enough time, said the Mao. If I only need 1 day at least for someone to want to train or not, Sona, said the brown-haired man, making Sona Satiri come out from where she is hiding. Tell me something is wrong. Issei-kun, I want you to train Saji, she replied. I see Ajuka-sama can call Azazel, said the brown-haired man. Clear, creating a magic circle in his ear. Azazel. Something's wrong, Ajuka asks the governor. Issei-kun wants to talk to you, he said, passing him the magic circle. Something's wrong, Issei asks this one. I want you to put the full set of Vritra-type sacred gear. That you have on Saji, said the brown-haired man. Wow, that sounds interesting, and tell me why you want to do it, asked the fallen one. Saji told me he was weak, that he wanted to be strong so he could protect his friends and loved ones, so Azazel, will you do it, asked the brown-haired boy. Very well, and Sona agrees, he said, and Issei looks at Sona, and she nods. That's right, he said. Very well, tomorrow I will send you the brat later, said the fallen one. Okay Sona, tomorrow I'm going to train Saji to reach balance breaker, then I'm leaving, and I'm going to tell the rest of my girls, said the brown-haired boy. And so the days passed. Issei trained Kuroka, Ravel and Euclid, making them be at the level of the rest of Issei's entourage. Shortly after leaving the time room where Issei trained with the girls, went to Saji to go and train, so that he could reach the balance breaker, successfully reaching the level of a Mao, so that Saji could be recognized as the bearer of Vritra, and so time passed until reaching the day of the battle against Loki, where before it began in another place. Are you sure about this, Rizavam? Asked an albino man with some resemblance to the Mao Queen Sirzechs. Of course, don't worry Euclid, everything will be fine, we just have to free Gabriel from this prison, and Hyoudou Issei will return us the power that we gave him, and you said that giving blood of our race of angels and fallen to some simple humans was a waste of time. Look what was created with his power, we will be able to obtain what was taken from us, the descendants of the true Mao, said Rizavam, introducing himself as Rizavam Livan Lucifer, son of the original Mao. You're right, then let's go, and so both of them free Gabriel, telling him their whole plan to steal the power of Hyoudou Issei the Seekvaira. The battle against Loki. Chapter 22, the battle against Loki. Issei and his companions were in the desert where Loki had been sent for 4 days, in which they would be to face Issei and his entourage, Rias and her entourage except Asia and Gasper, also Sona Satiri with her pawn Saji Genshiro, and her queen Tsubaki Shirina, Irina on behalf of Heaven, Roswas on behalf of Odin, since he felt guilty for what his son did. In addition, this is Cadre Barakiel, the father of Himejima Akeno, which thanks to Issei, was able to obtain the forgiveness of his daughter and become father and daughter again, as before the death of Akeno's mother, where she blamed her father for the death of her mother, which she never wanted to forgive him. Until Issei had a talk with Akeno where he explained everything, even though she did not want to believe it, but in the end, thanks to him, Akeno was able to accept her fallen angel blood and her father. Very well, it's time. Loki will soon break the seal, said Issei, making everyone prepare for battle. Very well Kaicho, allow me the promotion, said Saji, receiving a yes from Sona, promotion queen. Saji, remember you will be there for support, said Sona. Vilifi, Toka, Kurosaka have permission to promote, said the brown-haired boy. Yes Issei, promotion queen, said the three at the same time. Lilith, use your Magus mode, and if he is worthy use your Trinity mode, said Issei. Yes, connection to luxury, a file run topic, said Lilith while she was enveloped in a large amount of magic, which made her clothes change, and hands appeared a rifle with which she could shoot magic. At that the seal breaks and Loki, the god of deception, comes out. Wow Seikvaira, so you brought companions because you know you can't beat me, a god, said Loki laughing. It's not that, Loki, I know better than anyone that you like to play dirty, said the brown-haired man. You're right Seikvaira, he said, and energy comes out of his arms. Wake up my children, Fenrir, Hadi and Skoll. He throws the largest energy to the center and the other two to the left and right respectively. Loki-sama, please stop this, I'm sure Odin-sama will forgive you, said the Valkyrie, flying and being at Loki's height. Forgive me, ha 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 ha, the god laughed, I just want to speed up the inevitable Ragnarok. Loki, you know it's impossible to win, so why do you continue with that stupid idea? Said the brown-haired man. Because I have an ace or aces up my sleeve, wake up Midgardsormr, he said while underneath him a magic circle opened from where a huge eastern dragon came out. This was extremely long, making the size of the big red one look ridiculous, measuring more than 500 meters approximately, NA, correct me if I was wrong. Loki-sama is crazy, how could he bring the sleeping dragon king who would only wake up on the day of judgment? Said the Valkyrie. He is also my son, so he should listen to me, and besides the fact that the end of the world will be near after I finish you all, said Loki with an air of superiority. Well, what will be done, Saji, you take care of Midgardsormr, Rias and Sona with their entourage support Saji, Barakiel and Akeno go for Hadi, Irina, you and Roswas go for Skoll, Lilith, and the others go for Fenrir, and if you can capture him, I will go for Loki, said the Seikvaira. Yes Issei, they all said. Saji uses your balance breaker, said the brown-haired man. Seriously? Saji said excitedly. Of course you have my permission, show what you're made of, but don't kill him, weaken him, I know you can't, said Issei smiling. If you leave it to my Kaicho, observe the result of my training, said Saji, balance breaker. Prison dragon balance breaker, a voice was heard coming from Saji's sacred gear. As soon as that was said, Saji was wrapped in armor as black as the deepest darkness and some golden parts, his gems were purple as were his eyes, tentacles came out of his back, that was Saji's balance breaker from the sacred gear of Vitria, the prison dragon, he emitted an energy of the level of a Mau rivaling that of the Mau Seraphol Leviathan. Saji, that power is at the level of a Mau, said Sona, still impressed by the power of her young pawn. That's right Kaicho, this is the result of my training with Hyoudou, said the blonde. Issei-kun, you did that in 1 day, said Tsubaki Shirina, the queen of Sona. Buku Kaicho, for you may have been a day, but for me it was a whole year in which thanks to Hyoudou, I was able to obtain the balance breaker, said Saji, somewhat excited. Then I'll explain that first, finish off your enemy, go, said the brown-haired man. Yes, and each one went against his respective enemy. Very well Loki, now you and I are ready, asked the brown-haired man. Come for me Seikvaira, said the evil god. Very well Ddraig, give me 50%, I want to shut him up once and for all, said Issei to the Red Emperor Dragon. Of course, partner, show him your power, said Ddraig. Here I go Loki, said the brown-haired boy going at great speed against Loki, hitting him in the stomach, making him spit blood and sending him to the ground. That's all Loki. You are certainly too strong and that you only use 50%, but I am not going to give up, I think I will have to lower myself to be the test subject if I want to defeat you, he said, taking out a syringe with black and purple contents which he puts on his neck, causing him great pain. Let's see, Seikvaira. Saying that his power grew exponentially, which was now about 3 times greater than Issei at his 50%. Oh Loki, tell me that you didn't get it on the Chaos Bridge, the power of Ophis Ouroboros, the dragon goddess of infinity, said Issei. Ophis can't be, said Rias while dodging an attack from Midgardsormr, how is it possible? That's right Seekvaira, this syringe had the power of Ophis, but also of the bearer of the Longinus curse, that thanks to that the power has to be injected, because if you consume it, it will kill you said Loki. Well, so that's why that great power, Ddraig, should we continue with this or increase it, said the brown-haired man. That god is now stronger so use everything at once balance breaker, and we'll see how strong he is said the dragon. Well since balance breaker said Issei. Welsh dragon balance breaker boosted gear scale male, Ddraig's voice resonated as his impeccable red armor appeared, which upon releasing its power, made Loki's children tremble and impressed his companions, who then resumed the fight. Wow Seekvaira your power has grown too much, but will it be enough ha he laughed, while the veins on his face became visible, due to the contents of the syringe. Well I don't know you are the second I show him all my power, so we start said Issei. And so Issei spread his dragon wings and went directly against Loki who began to cast Nordic magic, but only managed to crack the armor. That's all, you've disappointed me, Loki, I'll show you power dragon strike said Issei. Issei brought his right fist against Loki who didn't know how to react since he saw an imposing dragon that was Ddraig behind the security, which intimidated the god quite a bit, receiving the direct blow, knocking him down and sinking him into the ground. Loki you are a waste of time, come on, get out of there said Issei, as Loki came out of the ground hurt. How is it possible that should have given me more power, damn it. Said Loki angrily. Loki, I'm waiting for you said the brown-haired boy. Curse. Said Loki euphorically, since even with that power he couldn't match the Seekvaira's. Let's go Loki said Issei. Both collided and began to hit each other, and it seemed that Loki could not win, since for every blow that the evil god gave Issei gave 3 more, he thought it was impossible, but while with the others they had it very difficult Issei's entourage had to dodge Fenrir's attacks, since they could leave them seriously injured, and more, if they received a bite with which they could die. With Kuoh and Batrayed it was more difficult since, although Hyoudou was the son of Fenrir, who had almost the same power in the bite his defense and speed were lower, which gave the duo of fallen angels lightning users an advantage. With Rias and Irina it was not difficult for them either, and shortly after the battle began, Irina showed that she had become a reincarnated angel, which gave them a great advantage at the time of the battle, in which they lasted about 10 or 20 minutes to defeat Kuoh, and shortly after Hyoudou was also defeated, so both groups went to support Saji, and the rest against Midgardsormr, which was due to its eyes, it was difficult to defeat, and they had problems. Madame Dishan curse. That's what Loki said while taking out a second syringe with the same content which trembled when he tried to put it in to be destroyed by a small laser sent by Issei damned. Sorry Loki, but this ends now Roswis and I will use Thor's hammer said Issei. Of course Seekvaira don't know said the Valkyrie. Does tell me Issei Roswis and he said well then come to me Mjolnir. Issei said as a hammer came out of his left hand which was none other than the hammer of the thunder god Thor which he lent to Issei in this fight. It's impossible as you can wield Mjolnir it should be impossible, said Loki scared. You know I wanted to kill you with my own hands, but the old man would get angry with me, and I don't want that so Ddraig said the brown-haired man. Leave it to me boost explosion Ddraig's voice resonated. Now Ddraig said the brown-haired boy. Transfer Ddraig's voice resonated and all the accumulated power went directly to the hammer from which it grew 4 times its original size. Amadon. Loki exclaimed. It's time for you to shut up Loki for one said Issei as he moved the hammer towards where the evil god was hitting him and sealing him. But before being sealed. I don't think that was all Seekvaira I curse you with all my being your happiness will be little of that I assure you said Loki before being sealed for a long time thanks to Mjolnir. Shortly after Loki was sealed, Midgardsormr disappeared in a magic circle to be able to sleep and recover once more, now only a weak Fenrir remained. Issei, what will we do with Fenrir? Said Lilith since she didn't know why he had asked that. It's simple Lilith-chan blushing the mention I'll make it my familiar tell me Bahamut Ddraig I can do it. Of course, why don't you try it? I don't see the problem said Bahamut. On Issei, you'll be the first to have Fenrir as a pet ha, said Ddraig laughing at the last thing. Very well, hey Fenrir, tell me if you want to be my familiar, I will treat you better than Loki, or else you will die right now, said the brown-haired man to receive a yes with Fenrir's head, and doing the ritual Issei makes him his familiar, and at the end Fenrir shines until he is the size of an average dog well I think it's time to go. Yes Issei they all said. Everyone returned in a magic circle respectively Sona, Saji and Tsubaki went to the Satiri clan mansion, Roswis went in search of Odin, Irina went with Michael to heaven, Batrayed went to inform Azazel about what happened, and Issei was invited by Rias to go to the Gremory clan mansion which he accepted, and that's it. Issei-sama, Sirzechs-sama wants to see you said Grayfia the wife of Sirzechs Lucifer the new Mao. Very well Grayfia-san, I'll accompany you girls, I'll be back in a bit, said Issei saying goodbye to everyone. Grayfia created a magic circle to transport himself to where Sirzechs was, or so he believed, since when they arrived, it was not the Mao's office, but a place that he was completely unaware of. It looked like a castle, but was somewhat deteriorated. Grayfia, where is Sirzechs, asked the brown-haired man but received no answer. Shortly after they arrived at a large door which Grayfia opened, and when Issei entered he did not see Sirzechs, but another person. His power was seen to be great, and even greater than that of the Mao. He had silver hair, he looked like an older version of Vali, and he wondered who he was, but out of nowhere, his body was held by chains which were on his arms and legs. No matter what he tried he could not break them. These were golden color and emitted energy Nordic. When he turned around he did not see Grayfia, but a man somewhat similar to Grayfia, since his aura was similar to her besides, was Gabriel. "Hey, who the hell are you and who is the one who looks like Grayfia and why Gabriel is free, answer me," said Issei angrily. "My name is Rizavum Livan Lucifer, son of the original Mao, and he is Euclid Lucifuge, brother of the wife of the false Mao," said Rizavum. "No wonder your aura is similar, and what do you want from me?" said Issei. "It's simple, we'll get back what's ours," said Rizavum. "What are you talking about?" the brown-haired man asked without understanding. "You have the power of the original Mao, several demonic clans, and Azazel is Michael, so we will only recover it," said Rizavum. "Like his power," said the brown-haired man. "It's simple, we gave blood and some power to those humans with which you were created. We have recovered about 50% of the power of those useless creations. They were too weak at most high class, but you and Amarok are the ones we need to destroy the underworld," said Rizavum. "As if I was going to allow them, curse breaks you," said Issei, trying again and again to break the chains, but without success. "Why the hell don't they break? Those chains have drained all your power, or so I would like to say, but as we are merciful, we will leave you 50% so you can get more. Well, even if we wanted to take it away from you it is impossible, the rest is dragonic power, which if we extract and absorb we could die," said Rizavum. "Euclid, let's go." "Yes, Rizavum Sama," said the Lucifuge. "As if I was going to let them escape with my damn power," said Issei, trying to escape the chains by breaking them. "Wow, but it seems that the chains lost their power, how bad, but Euclid, Gabriel, help me get rid of him," said Rizavum. "Yes, Rizavum Sama," said Euclid. "Of course, Lucifer," said the fallen one. The three of them gathered a great amount of power in their arms and threw it behind the brown-haired boy, and when Issei thought they failed, a black hole came out behind him, swallowing him inside it. "This will be enough," that's what he said until I heard it. "Bahamut Dragon Balance Breaker Overload." Bahamut and Ddraig's voice resonated, increasing Issei's power as he tried to escape the black hole. "It's useless, Ekayuate Gabriel, Euclid attack," he said as the three of them launched their best attacks, breaking the new improved and more powerful form of balance breaker like paper, but Issei kept flying trying to get out. "Damn it. Ddraig, let's use the Juggernaut drive," said the brown-haired boy. "Of course I will help you control it," said Ddraig, both saying the chant. "I, the one who will awaken. I am the heavenly dragon who stole the principles of God's domination. I laugh at infinity and despise dreams. I will become the red dragon of domination. I will sink you into the depths of crimson purgatory. Juggernaut drive." At that, Issei became a dragon with immense power that made the building tremble. "That won't be like that, cancel sacred gear," said Rizavum, while Issei lost his power and was hit again, and closing the black hole with him inside. "Finally, one less plague, now only Amarok and his partner remain, and we will have the maximum power, let's go." The three left there while it exploded and disappeared with Issei inside. "Damn, where I am," said the brown-haired man. "I don't know, mate, it seems we're still in that black hole," said Ddraig. Damn, Rizavum would like to hit him, but if it weren't for those damn chains he would be reduced to ashes now. Issei said, "Do any of you know how the hell to get out of here?" "I don't know, partner, and you, Bahamut," said Ddraig. "I have an idea, but I don't know if it works." Issei, "Charge everything you can in my form," said the black dragon. "Very well, balance breaker overload," said the brown-haired man. "Bahamut Dragon Balance Breaker Overload." Bahamut's voice was heard while Issei was wrapped in the black armor. "Now Issei charges." "Well, Ddraig," said the brown-haired boy. "Very well, boost X70. I charge 70 times its power for now, that's all you can handle, your body won't take any more." "Very well, and now," said the brown-haired man. "Leave this part to me, reload on fire," said Bahamut as all the power was expelled in large quantities from the armor. "It's your turn." Issei used the Longinus Smasher. Very well, Longinus Smasher from the gem in his chest, and the amount and strength was so great that it opened another black hole that swallowed Issei and sent him to another place, or rather universe, in which it was already night. "Damn you, Bahamut, I won't ask you for ideas again." "Calm down, Issei, now where we are seems to be a school because of that building," said the black dragon. "If you're right, does anyone recognize this place?" asked the brown-haired man. "No, but I think we are no longer in the underworld or the earth," said Ddraig. "You're right, and I don't feel any of my girls either." "Do you think I can come back?" asked the brown-haired man. I think the chances are 3% you need a lot of energy, and apart from that we can end up in any other world, or we will die from the pressure. I don't know, said Bahamut. That means I'll be staying here for a long time, said Issei. In short, yes, said Ddraig, this time there is no other choice, you will have to live here. I feel several presences, somewhat far away, perhaps a city, and look for a place to stay, and what about entering this school to waste time? You're right, besides I want to finish at least high school. Well, what are we going to do, said Issei, looking at the school. Its name is Sakamori High School, Module 77, go to Module 77 of Gearsphere. I forgot what that was called. XD, that means we're not on Earth. Well, what are we going to do? Let's go, Ddraig Bahamut. And now what will happen? How did Issei end up in this place? Will he return to his world? In a new universe. Chapter 23 in a new universe. It's been about 2 months since Issei arrived at Module 77 of Gearsphere, where Issei learned several things. First, it was the year 71 of the real calendar. Second, the world was divided into 3 nations. The first was Dorshan, which had great military power. The second was Arus, which also grew with good military power, but still below Dorshan. And third, Gear, that this grew between peace treaties, being a neutral country without the need to attack. Third, more than 70% of the people left the Earth to live in modules, and Issei is in Module 77, where thanks to his little power of mental control, he was able to get a place to stay and enter Sakamori High School as a second-year transfer student, managing to avoid questions like where he comes from and who his parents are. He achieved a good relationship with several classmates, including Sashinami Shoko, the daughter of Gear's prime minister, and Yazuka Kaiuma, his senpai at school. Raizu Yamada, a boy looking for trouble but who has great appreciation towards his classmates. Marie Nobi, a girl who says she has no memories of her past and only remembers since she started her first year of high school. Sakurai Aina, a girl who is somewhat shy but likes to help others and always sees the positive in everything, and from time to time, she managed to have a good conversation with Rukinosaki, a girl who was once known as a great idol, but now says she hates it because of personal matters that he decides not to get involved in. His life was normal in this world, there were no demons. Angels or fallen, much less dragons or any other race, so he decided to take his school life in peace until the day where many students lost their lives. At this time, about 5 transfer students were transported to Module 77, where they were received by an officer and his assistant. Welcome to GR in Module 77, said the officer. They weren't 2 transfer students. He said, and was later killed by one of the white-haired students. Well, we've infiltrated, let's continue with the plan, said one with blue hair and glasses. Very well, said the albino. While at Sakamori School an eating competition was taking place. Let's go, Issei, said a boy. You can do it, Shoko, said a girl. That is what was said, in which Hyoudou Issei had a hot dog eating competition against Sashinami Shoko, in which Issei had a big advantage, ending up as the winner. Well done, Issei, you are the best, said a black-haired man. It's nothing, in Yazuka-senpai, I just did what they asked me to, said the brown-haired boy. The can't be lost, said Shoko. Issei, how can you eat so fast? Shoko is practicing, and apart from the fact that I couldn't take this competition seriously, said the brown-haired boy. Why? Asked Shoko. It was simply a girl with a strange shirt, said Issei. Who, said Shoko, turning around to look around Marie. Everyone pointed at her because her shirt was white with green sleeves, and in the middle, it had the head of a cow with several letters near it. What the hell is that shirt for you, Shoko? Said the brown-haired man. You don't like it, she said, but the designer's mother signed it. Haha, that shirt is certainly weird, or not, mate, said Ddraig. I've certainly never seen a stranger shirt, said the brown-haired man in his thoughts. After classes went on normally, after classes Shoko and Issei were asked to go get things from the warehouse since they were going to clean a shrine near the school. Issei, you really never play it cool in competition, said Shoko, remembering the eating competition. Sorry, said the brown-haired boy. At that moment, 5 students arrived, transferred, and murdered the officer. But as compensation, how about we use half the field as compensation, said Issei, making the albino angry for some reason. He tries to hit Issei, but he holds his fist. Hey, what's wrong with you? Divide in half, said the albino. Tell me you can divide your love in half. Hey, I don't know who you are, but you better calm down, or I'm going to calm you down with blows, said Issei, emitting a light layer of dragon aura, intimidating the albino. Issei, are you okay? Asked the brown-haired girl. If Shoko, it's time to go, said the brown-haired. Well, with a group of 5. Elf, you didn't say anything about contact with any student before, said a blue-haired boy with glasses. That boy is not normal, X-Ein, said the now-named Elf. What do you mean? Asked this time an orange-haired man. I don't know Noon, but he made me feel scared, said the albino. It's impossible, said a purple-haired boy, he's just an ordinary student. You're right, Ddraig, maybe it was just my imagination, said the albino. Let's continue with the mission. Elf starts to feel scared ha 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 said a red-haired boy of about 15 years old. Silence Seekvaira said the albino somewhat annoyed. Yes, yes said the boy let's continue with the mission because I'm already getting bored. After that talk or discussion they continued with their thing, hacking a secure door that turned out to be an elevator, well with Issei and his new companions. Hey, why the delay? Asked a black-haired man. Sorry Inyazuka-senpai we had a little problem said Shoko. What kind of problem asked Inyazuka. Well how to say it, a boy wanted to hit Issei said Shoko. It seems that they wanted to hit him, what did you do Issei said Inyazuka. I'd like to know, the brown-haired boy said nonchalantly. We were just talking about the competition and I told Shoko that, to make up for making it difficult for her, we'll split up the field. How strange and you knew him said Inyazuka. I'd even like to know who he was. I've never seen him in my life, but I have a feeling we'll see him again said the brown-haired man. I see, said the black-haired man. But shortly after something happened that nobody expected Dorshan attacked Gear capturing the modules, in 77, where the chestnut was a part of the protective roof was destroyed with strong lasers, leaving as culprits some Dorshan ships which looked humanoid, but without legs, and instead of hands, some types of machine guns with strong shields and on the chest, a small but powerful cannon. They began to attack the school and city of the module to be attacked by Gear's ships that had less firepower and defense than those of Dorshan, being exterminated by the Dorshan ships. Shortly after they began to take all the citizens out of the module, while Issei in the company of Shoko, Inyazuka, Ina and Rukinosaki, they tried to escape, while Issei asked Ddraig to prepare his balance breaker to try to exterminate them. But before he could even summon it, Shoko spotted a car with a wounded person in it and tried to help her to be greeted with a beam from Dorshan's ship. It can't be said Inyazuka seeing the place where Sashinami Shoko had been recently before disappearing. Damn you. I'll never forgive you for killing my friend, Issei said angrily after seeing how she died. Issei was determined to use his balance breaker and exterminate all the Dorshans, but while with the 5 transferred students who are now revealed to be Dorshan soldiers, they entered a kind of laboratory where there was a large red and white robot. What happens because Dorshan attacks us said a scientist. Let's use the Valvrov so we can save ourselves said another scientist. Unless you want to take responsibility said another. In a matter of seconds the 5 scientists had been killed by one of the Dorshan soldiers, it was Elf, but one in his last seconds of life, managed to get the Valvrov out of the place sending it out and then being riddled by the boy known as Seekvaira, with a happy face, by chance or by fate, that robot known as Valvrov ended up a few meters from where Issei was and without hesitation, he decided to go up. Issei stop wait for the adult said Inyazuka. We don't have time, they will kill us, said the brown-haired boy. Please Issei-san get down from there said Ina, seeing that it could be dangerous. But the brown-haired boy didn't pay attention, he turned on the Valvrov but it didn't move. On the control screen, a program appeared in the form of a young girl with blonde hair and phosphorescent green bangs, who was wearing some kind of pink clothing and on her head a hat of the same color, but with some green things similar to those on the Valvrov's fuselage. Why you are said the program. My name is Hyoudou Issei, I am a human, and you are said the brown-haired boy. My name is Pino and you are not human he said happily. Very well Pino-chan, I am a dragon from another dimension, would you give me permission to use the robot said Issei. You look acceptable, but I can't eat your runes they are too strong for me said Pine. Runes, what is that? Said the brown-haired man. Runes are your memories, I will take a few and some of your power and give you control of the Valvrov said Pine. Very well, what do I have to do? Said the brown-haired man. Press here he said showing something on the monitor. It says do you want to leave your humanity, yes, no. Well, even though I left it a long time ago, said the brown-haired boy so he pressed a button several bars appeared all over the cabin that let you see the outside in order to move, they all turned green and from the seat on the neck part, some kind of needles came out that stuck into Issei's neck, giving him what he needed to be able to pilot the Valvrov. While in another part of the academy in a hidden place there was a girl with pinkish red hair was on a computer, hacking the security systems to take control of one of the cameras that was near the Valvrov, making it transmit what happens to the news and social networks, showing what happened, because only she knows. While with the Dorshan some pilots visualized the Valvrov while it changed its colors from red and white to red and black, one of them tried to attack it, but was killed and his drones lost control, and were destroyed when they fell to the ground. What is that? Said one of the pilots. I don't know, just destroy it that said, everyone starts attacking the Valvrov with the weapons they had. Idiot said Issei moving the Valvrov's arm creating from it a kind of red energy that hardens rapidly stopping all the attacks that were launched at them. Now it's my turn. Issei said to make the Valvrov rise and begin to attack all the Dortian weapons, creating the same red light on the feet to rise and take great speed, and if the energy did not work the sack one of the weapons that the Valvrov had, which was a huge katana with which he finished off the rest of the Dortian robots in a matter of minutes, leaving only explosions in their path. Shortly after the battle ended, the Valvrov stopped for some strange reason, and Issei checked everything, and apparently this weapon was weak against heat, since it had a meter, which when it reached 100 the Valvrov stopped. "Shoko has avenged you," said Issei a little sad. "Calm down, buddy, everything is over. It's better to go down and see your other companion," suggested Ddraig. "You're right," said the brown-haired boy, "I'm sorry I didn't protect you." As soon as Issei came down, several students saw that he was the one who finished off the Dortian squad, feeling happy and thanking him. In the broadcasts, this was not far behind, many commented on Issei, saying that he was a hero and several other things. "Partner, your body will be temporarily weak," said Ddraig. "Tell me why," Issei said in his thoughts as he got off the Valvrov on a kind of rope it had. "Your body needs to adapt to whatever was introduced to you, as it may be dangerous for you," said Ddraig. "I see how long," said Issei. "A day or two maybe. For now your body is as weak as a human's, but you can still use my power. The balance breaker has a limit of 15 minutes," said the dragon. "I see, thanks for the information," said the brown-haired boy, ending the conversation and getting off the Valvrov to be greeted by Elf. "And what do you want now?" "I see that you have defeated me again," but he said to take out a knife and stab it into Issei's chest, that at that moment he couldn't avoid. "I will not accept defeat for the second time." He said to take out a gun and shoot Issei in the chest several times. "I've won again, Licelet," said the albino, trying to get on the Valvrov, but feeling a presence he turns around. "What? Impossible, you should be dead." "Haha, that's impossible, but thanks to you I woke up," said the brown-haired boy with some purple marks on his face and a distorted voice between his own, Ddraig's and Bahamut's, "but as a thank you I'll take that body, so this idiot can wake up." "What?" he said, only to be bitten by Issei on the neck. Gaia. A few minutes had passed after both of them had fainted. In that time Rukinosaki, Inyazuka Kaiuma and Sakurai Aina arrived where Issei was, and they saw him lying down with blood on his shirt. They worriedly tried to help him. "Issei-san, it can't be," said the brunette when she saw Issei. "We have to help him." "You're right, but how?" Inyazuka wondered. "Stay away from the Valvrov," someone was heard saying. "Val, what?" asked the black-haired man. "Valvrov is the name of that robot," said a red-haired boy. "Who are you? You don't look like students," said Rukinosaki this time. "We are Dortian soldiers and we have come for the Valvrov," said an albino. "They killed many people just because of that, they are bastards," said Inyazuka, trying to stop himself from trying to hit them and receiving a shot that grazed his left arm. "Silence or the next one will be on your head," said the red-haired boy with a big smile. "Please stop, we won't do anything," said Aina, scared and worried for Inyazuka and Issei. "I'm fed up with you, goodbye," said the red-haired boy to shoot Aina, but what nobody expected was that someone else would shoot who it was. "Don't approach him," this person said. "Elf, what are you doing?" said Ddraig this time so as not to receive a response from him. "There is a ventilation duct over there, go," said Elf, while Inyazuka Kaiuma was taken by Rukinosaki and Sakurai Aina towards the duct. "They won't escape," said the Redeed, pointing at the three students. "Don't do it," said Elf, firing the gun and grazing the Redeed's arm, making him drop the gun. "Elf, what are you doing?" said Ddraig, pointing his gun at the albino. "Put the gun down." The albino began to follow the students while Ddraig decides to shoot him, grazing the albino's arm, and in response, he shoots him in the left eye. Elf decides to run, while the Redeed throws himself to the ground, grabbing the gun and shooting at the albino, missing all the shots. "Tsk," the boy clicked his tongue. He ran away. "Elf." The purple-haired girl shouts angrily, putting her left hand on her injured eye. "You'll pay for this, I assure you, Elf," he said as Elf entered the ventilation duct. What will happen? Why did Elf betray them? What will happen to Issei? All this and more in the next chapter. The war begins. Chapter 24. Elf was with the students in one of the ducts. There the brunette was trying to help Inyazuka with his arm wound, while Rukinosaki watched the albino. "Tell me who you are and why you didn't help," said Rukinosaki to Elf. "It may seem strange to you and it is even to me, but I am Issei, Hyoudou Issei," said Elf, now identified as Issei. "You have to be kidding, you're not Issei," said Inyazuka. "I tell you, I am Issei," says Issei. "So check it out," Saki said. "How long have Issei and I known each other?" "I met you, Inyazuka-senpai, and Aina-chan 2 months ago," said the now Issei. "Well, that's what we did this morning," said Inyazuka this time. "This morning you asked me to enter an eating competition which I won," said the albino. "Well, who was it against?" the black-haired man asked again. "It was against Shoko, who was recently killed by Dortian," said the albino, somewhat annoyed still, not because he loved Sashinami Shoko and couldn't save her, but because he saw her as a younger sister whom he had to protect just like Asia Argento. Issei is you, but how is it possible? Said the black-haired boy when he saw that the Albion boy was Issei. I don't know, after having defeated the Dortians I got off the Valvrov, and he said and then grabbed his head with both hands in a hint of pain. I don't remember much after that, I only know that I woke up in this body, and the rest you already know. I see, so what do we do? Asked the black-haired man. For now, rest. Tomorrow we will expel the Dortians from our city, said the albino. You're crazy, Issei, this time you were lucky, who knows what will happen next, said the black-haired man. I know you care about me and Yuzuka-senpai, but if I don't do it many more will die, said the albino. But Issei-san is very dangerous, said the brunette. Don't worry, Ina-chan, I'll be fine, I won't die so easily, even though it's impossible for me to die. He said that last thing in a whisper that no one heard, or so he believed or so he thought, since only Rukinosaki heard what he said. What did Issei mean when he said it's impossible for him to die, the black-haired girl thought. It's okay, Issei, but we will help you, so we have to create a plan, said the black-haired man. I thought you were doing that in Yuzuka, said the albino. What happened to senpai, heh? Said the black-haired man, making those present laugh. Well, this is the plan. So Issei and his companions created a plan to be able to expel all the Dortians from their city. While at another point. Well, Noon, is everything going according to plan? Said a man in the middle of a hologram who looked to be in his 30s, with blonde hair and an eye patch over his right eye, perhaps due to an injury. That's right, Kane-sama, we have captured the Valvrov and its pilot, but he seems to be unconscious for unknown reasons, said the blue-haired boy. I see, it doesn't matter if you kill him later, said the one known as Kane. Hi, said the boy. Fine, but I see you're missing someone. Where's Elf? Asked the blonde. Elf, well, you see, the boy didn't know how to tell his superior that his partner betrayed them until the little retard spoke. Elf betrayed us, said little one with enthusiasm. Hyoudou, said the other boy, a little upset. I see, as you know I am not an enemy of friends, so I will allow you to catch Elf and do whatever you want with him, said the blonde. Hi. Kane-sama, said the blue hair. Blitzen-denjin. Said the blonde in a military salute. Blitzen-denjin. Both boys said in a military salute as the hologram of their superior disappeared. Well, Q Friday walking, said the blue-haired man. Hi. Whatever you say, said the retard without much enthusiasm. While at another point there were two soldiers standing guard who turned to see a young man who left them in shock. Eyes Elf, said one of the two soldiers, who then fell dead with a bullet each in their foreheads, fired by the now perhaps temporarily albino. I say, was it really necessary to kill them? The black-haired man asked. That's right, we're in a battle zone, if we don't do it they will, and I don't want to lose anyone else, said the albino seriously. Issei, said the black-haired man again, looking worried at the albino. Okay, let's continue, Issei said as he continued running while skillfully killing the Dortian soldiers with a single purpose. To take a helicopter and recover the Valvrov in Issei's body. Meanwhile, in outer space, more specifically in a Dortian army ship, there were two boys, ex-companions of Elf, which were called Ddraig and X-Ines, who were in the infirmary with Ddraig and one of them resting for the wound in his right eye, but they were interrupted because they received a message which was. Is Elf going for the Valvrov? The orange-haired man asked. What did you say, said Ddraig. They say that Elf has taken a helicopter and is on his way to the Valvrov, said the orange-haired man. Elf, why? The purple-haired decides. I'll go get him and bring him back, said the orange-haired man. I'm going too, said the other boy as he got out of bed. Ddraig, you need to rest, said X-Ines. I'll do it after I bring Elf, said the other. Well, with some scientists from the Dortian nation. So this is the Valvrov, said one of the scientists. How is it possible that with such a small engine you can move it, said another. This is incredible, said another. But how is it that the pilot is still unconscious, said another. I have no idea, said the last one. But what nobody expected was that a helicopter would pass over them. Well, Elf fell, or rather Issei, who still didn't know how he ended up in that body, but as soon as he hit the ground he started shooting, making all the scientists run away as best they could, and so Issei saw that his body was on a stretcher, so he decided to take his body and get on the Valvrov. Well, he put Rukinosaki in his body and jumped out of the helicopter, being caught by Issei. Sponsored video. Sponsored by advertising partner. Watch to learn more. Read more. Why are you coming? Asked the albino. I'll tie you up with these ropes, said the black-haired girl. But before Issei could say anything, some soldiers arrived and started shooting, leaving him no choice but to let her enter the Valvrov, but first with Inuzuka, who was the one piloting the helicopter. Shit, this is nothing like riding a motorcycle, he said as he landed heavily, while Ina was scared and clinging to the first thing she found. Now back with Issei and Saki. Okay, now how do we get you back to your old body? Asked the black-haired girl. I don't remember, but I have a hunch of what I have to do, said the albino, already tied hand and foot approaching the neck of his original body, biting it, causing the contaminated cells, so to speak, of the albino's body, as well as Issei's consciousness to be eliminated, while in the brown-haired one they turned purple with a red X, and Issei's consciousness returned to his body. Issei, are you okay? The black-haired girl asked the brown-haired boy's body. I think so, shit, my body hurts, said the now brown-haired man again. Well, it's time to continue with the plan, said the Securite Hyoudou Issei again. Pino, can you activate the Valve? Issei said to the girl called Pino, which was the program. Hi. Issei, she said, turning on the Valve. Partner, what happened? You were out of your body for almost a day. Asked the red dragon. It's true, we thought you were dead this time, said the black dragon Bahamut. Don't worry what happened, but I'm back to get these useless people out of my new city, said the Securitaire. Kino is watching that guy. If you don't worry, said the black-haired girl. Alright Valvrov, time to kick some Dortian ass, said Issei. The chestnut moving the controls made the Valvrov rise, being met by small Dortian ships, identical to the ones he eliminated last night. Don't get in my way, said Issei, making the Valvrov exponentially increase its speed while with his arms, he caught those robots embedding the red crystals, killing the pilots instantly. Incredible, said Rukino Saki, seeing the handling of the Valvrov. Rukino, we will leave the module, said the Securite. Why, if you defeat them easily? The girl asked. Even if I defeat them this way, the Valvrov will overheat and we will lose, keep an eye on it, while, said the brown-haired man, pointing at Elf, who was waking up. So after finishing the small fight of the Valvrov against the ships of the Dortian army, Issei went down to the lake that was in the module, which made the Valvrov cool down quickly. When going out into space, Rukino Saki was amazed to see outer space, something unknown to her. Incredible. Was all he could say. Ddraig, can you create a way for me to use balance breaker in space, Issei said in his mind, so as not to involve his partner. Of course there is no problem, but having the Valvrov you won't need to use my power, said Ddraig. I can't completely trust this, remember it overheats and I can't use it, that's my biggest disadvantage, said the brown-haired man. You're right, well give me a couple of days, and I'll create the new spatial mode that will adapt to all your forms, said Ddraig. Good, Issei finally said in his thoughts. Issei, don't you find this incredible? Space is so big, said Rukino Saki with happiness and enthusiasm in her words. If you're right, said the brown-haired man. At that precise moment they were hit by several missiles coming from two ships that were larger and longer than a Valvrov. These had two pincers instead of hands with which they caught their enemies and a rocket engine with which they could advance faster, known as Ideal. Which were the most powerful weapons of the Dortian nation, and at this moment both were launching missiles at the Valvrov. Damn. Said the Securite while driving the Valvrov, dodging the missiles of the Ideal. Pino, the Valvrov has another weapon besides the katana? Asked the brown-haired. The Valvrov has a rifle, you can use it, said the program, but you will have to give me more runes and power. Fine, take what you want, said Issei as he moved the Valvrov controls, making it use his rifle very well. Now die. Issei shot at the Ideals that moved faster than it seemed due to their size, but managed to destroy the right arms of one Ideal and the left of the other, believing that he would win the Valvrov. Red triangles began to appear with the word caution, implying that the Valvrov was overheating, while on the monitor, the numbers rose from 90 to 100 quickly. Damn, said Issei, unable to move the Valvrov, which stopped. What's wrong, Issei, why isn't he moving? Asked the black-haired girl. The Valvrov is overheated and doesn't work, damn it, said Issei while his phone rings. Who is it? Issei, it's you, it's me, Shoko, where are you? Said the brunette Sashinami Shoko from the other side, which was buried in the ground inside a car with her teacher. Shoko, I'm busy right now, are you okay? The brunette said. Asked. Yes, I'm fine with the sensei, she said. I'm glad, Shoko, I don't have time to talk, so we'll talk later, said the brunette, receiving a yes from Shoko, hanging up the call. Heh, who would have thought, she's fine, and we'll die. I see, Issei, can I ask you something? Said Saki. Tell me, Rukino, said the brown-haired boy. Did you like Shoko? She said, making Issei laugh. No, Rukino Saki, I didn't like her, I loved her as a younger sister only, said the Securite. I see, she said, feeling a little happy. Because of what Issei said. Haha, what an emotional conversation, said the albino elf, still tied with ropes, but soon they will be arrested and killed by Dortian. But as an Ideal approached and with his right arm intact he grabbed the Valvrov. Elf, why did you betray us? The voice of someone was heard that Elf recognized as that of Ddraig, his ex-partner. What are you talking about? I never betrayed them, Elf mentioned incredulously. It's true, you shot your partner, wounding him in the eye, Saki mentioned. Impossible, said the albino, but it doesn't matter, at least you will die, Issei, you will be murdered in front of thousands, and possibly your friend will be raped and then killed. In the albino's gaze while he said those words there was never a tone of mockery, on the contrary there was always seriousness, but Issei was enraged by the last thing the albino said, that they would grape and kill his partner and friend, which activated his dragon instincts, infuriating him. "You better shut your mouth, damn it," said the Seikvaira, hitting Elf in the face and knocking him out. "I won't let them touch Rukinosaki for anything in the world," said the Seikvaira, making Rukinosaki blush. "Issei, what will we do?" said the black-haired girl, still blushing from what Issei said before. "Shit, there's no other way, Ddraig, I'll use your power and transfer it to the Valvrov," said the brown-haired boy in his thoughts. "Partner, we don't know what will happen, you could die in an explosion of this," said the red dragon. "I don't care if I die first before handing Rukinosaki over to those bastards, I won't leave my partner in the hands of those bastards, I won't let them have my friend, I won't let them have her since she's mine. And I still have to go back to the others, so get out of my way," said the brown-haired man in his thoughts with his dragonic instincts at their maximum. "I can't do anything to change your mind, so Hyoudou Issei, show them why we dragons are the most powerful beings," said Ddraig with pride in his words. "Elf, hand yourself over, I don't want to hurt you, if you don't hurt me, we'll kill you and those two students. First, we'll kill the pilot in front of everyone, and your partner, they'll enjoy her to the fullest, so hand yourself over," said the ideal pilot who turned out to be Ddraig, confirming what Elf had said and making Issei even more furious. Rukinosaki mentioned the brown-haired girl while her eyes turned red, while they had the same shape as reptile eyes, which surprised the black-haired girl. "Why yes, Issei," she asked. "What you are going to see next, please keep a secret," said the brown-haired man. "You can do it." "Yes, I will, but what?" asked the black-haired girl. "Boosted gear," said the brown-haired man, showing his gauntlet that identifies him as the Seikvaira. "Issei, your arm," said the black-haired girl, impressed and worried by what Issei did. "Don't worry, I'm fine," said the brown-haired boy, making the black-haired girl feel better. "Ddraig, set my power to 3% and give me more." "Okay, partner, boost 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 explosion." Draig's voice resonated, surprising the brunette partner. "You'll have to explain yourself to your friend later." "I know, Ddraig, but first I will destroy these bastards," said Issei furiously. "Pino." "Yes, Issei?" asked the program. "I can use my power and transfer it to the Valvrov," mentioned the brown-haired man. "It is possible, but are you sure?" said Pino. "Of course," said the brown-haired boy. "Issei, the Valvrov that you possess now has a unique power called Harakiri, which when the monitor reaches 666, your power will grow massively, using the sword to release that power, but as you are the pilot and you are special, you can use the Harakiri mode, although now you will only maintain it for 15 minutes because of the damage of the Valvrov and that it has to adapt to your power," concluded Pino. "Very well, mode Harakiri," said the brown-haired boy, while the Valvrov was surrounded by golden energy coming from Issei and Issei himself, surprising the ideal pilots. "But what is this?" he asked Ddraig in surprise, impressed by what his eyes were seeing. "Kuoh shoots." "Hi," said the now recognized as Kuoh, who was the other pilot, was the red-haired boy. "Thank you for attacking us, since I can finally fight you," Isekai'ed said as they began to fire more missiles, but were eliminated by the Valvrov's katana and rifle as if they were nothing, heading to the ship where Ddraig was attacking it from all directions, destroying the remaining arm, the engine, and leaving only the escape capsule. Even though Kuoh wanted to continue attacking, he had run out of missiles and received the order from Ddraig to retreat, but there the Seikvaira was not satisfied and pursued them to the battleships, which were 4. "They will not escape," Issei shouted, loading the rifle with all his power, firing at the albino's former companions. They narrowly dodged him, but the shot destroyed a battleship, impressing all the soldiers, who ordered them to retreat. But the chestnut did not stop, perhaps due to his dragonic instincts, but continued attacking, destroying another of the ships, terrifying many soldiers, except for the one known as Kane, who was impressed by the Valvrov's capabilities. "Issei, you have almost no energy left, release it all in a single attack," said Pino. "Very well," said Issei, using the controls to use the Valvrov one's unique technique Harakiri. This technique could be used in 2 ways. One is Issei used it in release mode, where he could use it on the Valvrov's entire body, and the katana mode where he passed his katana through the Valvrov's engine, causing it to fill with a great amount of power, releasing it in a single attack. "Harakiri," said the brown-haired man, making all the energy of the katana go directly against the enemy, eliminating 2 battleships and almost all the drones, making the only ship where Kane was flee at great speed. "We have achieved it." Issei had managed to expel the Dortian army from Module 77, but there were still many enemies nearby, and he took the option of separating Module 77 from the rest of Gear's sphere, saving only the students and 2 teachers, even though there were many casualties on the part of the students. Issei destroyed the 3 bridges that connected Module 77 to the rest of Gear, achieving this without problems, leaving the Valvrov almost without energy. "We'll finally be safe," said Issei, sighing in exhaustion. If Issei, you have achieved it, said the black-haired girl, hugging the brown-haired girl, being reciprocated, this gesture making the black-haired girl blush for her act. Sorry. Never mind, well, I'll go back to the module, said the brown-haired man. Very well, said the black-haired woman. This was the attack and elimination of many Dorshans by Hyoudou Issei the Seekvaira, who, because of the son of the original Mayu and two of his companions, for now Issei had no way to return. Side effects. Chapter 25 Side effects. The Seekvaira Hyoudou Issei and the former idol Rukinosaki are currently in the Valvrov, arriving at the recently removed Rus forces with the help of the Valvrov. Issei, you will tell me everything I need to know, said the black-haired girl. You're right, I can't hide anything anymore, Rukinosaki, do you promise not to tell anyone else what I say? Asked the Seekvaira. What you're going to tell me is so bad, the brunette asked, so the brown-haired man would say yes. Very well, I promise. Alas, sighed the brown-haired boy, Rukinosaki, I am not from this world. That surprised the brunette. So you're an alien, said the black-haired girl. You're wrong, said the brown-haired man, well, to be exact, I'm from another universe. And so the brown-haired man told the black-haired girl everything about the supernatural world of his universe, about his title as the Seekvaira, his murder at the hands of his first girlfriend, which angered the black-haired girl, his joining the Gremory group, his battle against the Phenex heir, where he gave his arm in order to obtain power, which ended in being defeated, his training with Son Goku and Natsu Dragnel, and everything else, until his arrival at Module 77. Impressing the black-haired girl. Well then, I understand, you are a dragon from another universe, one of the most powerful beings, and you have a great responsibility as the current Seekvaira, right? Asked the black-haired woman. That's Rukinosaki, said the brown-haired boy, and tell me you'll keep the secret of my true identity, and I'll fulfill one of your dreams or goals or whatever you want. Well, I promise you, she said, and what will we do with it? They both looked at the still unconscious albino known as Elf. I'll take care of him, so if he wants to hurt you I'll protect you, said the brown-haired boy with a smile, making Rukinosaki blush at what Issei said. Okay, then let's go back to the module, said Rukinosaki, making Issei move the Valvrov towards the module. When they returned there was still great destruction of several parts of the module after the attack of the Dorshan nation, but there was no ship of this since they had withdrawn after Issei began to pilot the Valvrov. There were almost all the students gathered at the dock near the school, where they waited for Hyoudou Issei to thank him for what he did. When he got off the Valvrov with Rukinosaki, many thanked him for saving them, to which Issei just smiled and went to see his companions who helped him expel Dorshan. And Yuzuka, I know, are you okay? Issei asked both of them. That's right, Issei, but thanks to you we prevented many more from dying, said the black-haired man. That's right, thank you Issei-san, thank you very much, said the brunette with tears in her eyes. Yes, it doesn't matter, the important thing is that everyone is okay, I have something important to do, see you later, take him to a safe place, then tell me where, said the brown-haired boy as he left, saying goodbye to everyone, approaching the black-haired girl, whispering to her, Rukino, don't tell them anything, not for now. Okay, I understand, Issei, she also said in a low voice, saying goodbye to the brunette. Rukino-san, the brunette spoke. Yes, it does happen, she said, turning to look at the brunette. You are dating Issei-san, said the brunette, making the aforementioned blush. Wow, it seems that it is true, said Inuzuka to the still blushing brunette. We're not going out or anything, she said, still blushing and nervous. So what did you say to Issei recently? The black-haired man asked. Issei will tell them later, she said, retreating the way Issei went. Shortly after, Sashinami Shoko came running. Hey guys, where is Issei? Asked the newcomer. He left recently and said he had some business at the black-haired man. I see, Inyazuka-senpai, and do you know what those matters were? Sashinami asked again. I don't know, maybe Rukinosaki knows, he just told us to take him to a safe place, she said, pointing to Elf still unconscious. I see, Issei, what are you hiding? He said that last thing in his mind. All with Issei elsewhere. Due the brown-haired boy was vomiting a lot of blood. Hey Ddraig and Bahamut, what's happening to me? Partner, this seems to be some kind of side effect of using Harakiri mode, but how is this possible, said the red dragon. I don't know, but Issei, I recommend you use that mode as little as possible, maybe you could die if you use it, excessively, said this time the black dragon Bahamut. But said the brown-haired man, wiping himself, then I will have to create other modes to avoid this, and I think you will be the key. Partner, remember that we will always be by your side, so we will help you in any way we can, said Ddraig. That's right, Hyoudou Issei, we too will help you in any way we can, said Bahamut. Thanks Ddraig, Bahamut, I'll count on you, said the brown-haired boy before vomiting blood again. Shitbuya. But what he expected was that Rukinosaki would arrive at that moment. Issei. What's wrong with you? Said the brunette, running to where the brown-haired boy was. Issei, what's going on? Rukinosaki, what's wrong? Said Issei, wiping the blood again. That should tell you Issei what's wrong with you because you were vomiting blood, said the black-haired girl. Well, I don't think I can hide this from you anymore, said the security, but this isn't the best place to tell you. So where will we go? Said the black-haired girl. You'll see Balance Breaker, said the brown-haired man. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker boosted gear scale male. Ddraig's voice resounded as Issei was wrapped in his crimson Balance Breaker armor of the Red Dragon Emperor. Issei, this is the Balance Breaker you told me about, she said, impressed by the majesty of the impeccable crimson armor. Incredible, you look like a knight. If you're right, Rukinosaki, come a little closer, said the brunette, making her obey the order, and Issei carries her bridal style, or princess as you know it better, and took flight. Issei, where are we going, she said, blushing at how she was being faced by Issei. Don't worry, it will be a place where I can tell you about this, hold on tight, said the security. Rukinosaki, taking note, holds on tight to Issei as he begins to rise, causing her to be surprised and quickly flying towards the city buildings, without realizing that someone in the distance saw the security flying. Who or what was that? The person who saw that said to herself, calm down, Shoko, what I just saw was perhaps my imagination. She said to herself, the one known as Sashinami Shoko, who could only see the Balance Breaker armor take flight, but never knew who possessed that armor, luckily for the brown-haired girl. While with Hyoudou, Issei and Rukinosaki, who were in one of the many buildings in the city of Module 77. Okay Issei, tell me why you were vomiting blood, said the black-haired girl, while the brown-haired boy made his helmet disappear, making the black-haired girl blush moderately. Well, remember when I entered the Valvrov? Said the brunette while she nodded in affirmation. Well, to pilot the Valvrov, I made a deal with him. So you changed bodies, she said while Issei nodded at the black-haired girl's question. That is one of the abilities that the Valvrov gave me in exchange for power, the other is regeneration and immortality, said the brown-haired man. I acted like a vampire, she said mockingly. Well, let's say I did it, but I won't go around sucking people's blood, said Issei smiling, but it seems that what you saw a little while ago was a side effect of using Harakiri mode, but there may be other effects that I don't know about now. I see, then I will help you, she said with determination. I will prevent them from discovering your secret and we will see what the other side effects are. Very well, thank you Saki, said the man, making the black-haired girl blush. Why now you see, call me by my name, she said, blushing and nervous. I don't see the problem, after all you always call me by my name, and now you're going to start helping me hide my secret. I didn't do much and remember I still owe you something, said the brown-haired man, relieving. Why yes, she said, still nervous and a little blushing, holding on to the brown-haired boy again, and he took flight again. Several days had passed where Issei, with the help of the students, cleaned all the destruction created by the Dortian nation's army. Also during that time they interrogated Elelf, who was a Dortian army soldier trained since he was a child. He was nicknamed the One-Man Army, or the One-Man Army, since previously he alone killed more than 100 Ara soldiers. There were also problems since one of the students named Yamada from the third year tried several times to pilot the Valvrov, being stopped in his failed attempts by Issei. The effects of vomiting blood had stopped without knowing why, but suddenly while Issei with Rukinosaki, Inyazuka Kaiuma and Sakurai Aina were doing some health checks. Issei's attitude changed completely, trying to bite Inyazuka for some reason, being stopped by Saki, who kicked Issei in the stomach and stopping his attack towards Inyazuka, but without being able to remember anything. After that Issei tried to ask Ddraig or Bahamut about what happened, but they also had no idea what happened, and he assumed it would be some side effect, being reaffirmed by Pino, who told him that he should feed the Valvrov with runes that he obtained by attacking people, worrying Saki, since they could discover Issei's secret. Issei somehow managed to calm his urge to attack people by hitting himself in the face when the effects appeared, but that left him increasingly weaker, according to the two sealed dragons, making Issei unable to use his full power, making him free Elelf to create plans for him to win, making Elelf accept for some reason, managing to repel Dortian again and again. After a week has passed since the end of the Dortian attacks, which stopped for some unknown reason, Issei decides to investigate with the company of Rukinosaki the places they did not know about Module 77, discovering something that neither of them expected. 4 Valvrov with different fuselages. The green one with white that had hind legs that had their function and a rotating knuckle on each arm. The second Valvrov was yellow with white. It was characterized by 2 cannons on its shoulders, one on each shoulder, apart from having 2 larger arms above the normal ones which could shoot. The third was blue with white and was characterized by 2 large shields, one in each hand, and a kind of arches hidden beneath them. The fourth and last one was purple with white. This one didn't seem to have any function, other than having some kind of cane with some hidden feature perhaps. When they saw them they were impressed to see the Valvrov, which Saki decided to leave Issei's Valvrov and enter one, being stopped by Issei. Saki, are you sure you want to pilot one? If you do, you leave your past life behind, said the brunette seriously. That's right Issei, since it's not fair that you do everything for us, said the black-haired girl. Saki, if you plan on piloting the Valvrave, at least don't do anything that could put your life at risk. If you die, I won't be able to bear the blame, said Issei. Issei, don't worry, I promise you, said the black-haired girl. I'll believe you, but still he couldn't finish the word as he received a kiss on the lips from Rukino Saki while she showed a blush on her face. Issei, with this kiss I promise you that I'll be fine, she said happily and still blushing. Okay, choose one, Saki, said Issei. While she was thinking that Valvrave would be piloted, the green one caught her attention and she decided to choose it as hers so she could fight alongside the Securite. She entered the Valvrave cockpit and the phrase "Do you want to leave your humanity, yes, no" appeared on the monitor. She without hesitating for a single second pressed yes, and just like Issei, the liquid was injected into her neck with which she was given permission to pilot the Valvrave. They kept the discovery of the Valvrave a secret for a while until the Dortian army decided to attack. Issei prepared himself with a suit to pilot the red Valvrave that he decided to wear. Like Saki, but hers is green. But when they discovered, thanks to some cameras that were placed inside the Valvrave, they had learned that there was a second Valvrave and its pilot was Rukino Saki, who when they discovered her, said that she would tell them later. And he went directly to attack the Dortian army who were waiting for the Valvrave to come out and try to capture them. New power and new side effect. Chapter 26 New power and new side effect. Issei had taken off in the Valvrave towards his destination to stop the passage of the Ideal Bloom, the most powerful mobile ship of the Dortian army, but with the help of the Valvrave, it would not be difficult to expel that ship again and again. At this moment Issei is shooting at a Bloom who was barely able to dodge. The pilot of that Ideal Bloom was Ddraig, who believed that the pilot of the Valvrave was making a futile effort to bring him back. "Elf, come back, I don't want to kill you," said Ddraig, but without receiving an answer. Elf. Ddraig tried to make him react, but what happened was not predicted by the pilot. He spoke. "Hey, I'll tell you one thing, I'm not your partner, my name is Hyoudou Issei, you're already boring me with so much of your idiocy," said the brown-haired boy. "What did you do to Elf, damn it?" Ddraig said angrily. "Don't worry, he's fine, you better get ready," said the brown-haired man, cutting off the communication and attacking again. But what Issei didn't expect was another Ideal Bloom appearing from behind, firing boomerangs. But these were strange, sticking to the Valvrave, preventing it from moving faster and overheating it. "No matter how strong they are, if we can cancel their movements we can defeat them," said this time Noon, who was piloting the second Ideal Bloom. "Ddraig, are you okay?" "Yes, I'm okay," Noon said, the one with purple hair. But when Noon was about to grab the Valvrave that Issei was piloting, his arm was broken, surprising him. The one who had destroyed the Ideal Bloom's arm was none other than Rukino Saki in her Valvrave, surprising the two Ideal pilots by seeing a second Valvrave. "There were two of them, nobody told us anything," said Ddraig. "Its fuselage is slightly different, but it is the same." Ddraig shoots, said the blue-haired man, so that both of them began to fire the boomerangs towards the second Valvrave. But he dodged them with his hind legs, creating small walls of energy with which he managed to dodge the boomerangs. "Okay, Saki distracts them now, Ddraig, let's try a new mode," said the brown-haired boy inside the Valvrave. "That's right, buddy, let's show them power," said Ddraig. "Hein activates the new mode," said the chestnut. "Ready, Issei, you can activate it whenever you want," she said on the happy monitor. "Okay now, Welsh Dragon mode," said the chestnut. When he said that the Valvrave expelled a large amount of crimson energy, trying to get the attention of the young people, the Valvrave that Issei was piloting had changed, it was now completely red, the eyes of the Valvrave were completely green, and the things that looked like wings of the Valvrave already looked like dragon wings, and the energy it emitted was completely crimson. The pilots of the Ideal Bloom were too nervous to see the appearance of the Valvrave of the Securite, which from one second to the next disappeared and appeared from the Ideal of Ddraig, cutting the ship's engine with the katana, causing it to explode, and barely escaping in the escape capsule, being caught by Noon. "Ddraig, are you okay?" said the blue-haired man. "Yes, Noon, but what the hell is that? They never told you," said the purple-haired man. "He is a Bakemono, he is seriously completely a monster." "Ddraig, let's leave," said the blue-haired man. And so both Dortian pilots decided to escape when they saw that their Ideal Bloom were far inferior to the Valvrave in its dragon mode, and shortly after Issei and Saki decided to return to Module 77. They explained what Issei and Saki had found, showing the three remaining Valvrave, impressing those present, but among them there was someone who decided to take his own measures, the Student Council President Renbikoji Satomi. "Well, mark them as property of the Student Council," said the blonde Satomi. "Ah. What are you talking about, idiot?" Issei said. "How dare you call the Student Council President an idiot," said one of the girls accompanying Satomi. "It's simple, you think I'm going to give him the only weapons to face Dortian." "Don't make me laugh," said Issei. "You're making fun of me, it's obvious you don't know how to respect your senpai," he said. Senpai, my ass, you are an idiot if you think that I am going to give you just one of the Valvrov. I will only give them to you when you kill me, which is impossible for a useless weakling like you, said the brown-haired man seriously. Damn. Said the blonde, trying to hit the brunette, but before doing so he is received by a knee in the abdomen from Saki-ga. This made the girl who was accompanying Satomi angry. Damn, what did you do to Kaicho, she said, trying to slap Saki, but was stopped by a hand belonging to the brunette. If you hit Rukino Saki, don't expect to see tomorrow, he said with a somber and serious tone that frightened those present and made the aforementioned blush slightly, you understand. But that said by the brunette, she nodded in confirmation and stood behind the blonde. Well, I hope you have it in your brain, these Valvrov belong to me, and I will say who can pilot them and who didn't hear me, said the brown-haired man almost as an order. Hi. They all said. Already outside where Renbikoji Satomi was. TSK, who does that idiot think he is? Said the angry blonde. His name is Hyoudou Issei, a second-year transfer student, and if I'm honest, don't mess with him anymore, said Inyazuka Kaiuma to the blonde. Because he is a simple student, he said, still angry. He was the one who killed several Dortian soldiers and expelled the same army, said Inyazuka. If you want to die, do it, but don't blame me if you come out with a broken arm, I told you myself. Okay TSK, damn Hyoudou Issei, said the angry blonde. Okay, I will. So the days passed in Module 77, in which it had been possible to clean the damage of the Dortian army, which continued sending ideal ships which were destroyed by Issei's Valvrov and Saki's Valvrov, who named him Carmilla since she told him it sounded better than Valvrov a robot. But everything changes when Dortian sent 10 battleships, which each sent 3 ideal bloom, which made that even though Issei's Valvrov was in Welsh Dragon mode too complicated and the time in this way ended making. Inyazuka and Yamada both take the Valvrov 3 and 5, which with their almost impenetrable defense and firepower, managed to eliminate more than 80% of the Dortian army. All this was planned by the former Dortian soldier Elelf to increase the defense of Module 77, which was of great help, and Issei did not complain, and at this moment Issei with the other 3 Valvrov pilots and Sakurai Aina were in one of the rooms of the module's hangar. Well, I understand why we are here, but why her, no offense, said Raizu Yamada pointing at Sakurai Aina. She is the only other person who knows our secret, said the Seikryuite. I see, said the orange-haired man, understanding. Well, as you must know, you are no longer human, said Issei. As soon as you piloted the Valvrov you would abandon your humanity. So what are we now? Asked the orange-haired Yamada. Well, according to Aina-chan, she named us Kamiski, and we are now completely different from humans, said the brown-haired boy. But I feel the same, said the orange-haired man. I don't notice any difference. Outwardly we are the same, but saying this Issei takes out a knife and cuts his arm, but it heals quickly. As you have seen, we have fast regeneration. Oh, and what else? Said the orange-haired man, still surprised. We can transfer our mind to another person by biting them, said the chestnut. Seriously incredible, said the orange-haired man in amazement. We are invincible, aren't we? Actually, according to what I have in mind, if a big explosion occurs that destroys and turns our entire body to ashes, we will die, but if you lose an arm or a leg, it will come back or another one will grow, said the brown-haired man. But that ended the entire meeting that had been planned, and the days passed in which it was decided to propose a prime minister for Module 77, according to one of the teachers and Elelf to be better organized, and among the candidates Ashinami Shoko and Renbikoji Satomi had been chosen, in which Shoko ends up winning for her final proposal, who won the vote of more than 70%, winning the elections for prime minister. But with the Seikryuite, not everything was going well, since at that moment he was suffering from one of the effects, which was to attack people, which alarmed the only person near him, Rukino Saki. Hey Issei, are you okay? She said worriedly. Come on, can you take me, she said, showing her neck so Issei could absorb runes from it. Lemon skipped. Upon feeling this, he increased his speed to the point that he came inside Saki, causing her to feel her second orgasm of the day again. Instantly, Issei fell unconscious on top of Saki, and she hugged him. Finally, we are one, Issei, she said, hugging him tightly and with a great happiness that only she could feel with him. Time to put things in order. Chapter 27. Time to put things in order. Hyoudou Issei was waking up and saw that the sky was dark, deducing that it was night, which did not matter to him, but when he tried to stand up, he saw Rukino Saki completely naked on top of him with only a shirt that instantly he knew was his, and she was asleep. The instant he saw her, he remembered everything that happened that day, like how he attacked and raped the black-haired girl. He knew that maybe she would hate him for what he did, but he looked at her face in detail and saw that she was with a happy smile, which left him somewhat confused, but he decided to leave it for later. I gently lift the brunette, trying not to wake her, and carry her bridal style. But he knew it would be suspicious if they were seen naked, and decided to use his balance breaker so he could fly, and if they saw him they wouldn't know who he was. As he was flying slowly so as not to wake her up, he remembered what happened with his girls, where after the battle against the Kuoh, his dragonic instincts made him sleep with them to mark them as his, which none of them got angry or started to hate him, rather they were happy since they knew that Issei would be the only man in her life, which made the brown-haired boy feel better. When he arrived at his room in the city of Module 77, he laid the black-haired girl on his bed and put some blankets on her so she wouldn't get sick during the night, and he slept on the sofa that was nearby and decided to sleep. Already in the morning Hyoudou Issei woke up and saw that the black-haired girl was caressing his cheek, and she woke up slowly. "Sorry for waking you up," said the brown-haired boy. "No problem," she said, shaking her head. "I'm glad," he said happily, "and about last night, sorry, I couldn't control myself." "Don't worry, Issei, at least I know she has faith in you," she said happily, surprising Issei a little. "So you," he couldn't finish as she kissed him. "That's right, Issei, I love you," she said, putting her hand on Issei's face. "I don't care if I'm not the first in your heart, but I'll be happy just to be close to you." "I see Rukino-saki," said Issei. "Yes, Issei," she said happily. "Rukino-saki, do you remember what I told you about the supernatural world and what happens when a demon is high class?" he asked. "If I remember, why?" she asked. "I've used all my pieces except for one pawn, and tell me, do you want to be my last pawn, so when I return to where I belong, you can come back with me?" asked Issei. "Yes, Issei, if I can stay by your side I don't mind," she said, making Issei happy. He performed the ritual with the black-haired girl and weeks passed in which Dorshan decided to attack Module 77, entering successfully even with many casualties on the Dorshan side, thanks to Issei and the Valvrov. But they needed someone else to pilot the Valvrov Vi. According to the tests done by Elf, the most suitable person to use the Valvrov hacker type was Renbikoji Akira, younger sister of the student council president Satomi, who had refused, but Issei had forced him to accept. She accepted and began piloting the Valvrov Vi, which was very helpful when facing Dorshan. Kane, although he had managed to enter, could not conquer Module 77 since Issei had managed to defeat Kane, although he did not kill him since he had escaped with a dismantled Valvrov that he managed to make work thanks to an artificial life, Pino's brother, and this one asks Issei to rescue him, which he accepted. Module 77 headed to the neutral territory of the moon, where they received a request to go to Earth to propose peace with the Rus, who were the Valvrov pilots, Elf and several other volunteers. While on the way there were several problems that caused the young people to end up landing in Dorshan territory instead of Rus being found, and even with Elf's tactics, the number of ideal bloom was high, and the problem lay in the Valvrov's weakness in the heat, which caused the boys to withdraw from Module 77. But not only that, they had not captured the pilot of the Valvrov named Carmilla, Rukino-saki, which made Hyoudou Issei angry, but even if he didn't want to, they should continue with the plan, and then he could go for her. In the mission they managed to rescue several Gear scientists captured by Dorshan. In that same mission, Elf had found out where there was an acquaintance of his, or rather the person he loved, and decided to go for her, obtaining the support of Issei, and with which they successfully managed to rescue Princess Liselet, who told Issei everything she knew and why they had her captured, which surprised him and Elf, who did not believe it, but remembering what happened to Issei she knew that there was no other reason and believed her. They managed to escape in an old rocket, although with difficulty since Dorshan had discovered them, and although the engine was significantly damaged, that damage would prevent them from escaping, and Liselet was thinking of sacrificing herself to save everyone, but Issei knocked her out to avoid losses, and using the Valvrov in Welsh Dragon mode, they got enough momentum to escape. When everything was calm, or so it was believed, since Dorshan, without caring about anything, attacked the moon, but not to take the module, but to secretly implant a rune collection ship made by a secret group known as the 101 Magius, and it was discovered when the peace deal was being made between the small nation of Module 77 said by Elf with the Rus. But it was cancelled by the Dorshan nation, who blamed Gear for the ship, and if that weren't enough, they showed a live video where they had Rukino-saki tied up and stuck a sword in her stomach, terrifying many. And more so when seeing that the wound healed quickly, and because of that Rus began to attack Module 77, classifying its inhabitants as level 7 dangerous life beings. That attack caused the death of more than 70% of the students, since Issei could not do anything to deny it, since at that moment he was trying to control his instincts that insistently asked him to kill the Dorshan soldiers, and specifically Kane, who was the one who did that. The evacuation of the few students was being a success, being protected by the 4 Valvrov that were present, but when the shuttle through which they were evacuating was damaged, they had to wait for it to recharge, and then Rus communicated with the last escape ship that was there, where it turned out that Sashinami Shoko, the new minister of Module 77, was. Those on the last escape ship lied that there were Dorshan soldiers on the ship, so Issei would go, and when they arrived, "Hey? What's up?" and the Dorshan soldiers? Issei asked, holding a gun in his right hand. Issei don't come said Shoko, but it was too late Issei had been caught. What's going on? Issei said without moving. The Prime Minister of Arus told us that if we handed them over we would be forgiven, said one of those on the escape ship who had a gun in her hand pointing at Issei. Don't tell me you believe in those beautiful words, are you an idiot? Said Issei. You killed my father to feed yourselves she said, and if one of the victims Dorshan had used to frame Module 77 was the girl's father. It's not true, we don't do that, not that I know of Issei said, thinking the last thing so put the gun down. The brown-haired boy said, but she reflexively shot, wounding Issei in the chest, thinking she was going to kill him. Shoko approached Issei crying, but shortly after, Issei came back to her senses. You are not Issei, what did you do with the Issei I knew? Shoko said sadly. What are you talking about he said, but then he noticed the shot in his chest. No, this is it. Beleheti Bakemono she said as Issei tried to touch her, but she hit his hand. I see, but do you really think what you just saw was a monster? Issei said smiling hahaha we haven't even known each other for 6 months and you already think you know everything about me. What's wrong with you? Said one of the girls. It's nothing, just that if you think that because of this he said pointing to his chest that his body had made him weaker so he could go unnoticed as being a monster, you're wrong, I'll show you a real monster. Issei said leaving that place and approaching the Valvrov. Dino don't let anyone pilot you and sorry for what you will see said Issei, well she accepted and wondered what Issei was saying Ddraig can I use space mode? That's right, mate said Ddraig. I can see the complete Juggernaut drive being activated, but to maintain the appearance of the incomplete one, I want them to see a real monster that will terrify them forever, said the serious brown-haired man. Okay buddy let's show him a real monster like Hyoudou Issei. I, the one who will awaken. I am the heavenly dragon who stole the principles of God's domination. I laugh at infinity and despise dreams. I will become the red dragon of domination. I will sink you into the depths of crimson purgatory. Juggernaut drive. Saying the chant to activate the Juggernaut drive even though it had to transform into the complete one, Issei asked it to have the incomplete form to scare everyone. He flew at an incredible speed and appeared in front of all the Dorshan ships of Arus and the 3 Valvrovs surprising and frightening everyone. What is that monster? Yamada said, terrified when he saw the red dragon near him. I don't know, said Inyazuka, equally terrified. Eyes, are you listening to me? Issei's voice was heard in the heads of the Valvrov pilots. Hey? Issei where are you? Asked Inyazuka. Do you see a red dragon near you? Asked the Seikvaira. If we see a monster, why? Yamada said asked. It's because that monster you see is me, said the brown-haired man surprising the 3. Hey? How is it possible this time asked Ranbakoji Akira. This is one of the ways I can use it, I will defeat all Dorshan, so stay away as much as you can, I myself will create the greatest destruction you will ever see he said finishing. Ignoring what Issei said the 3 pilots walked away. Well I think it's time to put order in this Dorshan place, said Issei disappearing. Where did that monster go thought several Ideal Bloom pilots and combat ship captains. After that there was an explosion, this explosion killed and destroyed more than 20% of the Dorshan and Arus soldiers. Dorshan the brown-haired boy's voice was heard coming from the red dragon in front of them, surprising everyone you attacked us and killed dozens, maybe hundreds of students because of your stupid greed, but something I'm not going to let go is what Cain did and that is messing with a dragon's partner. But that said Issei in his Juggernaut drive form began to charge a huge amount of power in his chest. So die damn you Longinus smasher shouted the Seikvaira launching the attack. A huge amount of energy in that attack created a huge explosion that destroyed more than 70% of the entire fleet of ships, leaving a total of 10% from both explosions, causing the few remaining ships to retreat in the face of the imminent death they faced if they stayed. Ddraig do you know Saki's location asked the brown-haired boy still in the form of Juggernaut drive. That's right, buddy, the pawn piece you gave me shows me its location, I'll give it to you said Ddraig showing him an image of where they had Rukino Saki. Thanks mate, it's time to go get Saki and return to my true home, said the brown-haired man. Are you sure? Even though your power has stabilized, you still have a 40% chance of dying or going to another dimension said Ddraig. I don't care and besides I miss my girls, I haven't seen them for almost 4 months, said the brown-haired man. Okay, I understand, it's time to rescue your girl and go home said Ddraig. Yes shouted the Seikvaira. Returning to my dimension. Chapter 28 Returning to my dimension. Before starting there was a mistake in the previous chapter where I said that Rukino Saki was stabbed in the stomach when in reality it was in the chest, sorry about that, and with that let's start the chapter. Issei was flying over the place where Rukino Saki was captured, he was still in his Juggernaut drive state with great anger. Ddraig here it is said Issei. That's right, but I'm still surprised that you can be sane even in that state, you're seriously a unique guy said Ddraig. The only thing that comes to mind is to kill Kane with my own hands, to tear him apart, to torture him, to make him suffer, Issei said angrily. Kaiin. The scream was heard, and all the soldiers present headed outside only to see a terrifying red dragon filled with fury. Shoot, said one of the soldiers. Everyone started firing their weapons or piloting the ships they had, but it was useless. All the shots bounced off the dragon's thick scales. Don't get involved, you bastards, Issei roared, hitting the ships, destroying them and crushing all the soldiers. It was a massacre. Kane, get out, you bastard. Inside the base. Kane-sama, there is a monster outside our base, said one of the few living soldiers. It is the same one that annihilated more than 90% of our forces. How is it possible, said Kane, surprised. Prepare my ship and I will attack myself. But it was not possible because the room exploded. Almost no one died, but with what they saw they wished they were dead. Several soldiers in the jaws and claws of the dragon, dead, full of blood and with everything they had inside them, were falling to the ground, terrifying everyone. Kane, damn you, I come to kill you, roared the red dragon. Hyoudou, Issei with fury. Quickly prepare my ship, said Kane, making several soldiers go, but I won't let them, said the chestnut, and with his tail he hits the soldiers, killing them instantly. Kane. Who are you, damn Bakemono, said Kane, scared for the first time in his life. Who am I? I am your worst nightmare. I am. At that the red dragon began to shine, to disappear in millions of particles, showing an armor red like blood. I am Hyoudou, Issei. I am the one who will kill you. 1 minute you are the pilot of Valvrov 1. If you had that power, why did you decide to use the Valvrov, asked Kane. It's because I didn't want them to discover my true identity. I'm not from this world or this dimension, said the brown-haired man, approaching slowly. But what you did manage to unleash a real monster, Kane. What did I do to make you become a monster? Kill your companions, make them get killed? Asked Kane, walking away slowly. No, that's not what you did, it's unforgivable. What you did was, he said, disappearing and appearing in front of Kane, stabbing Ascalon in the chest. What you did was mess with a dragon's wife, and that is unforgivable. You a dragon, Pueh, but they are myths, said Kane, vomiting blood. In this world, yes, but where I come from they are the most terrifying beings, and even more so if they mess with one of their females. And you, Kane, he said, moving Ascalon higher. What you did was unforgivable. What did I do? What did I do? Asked Kane, trying to escape the force with which Issei nailed Ascalon. Prove that she is a monster. Ha, don't fool me. Pueh. Better die now, Kane, your mere existence disgusts me, said Issei. After saying that, Issei moves the sword to the skull, killing Kane. After that he approaches where Rukino Saki was tied up and cuts the ropes with Ascalon carrying her bridal style. Saki, are you okay? Asked Issei while holding her in his arms. Issei, huh? What happened? She said, seeing all the destruction and the dead. It's nothing, just that they will never hurt you again, said the brown-haired boy. Ddraig, since you can talk to Pino, send him our meeting point. We will return home and we will take to Valvrov. Okay buddy, give me some time, said Ddraig, communicating with Pino. Well, it's better to go, said Issei, advancing, but something in Kane's clothes shines, making him check, finding a kind of sphere with someone inside. You, who are you? You damn jeer, because of you I'll never be able to be with Pino again, said the one in the sphere who had long green hair. How do you know Pino? Said the brown-haired man angrily. Answer or you die. You should tell me that. Pino is my Hyoudou and you're using her out of greed, damn jeer, said the green-haired man. Hey, I didn't use it. I asked her nicely for her power, and she gave it to me with the promise of helping me in whatever way, and if you say you're her brother, then I'll take you to her, said Issei. But with that power you came in here with, it's more than enough. Why do you need more? Asked the green-haired man. I didn't want to use this power and put others at risk, or have them discover that I'm not from this world, said Issei. And what's your name? Blue, my name is Blue, and if you let me be with my Hyoudou I'll help you with anything, said the green-haired man. I would do it even if you didn't ask me, but I'll take your word for it, said Issei, putting his gauntlet on the sphere without letting go of Rukino Saki, and he transferred to the gauntlet. Well, for now you will stay inside there, but you won't be alone. What do you mean? Blue asked. Oh, so there's a new visitor. Draig's voice was heard, surprising Blue upon seeing him. Okay buddy, soon Pino and the Valvrov will be back, take the Valvrov from the girl, and let's get out of here. Okay, said the brown-haired boy, we're leaving Saki. Hi Issei, she said, clinging to the chestnut. It didn't take long for Issei to find the Valvrov Carmilla, as Rukino Saki named it, and put her inside so she could take it and leave faster. Shortly after, Pino arrived controlling the Valvrov 1, and Issei got on it, driving it, leaving that place. Once outside, Issei communicated with his companions through the monitor, saying that they would not see each other again, and to take care of Module 77, and try to repair the dismantled units that were in the module land. Alright Ddraig, Bahamut, it's time, said the brown-haired boy, his red gauntlet and black sword appearing. Yo, so it's about time. Very well, said Ddraig. Hyoudou, Issei just say Dimension Cross Smasher and a rift will be created to return, said Bahamut. Very well, said the brown-haired boy, coming out with his balance breaker in space mode and charging several boost now dimension cross smasher. When Issei said that he launched a fairly powerful beam where he opened a crack big enough to fit the Valvrov. Well, it's time, he said, entering the Valvrov. Saki, it's time to go. Hi Issei, said the black-haired girl, turning to see her dimension perhaps for the last time. Let's go. They both entered and arrived at a completely dark place. Okay Hyoudou, Issei, now use a Kamiha, your Longinus smasher, to open a new rift and that will send you directly to the underworld, said Bahamut. Oka and I still wonder how you know this, but better for later, he said, leaving the Valvrov. Very well, Kamehameha. As he said that, Issei released a powerful burst of power, opening another portal. Very well, hurry Issei, that won't last long, said Bahamut. Okay, said the brown-haired boy, entering the Valvrov and turning on the monitor. Saki, let's go, it's time to go. Hi Issei, said the black-haired girl in the Valvrov. They both entered the crack and shortly after there was a flash that temporarily blinded them and they could see the purple sky characteristic of the underworld, making the brown-haired boy happy. Hey Ddraig, can I make the Valvrov enter the boosted gear to avoid attracting attention? Asked the brown-haired man. You can put it inside and use it whenever you need it, said Ddraig. Well then, Issei touched the Valvrov, concentrated, and it entered the boosted gear. You're lucky that the space here is practically infinite, otherwise it would be very tight. Heh. Said Ddraig in a mocking tone. You're right, what about Saki's Valvrov? Asked the brown-haired man. I can do it and I can also make it into a custom-made armor with the same capabilities it had before, said Ddraig. Hey, what do you think, Saki? Said Issei, entering the black-haired girl's Valvrov. Sounds good, yes, why not? She said. Very well Ddraig, do it, said the brown-haired boy. Okay, leave it to me, said Ddraig. Saying that, Ddraig somehow managed to modify the Valvrov so that it could be used as armor, although it was difficult, he was able to do it and now Arukino Saki was seen with green armor on her arms, she had the rotating knuckles of the Valvrov and on her back the extra legs, although she did not have wings to be able to fly, she could stay supported thanks to some propellers on her feet. What do you think? Issei asked. It feels a little strange since it's my first time using it, but I think I'll get used to it quickly, she said. Okay, time to go home. Saki takes my hand, said Issei, and the black-haired girl did it immediately and they teleported to the Hyoudou residence where all of Issei's girls were waiting for him for a long time. Hello girls, I'm back. Issei-kun senpai-sama, they all said, hugging him tightly. I'm sorry I've been gone for so long, Issei said sadly. Don't worry Issei, you're here now and that's what's important, said Lucifer. Very well, let me introduce you to my last pawn, she is Rukino Saki, said Issei, pointing to the black-haired girl with armor which disappears the helmet, showing her face. Be well. My name is Rukino Saki, as Issei said, I am your pawn, it is a pleasure, she said, disappearing the Valvrov armor. Hey Rukino-san, tell me what your relationship is with our Issei, asked Lucifer. I am his fiancé. Boo, well I couldn't say what kind of relationship I have with Issei, said Saki, somewhat nervous. Well, I would say that she is another of his lovers or girlfriends, whatever you want to call them, or am I wrong? Rory asked. They all nodded at what the semi-goddess Loli said. Very well, by the way, Rory, how long have you been missing? The brown-haired boy asked the black-haired Loli. More or less 4 weeks or I'm wrong, said the Loli, and everyone nodded. Wow, it's a very short time, said the brown-haired man. Very little time, said Lucifer. We have been without you for almost a month and we have not been bored enough. When she said that, she hugged him and was followed by everyone present except Saki. Well, I was without you for more than 4 months, no Saki, said the brown-haired girl, receiving a yes from the aforementioned you see. They were all surprised by what the brown-haired man said, since for them it was almost a month, but for him it was a little more than 4 months. But I have a question, Issei, how come we haven't found any traces of you? Sayaka Kurosaka asked this time. It was Rizavum's fault, said the serious brown-haired man. That left everyone silent and surprised Rias since she knew about him from her brother. Was it Rizavum live in Lucifer? No, Issei asked Rias. That's right, he tricked me by making Euclid the Lucifuge pass as Grayfia and they chained me with golden chains. They said I was Asgardian, said the brown-haired man seriously. Hey Asgardians, someone's voice was heard. When Issei turned around he saw the Valkyrie Roswas, who was surprised by what Issei said. That's right, Roswas, said Issei seriously. It can't be, it makes sense that you couldn't escape, those chains could keep anyone God wants immobile for a long time, and even Great Red, she said seriously. It makes sense, but when I was able to free myself, that bastard stole about 50% of my power with my angel, fallen angel, and demon genes, said the brown-haired man, and I had to rest and keep a low profile wherever he sent me. Issei, where am I sending you? Lilith asked this time. That bastard sent me to another universe or dimension, I don't know, he said seriously, and that's where I met Saki. She was a great support and I feel the same for her as for all of you, so take it easy. The brown-haired boy said seriously, surprising everyone and accepting her as another member of Issei's harem. Reunions. Chapter 29. After Issei's arrival, everyone went to sleep where his entire harem wanted to sleep with him. The next day they were gathered in the living room. Okay, girls, what happened while I was away? Issei asked. Let's say several things, said Lilith, among them the rating game of Rias against Sona where Sona won the battle. That's right, I lost the battle because Sona chose a good place to hide and we caused too much damage, so they took away several points from us, said Rias, somewhat frustrated at having lost against her childhood friend. I see something else now, Issei asked again. The battle of Serekh against the heir of the Glaciolabola's clan, said Lucifer, this time where Rias Serekh's cousin won. Well, I saw that coming, said the brown-haired man. Something else. The battle of the heiress of the Aegers clan Seekvaira Aegers against the heir of the Asterid clan Diodora Asterid, said this time Erica, where Diodora defeated the heiress Aegers. I see, I feel bad for her, maybe I'll go see her later, said the brown-haired man. Issei, aren't you trying to be unfaithful to us? Rory asked this time, a little angry. Huh? Not good at all. I've heard some things about her, like her great interest in mechas or robots, said the brunette. That is true even though he keeps it hidden, but it is true, but why do you say that, said Rias. Well, maybe what I show her will delight her and lift her spirits a bit. He said, the brown-haired boy. And what about Amarok? Has Rias reappeared? That's right, Issei reappeared, but even though he didn't create any destruction, Rias made a sad face, just like the rest. He killed Asia and took her sacred gear. That left Issei in shock. His friend whom he loved like his little sister was killed by Amarok, one of the people he hated the most had killed her, and that made Issei angry, although not as much as when Rukino Saki was stabbed, but it was quite a lot. And he left us a message. Hyoudou, Issei, I hope that with this you see that I don't play, I want you to become stronger, because if you don't I will kill you all. That was what he told us, Rias mentioned seriously and sadly. Damn, I know what that bastard is capable of, even if the four Maus fought together they wouldn't hurt him, but why, said the brown-haired man, clenching his fist with anger and rage at a high level. Damn, if it weren't for that damn riz of him I would go now and kill him. Issei, please calm down, you already fell into anger once and killed thousands of people because of me, so don't do it again, said Saki, trying to calm Brown. Fine, I'll try, Saki, you've already seen what my anger can do, although I don't know what would have happened if you or any of you had died, said the brown-haired man, trying to relax. Fine, I'll try to save all my fury for just one being, so stay calm. After that, Issei somehow managed to calm down thanks to Saki. Good, and Rias, do you have any information about Saji? Asked the brown-haired boy. Huh? Why do you want to know about Sona's pawn? Rias asked. Well, with Saji, how do I put it? I asked him to at least get a partner after training. That was the only requirement for me to train him, and I want to know if he fulfilled it, said the brown-haired man. Well, according to Sona, Saji has started dating Momo, his bishop, so Kane fulfilled what you asked him, but why? Rias asked. Well, the only way Saji became that strong is because he became a complete dragon, and I wanted him to at least have a partner to motivate him to be stronger than he already is, said the brown-haired boy. I see, that makes sense, said the Redeed, understanding. Yes, well, I'll go visit your brother Rias, then I'll go see Seekvaira, he said, preparing for the teleportation. Well, see you later and be good with Saki, well, goodbye. Said the brown-haired man, teleporting to the mansion of the Mau Lucifer, and there he found Sirzechs talking with his wife Grayfia. Issei-kun. But where have you been all month? We've been looking for you, said the Mau. Well, let's say I met the son of the original Lucifer, Gabriel, and your brother Grayfia, Euclid Lucifuge, and they took away half of my powers, said the serious brown-haired boy. Wait, how did they steal your powers from you? As far as I know, you can easily defeat those three, even without using your sacred gear, asked the Redeed, surprised. Well, let's say that Grayfia's brother tricked me using magic to change his appearance to Grayfia's and chained me with some golden Asgardian chains that can even hold Great Red and Ophis Ouroboros, the most powerful beings, for a while, said the brown-haired man. I see, Issei-kun, what will you do? Asked the Mau. Nothing for now, but later I will recover my stolen power, even if I have to kill your brother Grayfia. Or do you want him alive? Said the brown-haired. If you can, Issei-sama would like him to be alive, Grayfia asked. I'll do what I can, but I can't guarantee that it's complete, said the brown-haired man seriously. Well, that was all. I'll go to the Aegers territory to visit his heiress. Huh? You have business with her, the Mau asked. Something like that, Issei said to concentrate his energy. Remembers what it was like. Oh bingo, I found it. Well, goodbye Sirzechs, Grayfia, see you later. The brown-haired man said, teleporting to where the Isekai'ed was, and when he appeared he found himself in some kind of vault or underground, and when he looked elsewhere, he could see Seekvaira doing something and approaching her. "Hello Seekvaira," said the brunette touching the blonde's shoulder. "Hi." The Isekai'ed was scared when she was touched, scaring her by surprise. But it's Isekai'ed dono. "I told you to call me Issei," said the brown-haired boy. "Why yes I'm sorry Issei dono, but I have a question," she said. "Of course," said the brown-haired boy. "How did I get here?" asked the blonde Isekai'ed. "Oh, that's why I used one of my techniques to get here," said the brown-haired boy carefree. "And tell me what would have happened if I was naked, taking a bath or doing something private," she said, blushing just thinking about it and a little angry. "Well, first I would ask for forgiveness, then I would receive my punishment from you, and finally I would take responsibility," said the brunette, making the blonde blush. Well you at least you have consideration," she said, blushing to return to her normal behavior. "And by the way, what are you doing here?" "Oh right Seekvaira, I heard that you like highlights, right?" said the brunette, making the blonde feel sorry. "Why if that's the case, is there a problem with that?" the blonde asked, somewhat annoyed. "Not at all, but rather I'm happy because I have something to show you." "Ddraig now releases the Valvrov," said the brown-haired man, activating his boosted gear. "Very well, partner," said Ddraig. And from one moment to the next the room lit up, and within a few seconds Issei's Valvrov 1 was shown, making Seekvaira's eyes shine, and she blushed deeply when she saw it. This is an incredible mecha," she said, quickly observing everything, making Issei smile when he saw that she liked it. "But how did you build it or get it?" "Let's say someone sent me to a universe or dimension where there are mechas, and those of this model are called Valvrov, and in total there are 5, 3 stayed there and I have 2, well, even though one doesn't belong to me, but this one does," said the brown-haired man. "And it works?" the blonde asked excitedly. "It works perfectly," said the brown-haired man. "I can use it," she said, her eyes shining. "Sure, no problem, I just have to make sure you can pilot it," said the brown-haired boy, getting up and entering the cockpit with Seekvaira. "Can you turn on the Valvrov?" "Sure Issei," said the program girl. "Hey Issei dono, what or who is she?" asked Seekvaira upon entering the cabin. "Hey, she's Pino, an artificial life created by scientists. It was thanks to her that I can use the Valvrov with more power, right Pino?" said the brown-haired man. "It is still true that Issei is a great friend and companion, thanks to him I am with Oni-chan again," said Pino happily. It was nothing Pino, and by the way, can she use the Valvrov?" asked the brown-haired man, pointing at Seekvaira. "I'm afraid that his runes are no good, and if he did the same thing as you he would die soon," said Pino. "Oh I see, what if she uses it and I give you what you need?" said the brown-haired man. "It seems very good to me Issei, I will do it, I will give him permission to pilot, but he will not have as much power as with you," said Pino. "It doesn't matter as long as it works, it's fine," said the brown-haired man. And so Seekvaira was able to pilot the Valvrov with instructions from Issei to be able to use it, and when she finished after several hours, she was very happy with what she had done. "And what did you think of Seekvaira?" asked the brown-haired man. "It was amazing, it was the first time I piloted a mecha, I have no words to say it," she said happily, making Issei smile. "I see, I'm glad you liked it. You can visit me whenever you want so you can use it," said Issei. "I will do it," said Seekvaira. Well then Issei touched the Valvrov, already being outside with a boosted gear gauntlet, and it absorbed the Valvrov, introducing it inside. "See you later Seekvaira," the brown-haired man said, using his teleportation, leaving that place, leaving a happy and cheerful Seekvaira, not only for using a mecha for the first time, but because Issei did not say anything bad about her tastes, making her feel interest in Issei, which perhaps could turn into love in the end. Unleash the Wrath of a Dragon. Chapter 30. It had been several days since Issei learned that his little sister was killed by Amarok, although that made Issei's anger increase. He had to calm down and save all his anger for his future battle against him. In addition to that, Seekvaira visited the brown-haired man frequently to be able to use the brown-haired man's Valvrov, which did not bother him at all, since he probably would not use it for long, and there was at least someone to pilot it. In addition to that, Rukino Saki, Issei's last pawn, had gotten used to her new life, and she did not mind that Issei had his harem, although from time to time she and Issei had their moments alone, but it was not only with her, she did the same with all of them, which they liked to spend time alone with the person they loved. At this time Issei was in the underworld training with Saji, Sona's pawn, and Rukino Saki, so that both could increase their power a little more, and so that the black-haired girl could learn to use the Valvrov armor created by Issei, with the help of Ddraig and Bahamut. "Alright, Saji and Saki, come with everything," said the brown-haired boy, while easily dodging the punches and kicks of both pawns. "Very well Hyoudou," said Saji excitedly. "Balance breaker. Prison dragon balance breaker Vitria form." Vitria's voice resonated in the blonde sacred gear. When that was heard, Saji was wrapped in his black Vitria armor, with which he expelled a great amount of power that would make high-class demons tremble. "Very well, Issei," said Saki seriously. "Armor Valvrov." Saying that, the black-haired woman was wrapped in her Valvrov armor, obtaining great power, although not as much as Saji's, but one that would rival a high-class demon, almost close to a supreme class 1. "Well, let's start the real training," saying that Issei increases his power until he is on par with Saji, even though his power was even greater. This was just training, so he reduced it quite a bit. Begin. And so both Saji and Saki went at full speed against Issei, trying to land a hit but missing by a hair. "Hyoudou never makes her easy now, Vitria," said Saji with a smile. From Saji's armor all the tentacles headed towards the brown-haired man, but he cut them all with a light layer of power from the Dragon Slayer Ascalon sword. "Don't forget about me, Issei," said the black-haired girl, throwing her rotating knuckles that were guided by the black-haired girl's mind, making it a little more difficult for Issei. "Damn, they've improved," said the brunette with a smile, "but it's not enough." Saying that, Issei grabbed one of the tentacles of Saji's armor and spun it until it collided with Saki, who became careless, and they both fell to the ground. "They surrender," said Issei with a little power in his left hand. "If we give up," the blonde and the brunette said at the same time. "Hyoudou never makes it easy," said Saji, removing the helmet of his armor. "Oh come on, Saji, I made it very easy for them. The reason they lost is that they don't know how to coordinate," said the brown-haired boy. "If they had coordinated they would have lost." "I see, it makes sense. Since I don't know Saji well, I can't trust him much," said Saki without the helmet of her armor. "Well, I don't believe you, Hyoudou. I think you used more power than you said you used," said the blonde. "Okay, if you think so." "Ddraig lowers his power until he's on par with Saki," said the brown-haired boy. "Very well, partner," said Ddraig. "Okay, now it will be Saki and I with the same level against you whose power rivals Serafal," said the brown-haired boy. "So let's start, Saki, let's do it." "I say," said the black-haired girl happily. "Very well, Saji, prepare tea," said the brown-haired man. "Saki now." When she said that, the black-haired girl used her rotating knuckles and sent them against the blonde, who dodged them easily, but Issei appeared behind him and hit him in the back, sending him against Saki, who was waiting for him, and hit him in the face, so that the brown-haired girl kicked him and sent him to the ground. "Saji, you surrender," said Issei with a dragon shoot prepared and Saki with her rotating knuckles ready to attack. Fine, I give up," said the blonde, seeing that Issei wasn't lying. "You're right, she and I didn't have coordination and we lost, that's why I realized it now." "Well, I'm glad you see your mistakes," said the brown-haired boy with a smile. "And by the way, how are you doing with Momo?" "Hey, who told you?" "Said I'm going out with her," said the blonde, blushing and quite nervous. "Come on, Saji, remember that I gave you that condition of looking for a partner so that you have the goal of becoming even stronger, and also that I had always seen that you looked at her with affection," said the brown-haired man, patting the blonde on the back. "Or you are not dating, because if you don't date, maybe I will ask her out." "I'll kill you first, Hyoudou," said the angry blonde. "Haha, come on, Saji, I respect other people's wives," said the brown-haired man, laughing. "So if you go out." "That's right, after the battle against Loki I invited her out," said the blonde, still annoyed. "Oh wow, after I left I wasn't the only one to find a new partner," said Issei, while hugging the black-haired girl from behind, making her blush. "Don't tell me you and she have already done it," said the surprised blonde. "That's right, it was more due to my dragon instincts, but I don't regret it at all," said the brown-haired boy. "To look, or do you regret it, Saki?" "Not at all, Issei," said the black-haired girl, smiling. "I'm glad to see you recognized." "Me too, Saki," said the brown-haired boy to kiss the black-haired girl. "And well, Saji, you and Hanakai have already done it." "Hey boo, but what are you saying, Hyoudou?" said the blushing blonde. "We haven't kicked him out yet." "I see, well, what does it matter, your pace is important," Saji said. Issei smiling. "Well, let's get back to training." The days passed and the next rating game battles took place, which were Serekh vs Ona, the Air Glacial Bullied vs Seekvaira, and the last one was a triple battle between Hyoudou, Issei, Rias, Gremory and Diadora Asteroid, where it was after the first battles with the results of Serekh winning since Saji, being the strongest, became confident, causing his king Sona to be defeated, causing the loss. And between Seekvaira and the Air Glacial Bullies, it was a victory for Seekvaira by having strategies that led to the defeat of the rebel air. At this time the battle was beginning, but for some reason there was no announcement, which worried Rias and Issei, where the Cow's Bridge made its appearance, being defeated in a single blow by the brown-haired man. Now Issei was meeting with Rias Gremory, where Diadora himself introduced himself as a member of the Cow's Bridge, being that they could only leave if he was defeated, to which he sent all his pieces, who were exterminated by Issei's servants very easily. Now they were in front of Diadora, but what they saw made everyone's blood boil with hatred, and even more so Hyoudou, Issei, witnessing what Diadora was doing. Mayujuka, Beelzebub's brother, had Asia Argento sucking his member with her empty eyes, while he had a crazy smile similar to Freed's. "Oh, but it's the Seekvaira and his useless companions," he said, looking at Issei with his eyes covered by his hair. "You like the scene. It was thanks to Amarok who gave it to me, and I've used it over and over and over again. At first I cried, but then I got used to it and I started to like it. Do you have a problem?" Iodora Asterit, "Consider yourself dead. You are the second idiot who has made me too angry. Ddraig, let's do it. Let's show him the power of a dragon," said Issei with a voice full of hate. "Of course, my friend breaks all his bones and he feels a lot of pain because he's an idiot," said Ddraig. "Ascalon," said Issei seriously while the Ascalon blade came out of his gauntlet. Iodora. Issei flew at such a high speed that in a blink of an eye he was close to him, but there was a barrier which was destroyed by the simple touch. How impossible. That barrier was indestructible. Not even the four Maus together could crack it," said Iodora, scared. "Iodora dies," he said, stabbing Ascalon in the chest. How was it possible that I lost to a piece of dragon shit?" he said as his body disintegrated. "Asia," she said while hugging her little sister. Who was trying to take off Issei's pants to continue what she only knew how to do now that her mind was broken. "I'm sorry, Asia, for not being there to protect you, really sorry. The only thing I can do for you now is give you a dignified death dragon shot." Saying that, the blonde's body disintegrated and everyone cried, and even Saki, who even though she didn't know her, knew that she was someone important to Issei. "Amarok, why don't you come out, you damn bastard?" Issei shouted while there was an explosion from where the person Issei hated the most came out. "Damn you. Calm down, Hyoudou, Issei. In your current state you won't do anything to me, not even a scratch," said Amarok seriously. "Damn you, why did you do this to Asia, my little sister?" Issei said while the gem on his gauntlet blinked 10 times per second and went faster. "Because just out of boredom," said Amarok with a smile. "Tell me you liked your gift and tell me." Damn, Issei said angrily. "Partner, stop or you'll break all the seals on your power," partner, said Ddraig, trying to calm his wielder, but it was useless. "What if I kill the others?" he said, launching a sphere of energy at high speed, sending everyone behind him flying. "Stop," he said while he saw how his girls were attacked and he couldn't do anything, and the straw that broke the camel's back. Amarok with a beam of energy killed Rias and Akeno. "Stop, Amarok, I said stop." "Infinity Dragon, destroyer of worlds." Ddraig and Bahamut's voices resounded. In an explosion of power that even sent Amarok against the wall, Issei was engulfed in flames while he was quickly covered by his armor as black as the endless night. He had spikes on his shoulders, the gems turned blood red, his wings were torn apart, also turning red, and he expelled a lot of power, a power so great that it can defeat Ophis and even rival Great Red itself. "Hey. Marok," Issei said with a muffled voice showing complete anger. "Today you will die by my hands." What's happening with this power that Hyoudou? Issei hadn't lost about 50% of his power. "Ddraig," Amarok asked the sealed dragon. "I have no idea, master. I also thought the original had lost half of its power," said Ddraig. "That's true, Amarok and Ddraig. Hyoudou Issei lost half of the power he managed to release from the 4 of 7 seals, and now he has broken 2 remaining seals, and only 1 remains, which has released a large amount of my partner's power," said Ddraig seriously. "Now, unless you use all your power you will be killed." "Damn, so this is the fury of a dragon. TSK, what will it do?" "Ddraig, unleash all our power," said Amarok with great seriousness. "As you command, master," said Ddraig, releasing great power. "Black evil dragon, God's murderer." Amarok was wrapped in armor that was black with blue parts, the legs became wider, in the stomach, had a gem which emitted great power, the head looked like a skeleton skull, with 2 types of horns on the sides. This was the most powerful form of Amarok. Black evil dragon, God's murderer, both powers were equal. "This is the first time I've used my full power, so I hope you don't disappoint me, Hyoudou Issei," said Amarok happily. "Hey, wow, it hasn't even been a year and I have to help this brat again," Issei said, but his voice was distorted between Ddraig and Bahamut. "Wow, if it's little Amarok, I haven't seen you in a while." "Who are you?" said Amarok confused. "Let's say I'm the one who gives strength to this idiot and I see that your idiocy has released all its power. Tell me, what the hell were you thinking when you killed the women of a dragon?" he said, annoyed, "but I see that I don't have much time to talk, so I'll at least put them safe." Saying that, he creates a magic circle that transports Issei's girls, leaving him alone and Amarok. "Before we face each other in the greatest battle, tell me your name before you leave," asked Amarok. "To be honest, just call me Drago," he said to disappear, and for Issei to come back. "Amarok, today you are going to die." The perhaps final battle between Issei and Amarok is about to begin. Who will win? Dragon's Fury and Confession. Chapter 31, Dragon's Fury and Confession. Before starting, if you notice that this Issei acts like Broly or Basara told you when releasing his power, I will say that I based it on them, that's all. Let's start the chapter. At this moment Issei has unleashed a new power upon seeing what Amarok did to Asia Argento, Rias Gremory and Himejima Akeno, his new power called Infinity Dragon Destroyer of Worlds. This power was greater than that of Ophis Ouroboros and even rivaled Great Red itself, but he was not the only one since Amarok also used his hidden power called Black Evil Dragon God's Murder, a power equal to Issei's. But Issei still can't control that power, and he let himself be carried away by his dragonic instincts, which cried out for Amarok's blood to flow in a river of blood. Amarok Guy Issei shouted, appearing in front of him at a heavenly speed, hitting him in the skull and making him crash against the wall. Amarok. DSK, it seems he's still faster than me, he said, standing up. Good black dragon shoot. Launching a dark dragon shoot 8 times bigger than an average one and 100 times more powerful impact against Issei, who received it full on, destroying the helmet of the armor, showing eyes completely full of anger and bloodlust, although he had a few wounds. These closed in seconds, even though Amarok could not see it. Amarok Destruction Dragon Shoot, he said, launching a dragon shoot 15 times more powerful than Amarok's, which surprised him, and he decided to dodge Amarok Reflect. But what Ga said, Amarok surprised after having received the blow that destroyed 70% of his armor. But what the hell, our power wasn't the same a few minutes ago. Looking at himself, Amarok saw that both of his arms and one leg were gone, although they healed quickly. Damn Hyoudou, Issei said, Amarok hitting Issei in the face, destroying his helmet, but was surprised to see a smile from Issei. But what the buck? Amarok said Issei, launching several bursts of power that impacted against him, causing serious damage. Amarok. Damn you, he said, approaching at great speed and hitting him in the stomach several times, but only a smile was seen from Issei. Amarok, he said, hitting Amarok's head with his left fist full of Ascalon Dragon Slayer power, making him vomit blood. Amarok. Issei grabbed Amarok by the head and lifted him up, hitting him several times in the stomach, making him vomit blood. My shit, said Amarok, hitting the brown-haired boy in the face with all his strength, throwing him against a wall and going through it. Shit, panting, why the hell is he so strong? Weren't we supposed to be equal? But when he looked around, Amarok could see several small white dragons. They were wyvern, but they emitted a blue light every second, and he realized what they were. But what the hell are these wyverns absorbing my power as if they were dividing, he said, destroying each one of them. Now I understand why he was so strong. Those wyverns gave him power, damn it, and I didn't realize he is releasing new powers, and even more so having obtained the power of dividing, and with that those wyvern dividing came out. That bastard is surpassing me. Amarok said Issei, coming out of the hole, but there were several cracks in his armor from where blood was coming out in jets, but it seemed that Issei didn't care. Those wounds make it seem like Hyoudou Issei is creating too much pressure in his body and is destroying it from within, said Amarok, discovering what was happening to the brown-haired boy, and I think that his hatred and anger towards me make him completely ignore that he is a true bakemono. While in another place with Issei's entourage and the few that remain of Rias were several kilometers away from the battlefield and had in front of a screen watching Issei's battle against Amarok, and they were equally surprised and scared to see how Issei destroyed his body internally. Now what will we do? Issei has gone crazy because of Amarok. Rias and Akeno are dead. What else will happen? Said Lilith Asami. How can we help him? I think it's impossible. If we get closer we will be killed, even if Issei doesn't want it, because he can't control his power, said Lucifer. You're right, but once Issei defeats Amarok, maybe he'll recover, Toka said hopefully. You're right, Issei will be able to come back, Rory said. Unfortunately he won't be back after defeating Amarok, someone said. What do you mean, Son Goku? Sayaka asked, like Issei won't come back once I defeat him. Well, as you heard, he won't come back as if nothing happened, Goku said seriously. This is what happens when someone kills or hurts a dragon's loved ones, and Issei will destroy the earth if he's not stopped. But it's Issei-sama we're talking about, he should come back to his senses, Ravel said. It's true that it's Issei, even I would like him to come back, but it's impossible since his anger is controlling him, said Goku. It can't be Issei-senpai, she said sadly as Kuroka hugged her. Calm down, Shirin Naya, said Kuroka, stroking the loli's head. I'll have to kill Issei after that or he'll destroy the world, said the black-haired man seriously. He was like a son to me, and that's what I must do as a father. That surprised everyone, but there was one who didn't accept that. I'm sorry, Son Goku, but I'll go and return Issei to normal, said the black-haired Rukino Saki. Saki, that's impossible, you'll die if you come closer, said the pink-haired Lilith. I don't think so, Issei won't hurt me and his future son, he said smiling, leaving everyone present in shock. What are you talking about, Rukino Saki? Asked the brunette Sayaka. That's what you heard, I'm pregnant with Issei from the time we did it in my universe, she said, caressing her belly. That should be impossible, we all did it with Issei, and none of us got pregnant, said Toka confused. One of the reasons why you didn't get pregnant is because you are part dragon or demon, since they have a lower birth rate than a human, said the black-haired Goku. Tell me, Rukino Saki, were you human when you did it with Issei? That's Son Goku, she said confused. That makes sense now, as a human you have a higher chance of getting pregnant after having had sex with a dragon, said Goku the man, but there is still a chance that he will kill you. I understand, even so I will go. I love Issei like all of you and he is the father of my son, so I will go even if you try to stop me. Valve of armor, he said, covering himself with the valve of armor created by Ddraig. I will go. Ukino Saki said, activating the thrusters on her feet, flying at great speed towards where Issei is. Let's go too, said Lilith, and they all nodded. I'm sorry to tell you that you shouldn't go, said Goku standing in front of them. Trust her, if more than one goes it's more likely that Issei will think about killing them. But Goku, Issei is special to all of us, said Lilith, and they all nodded. Why can't we go? With Ukino Saki the chances are higher of having his child, and he might feel it having all his instincts and dragon power at the maximum, said the black-haired man, so better hope for the best. They all had to wait reluctantly knowing that he was right, well with Saki. Issei, wait, I will make you come back and we will be together once more and with our son, he said, looking with determination at the place where Issei was fighting. With Amarok he was taking a beating from the chestnut. Hyoudou, Issei. Kuoh. Amarok spat blood, receiving a blow to the stomach. Damn Hyoudou, Issei. Amarok, today you will die, said the brown-haired man, still full of anger and trying very hard to pronounce words. Madam, who would say that this is the pure wrath of a dragon. Kuoh, he said, receiving another blow charged with dragon slayer power. It's the first time I admit that I was wrong. Amarok was receiving blows from Issei. After a while Issei held Amarok with his arm and lifted him up, taking Ascalon out of his gauntlet, ready to stick it in the latter's chest. Amarok said, Issei being a few centimeters away from hitting him but is stopped by something. Freezing, said a woman, stopping Issei. Wow, Amarok, you look pathetic. Don't even mention it to me, Moko, said the blue-haired man, managing to get out of Issei's grip. Moko is a girl with pink hair and a great body. That is her real name. Is it better to go or do you want to die right now? The girl asked. Well, it's better to go, said Amarok, his armor disappearing and approaching. I hope to see you again, Hyoudou, Issei. When they were about to leave there by means of a magic circle. Freezing, said the brown-haired man, freezing Amarok and his partner, surprising them. What the hell, said Amarok's partner, how could he use it? You won't escape, Amarok, said Issei smiling. Damn, Ddraig, transfer my power to Moko and use your freezing, said Amarok nervously. Imo transfer, said Ddraig, transferring his power to the girl. Okay, freezing, said the pink-haired girl, stopping Issei with more force than the first time. Okay, this won't hold up, so let's go, Amarok. Good, said the nervous one. Both managed to escape with great difficulty after stopping Issei, but he only became more angry when he saw that Amarok had escaped. The Marowak, the brown-haired man, shouted, expelling more power, creating even more cracks in his armor. Issei, stop, said the black-haired Ukino Saki, arriving where Issei was. Amarok, said the brunette without listening to what the black-haired girl said. Issei, please stop, said the black-haired girl, hugging him from behind, receiving burns, but they were healed quickly. Issei, I don't want our son to live without you, his father. Ukino Saki said, crying, but incredibly the brown-haired girl began to react thanks to Ddraig and Bahamut. Partner react, said Ddraig, giving him great shocks in his body that made him react. Hyoudou, Issei, it's time you woke up, or do you want to see your woman cry for your death and your son live without a father, said Bahamut, also giving him great shocks in the body, making Issei regain consciousness. EAW, what did you say, Sasaki? WH, that you are expecting a CH, my CH son, said Issei with great effort. That's right, Issei, I'm expecting your child, and I want him to meet his father and you to meet him, said the black-haired girl with a smile and tears. That makes me happy, he said, before falling unconscious from exhaustion. Issei, are you okay? Issei, shouted the brunette, trying to make the brown-haired boy react. Don't worry, Ukino Saki, my partner is fine. He's just unconscious from having forcibly released 2 seals of his power. If we had let him release the last one, he wouldn't have been able to return, there's no doubt about it. Said Ddraig, although it was also thanks to you that he managed to regain consciousness and not remain like that forever. Although we also helped with that, but you did most of it, there is no doubt he feels a great love for you. As for the others, said Bahamut, although he will feel guilty for not being able to save those 2 women, along with his little sister, so don't ask too much of him. I understand that Issei being okay is the best thing, she said, sitting down and putting Issei's head on her legs, caressing the brunette's hair. We haven't even been together for half a year, but I'm very happy that we found each other and that you're the father of the baby I'm carrying inside me. Where Goku and the others were, they were happy to see that Issei had regained his sanity and came back to his senses, deciding to go for him and take him home, and then give the news to Lord Gremory and Barakiel that their daughters were killed by Amarok, feeling a lot of hatred towards him. The days passed, but Issei did not wake up. Son Goku and Natsu Dragnel said that he would wake up in a few more days, making them happy about that. The Dragon Awakens and Journey to Kyoto. Chapter 32, The Dragon's Awakening and Journey to Kyoto. Several days had passed since Issei became unconscious after releasing 2 of the 3 remaining seals, creating a great pressure on Issei's body, and even more so, having been forced to awaken new sealed abilities of the boosted gear, which gave him the final blow to leave him in that state that you can almost say he is in a coma. Groups had been sent in search of Amarok, who was also quite weak after having fought against Issei, but without any result. Lord Gremory, Lady Gremory, Sirzechs, Lucifer and Grayfia felt hatred towards him for having killed their daughter, sister and daughter-in-law respectively, even though Issei had done everything possible to try to save her. It was because of the son of the original Lucifer that Issei could not defend her. But they were not the only ones, since Barakiel also hated Amarok and felt resentment towards Issei, although he knew that it was not his fault, but still he blames him for the death of his daughter, who just over a month ago became father and daughter again. Leaving that aside, it had been exactly 2 weeks since Issei had defeated Amarok and he was still unconscious. In that time his entourage had been taking care of him, taking turns on the days they would take care of him, where even Sona Satiri, Seekvaira Gares, Serafol Leviathan decided to take care of him, and also Urza Scarlet, who forcibly forced Natsu to tell her where Issei was, making her also take turns taking care of him. Now in the chestnut's mind he blamed himself for the death of Rias, Akeno and his Amato Asia. It's my fault they died. If I were stronger they wouldn't have died, said the brown-haired man in his mind. That's right, it's your fault, but who's more to blame? Said a woman's voice. Hey Rainer, you weren't supposed to be dead, said the brunette looking at the brunette who was his first girlfriend. I'm still dead, but a small fragment of my soul remained in your boosted gear, said the black-haired woman, and if it's your fault that they died, it was your weakness that they were killed. You're right, it's my fault, said the brown-haired man, angry with himself. If I weren't so weak, they wouldn't have died. If you are to blame, but tell me who is most to blame, asked the black-haired woman. That's right, it's Rizavam and his 2 companions, so take revenge, it was because of them that they died. If you're right, it was entirely their fault if they hadn't shown up, said the brunette angrily. If it weren't for them, they wouldn't have died, and they would still be by my side. So, take the path of revenge and kill them. They took away what was most important to you, said the black-haired woman. You're right, they took away half of my power and also sent me to a place where I couldn't protect them, said the brown-haired man angrily. Because of the Amarok killed them. That's right, it makes you angry, they were the ones who caused it, they sent you to another world, preventing you from protecting them, said the black-haired girl. If it weren't for them then all this wouldn't have happened, Asia wouldn't have died, and Rias and Akeno wouldn't have been killed, and I wouldn't have met, he said, remembering Rukinosaki. If it weren't for them I wouldn't have met her, and maybe I would be dead or much worse. It was their fault that they died and I hate them, but at the same time, I am grateful to them since I met Rukinosaki, who is the future mother of my son. So tell me what you're going to do, asked the black-haired girl. I will look for them, I will find them and I will make them pay, but I will also thank them since maybe I lost the 3 of them, but at the same time I gained someone else, and that person is expecting a child of mine. She just like the others has won my heart, said the brown-haired man determined, so I am going to wake up from this silly dream, and I will make them all happy, giving them the happiness that I was also able to give to the 3 of them. Then do what Hyoudou Issei did, Rainer said finally before disappearing. I'll do it, I'll come back, said the brown-haired boy, disappearing from the dark place to appear in a completely white place. Ddraig. Wow, you've come back to your senses, buddy, said Ddraig, smiling finally after 2 weeks. Yes, I know, sorry for the delay, but it was thanks to Rainer that I came back, Issei said, smiling. How strange, right? The woman who killed me once now saves me from continuing like this, You're right, and well, what are you going to do now, partner? Asked Ddraig. It's very simple. I'll take care of my girls and my future son, said the brunette determinedly, and I'll also look for those bastards and kill them. In the end, I expected that. Well, you know that I will support you with any decision you make and I will be by your side until death, said the Red Emperor Dragon. I will also be by your side, Hyoudou Issei, said the Black Dragon God Slayer, just like Ddraig. I will be by your side until the day of your death, which is still too far away. You're right, and I'll trust you too to support me in whatever I need, said the brunette, smiling. Well, I think it's time for me to wake up and go back to my girls. Look, buddy, they've been waiting for you for a while, said Ddraig, smiling. Yes, said the brown-haired boy to wake up. When he woke up he saw that he was in his room and sleeping next to him was Rukinosaki, the mother of the brown-haired boy's future son, which made the brown-haired boy smile and caressed her cheek, causing her to begin to wake up. Sorry Saki, I woke you up, said the brunette, smiling. Issei, you're finally awake, said the black-haired girl, hugging him with tears in her eyes. I missed you, Issei. And I love you, Issei, said the brunette, separating her a little and bringing his face closer to kiss her. And by the way, Saki, why didn't you tell me before that you were pregnant? Well, I wanted to surprise you after the raiding game, said the black-haired girl, but it seems that when I told you, it didn't go as I had planned. But are you upset that I'm pregnant? Hey, you're crazy, this is the greatest happiness I've ever experienced, said the brown-haired boy smiling even though it's unexpected, I admit it, but I'm still happy. Issei, I thought you were going to hate me when you found out I was pregnant, that's why I never told you, but I'm glad it made you happy, she said, smiling. Yes, and sorry if when I went crazy, said the brunette seriously. When I saw how Amarok attacked them, I thought I would lose them, and I exploded in rage when he killed Rias and Akeno, because he didn't want any more of them to die. Issei, don't feel bad, if any of us had seen you in the same condition as us when being attacked, we would have gotten angry like you anyway, said the black-haired girl seriously. If you're right, said the brown-haired man getting up. Saki, tell the others that I've already woken up. Very well Issei, she said, kissing him once more. When he retired. Wow, how long has Ddraig been unconscious? The brown-haired boy asked the Red Emperor Dragon. You've been like this for 2 weeks, buddy, said Ddraig, surprising the brown-haired boy. Wow, I've been gone for a long time, he said, looking at the ceiling. Rias, Akeno, even if you're dead, I'll always love you, and Asia, my little sister, you'll always be my sister. Maybe I've lost you, but now someone is expecting my child, and I promise I'll take care of them even more than I do you, and forgive me for not protecting you. It seems that you are still tormented by that, my friend, but well, being a dragon and going through the loss of some of your women, I don't expect you to recover quickly, but that shouldn't stop you from protecting the others, said Ddraig seriously. You're right, this will make me want to protect each of them even more, said the brown-haired man seriously. You're right, so I am, don't get discouraged, mate, said Ddraig. I won't do it, I'll be stronger and I'll protect them all, said the motivated brown-haired man. After that, the other Issei girls along with Sona, Serafo, Seekvaira and Urza, stayed with him worried about him, causing the brown-haired boy to calm them down by saying that he is fine. The days passed and there was still no trace of Amarok or his partner, in addition to the end of the holidays, causing Issei and the others to return to Kuoh, where Roswis would stay in the Hyoudou residence, as it was Rias' tower, that with the help of Ajuka Issei, had managed to make them his own, as well as Kaneko, Kiba, Zenobia and Gasper, where the 3 women in that group quickly began to fall in love with Issei, but not only her, also Sona Satiri and her sister Serafo Leviathan. Seekvaira Agares and Urza Scarlet, who the last 3 were with Issei whenever they could. At this moment Issei was in the dorm room thinking about several things, including his trip to Hyoudou that all the second years would make. He would be accompanied by Zenobia, Kiba, Lilith, Toka, Erika, Philippi, Lucifer and Sayaka, along with Irina, who entered Kuoh by surprise, introducing herself as a reincarnated angel, and Roswis as a teacher, having entered Kuoh thanks to Sona at Issei's request. So we'll go to Hyoudou, A if I remember correctly. Hyoudou was the capital of the Yokai, right Ddraig, the brown-haired boy asked the sealed dragon. That's right, I don't have much information about that place other than they are very territorial and don't like strangers entering there, said Ddraig. I see, I'll be alert for anything, then said the brown-haired man. What surprises I'll get when I get there. That was Issei's thought, and time passed until it was time to go to Hyoudou, where he left Kaneko, Kuroka, Rory, Yu, Sona, Seekvaira and Urza to take care of Saki, who was now 2 months pregnant. When they arrived everything was normal. They visited several places in Hyoudou without any problem until they separated from the group upon entering what seemed to be the real Hyoudou and were quickly surrounded by several yokai of the dog, fox, and rabbit types. They were different races, although for Issei and his entourage, it was no problem to fight them, but none of the yokai attacked. You who want outsiders, asked one of the yokai who seemed to be the leader. We just came by, don't worry, said Issei, we are visiting Hyoudou, we didn't come to attack you. You lie among yourselves, it feels like your aura is not human and you are dragons, said the leader. It is more than clear that you kidnapped our leader Yusaka. Hey, what are you talking about? It's the first time we've come to Hyoudou and I don't know any Yusaka, said the brown-haired man confused. Don't lie, in your group there was a dragon with the same aura as yours, said the leader again. An aura identical to mine, there's only one and that's Amarok, so they made a mistake, said the brown-haired man. If they let us see who's in charge. When he said that, the yokai moved and revealed a blonde girl of about 14 or 15 years old, and I think that was her appearance and age, correct me if I'm not, with fox ears and 7 tails. She was a Kyubi type yokai. I am the leader of the yokai, said the little girl, and who is that Amarok? He is the person I hate the most, and it is possible that he kidnapped their leader, said the brown-haired man, and I ask you, little one, are you the daughter of the leader? My name is Kunu and yes, my mother is the leader, said the girl. Well, if you take us with you and tell us or show us a picture of your mother we can save her, said the brown-haired man smiling. You're not lying, she asked, a little suspiciously. As my name of the Seekvaira and as a man I promise to help you without asking for anything, since if she was kidnapped by Amarok, it is an invitation to go after him, said the brown-haired man seriously, so count on my help, Kunu-chan. Very well, said the girl blushing at Issei's attitude, as long as you save my mother, I will do everything I can, even giving my life. Don't worry Kunu-chan, you don't need to give me your life since I have a score to settle with Amarok, and I will prevent your mother from getting hurt, said Issei smiling. You very well and can you tell me your name asked the girl. Issei, Hyoudou Issei, it's a pleasure, Kunu-chan said the brown-haired boy smiling. Assassinate Rizavam. Chapter 33 Assassinate Rizavam. At this moment Issei was in the Yakai temple where he could see the one of a woman similar to Kunu, but older in age and with a better body. The little Kunu said that that was her mother. Yusaka also told them that she was kidnapped approximately a week ago by a group of demons, and a blue-haired boy who Issei knew from the description was Amarok, making him angry because he was doing his thing again, swearing to himself that he would kill him this time. And by the way, Kunu-chan, didn't he leave a note or say anything to you before leaving? Asked the brown-haired boy. Yes, it's true, she said, searching for a letter among her priestess clothes. She said, do we want my mother to give bouquets to a boy with a dragon aura and immense power again? Saying that Kunu hands him the letter and Issei reads it causing him to destroy the letter with a bit of fire that came out of his hands. That bastard is inciting me said the brunette seriously. What did the letter say Issei asked his queen Asami Lilith. He gave me the location of Rizavam and his companions, said Issei furiously also that he gave them the Yasaka leader, so they could call the Great Red to this world and make it fight with Ophis and destroy everything. That left everyone surprised and left little Kyubi Kunu worried. So mother is going to said the little blonde, almost crying. Don't worry Kunu-chan, I promise to bring your mother said Issei, caressing the blonde's head girls will help me, right? Hi Issei they all said smiling. Very well, I want Zenobia, Sayaka, Kiba, Erika, Irina and Toka to stay here and protect Kunu, and all the Yakai are allowed to kill the enemy if necessary, said Issei seriously. Hi Issei said the aforementioned and mentioned. Roswis, Lilith, Lucifer, Philifi and I will go said Issei, and the aforementioned nodded Roswis will be the first time you fight alongside me and the others, so I expect a lot from you, so don't disappoint me. Leave it to me Issei she said smiling and activating her Valkyrie armor, I'll do my best. For the rest it's the same said Issei seriously so let's go girls. Saying that, they all take off in the direction of an old mansion several kilometers away, where there were several demons where Issei annihilated them all with a single blow, he defeated them all, and upon entering, Rizavam, Gabriel and Euclid were seen, and behind them, there was a woman who looked like Kunu, but an adult, and with a good body tied to a kind of pentagram that shone. Rizavam has come for your head said the furious brown-haired man. Oh, but if it's the Seekvaira that happens you want us to take away the rest of your power, said the albino laughing. I have come for you to kill you so that you stop making others suffer, said Issei furiously. Oh unfortunately that will not be possible Euclid to free him, said the old man to Grayfia's brother. Hi Rizavam Sama said the young albino creating a magic circle from which a kind of capsule with a person inside came out. Seekvaira-kun, you'll wonder why we stole part of your power he asked, and the brown-haired boy said nothing well, it was for this. At that the capsule broke showing a brown-haired man with an aura similar to Issei's, because he was Hyoudou Issei or rather a clone created by old Rizavam. His power is on par with the celestial dragons, no, I'm saying he's stronger, that's why we use your power, and that of most of the creations of those filthy humans, and also a small bonus, said the old man whispering the last thing, making Issei angry tell me, do you think I can beat him? Of course I will and I will Roswis, Lilith, Lucifer and Philifi go after old Rizavam, Euclid and Gabriel, but don't kill Euclid, I don't want to worsen my relationship with the demons, said Issei smiling, I trust you. We know Issei, but as your fiancé I'm not going to stand for you getting someone else pregnant before me, so when all this is over, I want us to do it until I get pregnant said Lucifer, and the other three nodded, even though Roswis was nervous which made Issei surprised. Very well, I will do it said Issei blushing, making them happy, but finish them off or I won't accept that. Very well Issei said the four smiling. On Seekvaira you have lost 50% of your power making it impossible for you to win, said Rizavam smiling, and I heard that thanks to us, you have lost your little sister and 2 lovers, which made us happy hahaha. That laugh made Issei even angrier. Maybe it's true that I lost 50%, but didn't Amarok tell you that I've increased my power to the point of bringing him to his knees, said Issei angrily surprising the three, so that copy of me won't stop me from killing you. You brought Amarok to his knees, it's impossible said the old man incredulously, and then smiled if that's true, then it will have been worth sacrificing the legendary evil dragons. What are you saying? Said the brown-haired man confused. As you heard, we used Ophis to kill the legendary evil dragons and give all that power to your clone who only obeys me, said the old man smiling so finish it, my greatest creation. Saying that, the copy of Issei appeared in a millisecond in front of Issei hitting him, but he managed to protect himself, but he felt the blow stronger. Something strange was happening to the copy, since his muscles were increasing. What the hell did you do to him, Rizavum? He's not just a copy with my power, the power of the other hybrids and the evil dragons, answer me, said Issei angrily. Oh, I didn't tell you, we used all the power bottles we had, said the old man. Well, although we only had 7 bottles, but it's enough. Damn balance breaker, shouted the brown-haired man, activating his armor death. Issei flew at high speed against his copy, hitting her in the face, but it still wasn't enough. The SK girls take care of the useless ones, I'll take him, said Issei, attacking his copy and taking it away. We will finish you, Rizavum live in Lucifer, said Lilith, annoyed, having made a copy of our Issei, and using him for your greed is unforgivable, so girls be ready for the final battle against him. Hi Lilith, they all said. Trinity mode, said the pink-haired girl, changing her outfit and drastically increasing her power. It's her end, said the albino Roswas, activating her Valkyrie armor. This is for what they did to Issei, said the blue-haired girl, taking out her sword while chanting. The day is your end, said the pink-haired girl, taking out her dagger and activating her drag ride. Maybe once they are defeated and their beloved dies they will take my offspring, ha 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 ha, said the albino, making the 4 girls angry to the point of wanting to kill him painfully. Well, with Issei. Damn, said the brown-haired boy, dodging a blow from his copy. Tsk, he's like a pain in the ass. Partner, finish this quickly, your body is unstable and could explode, destroying all of Japan in the process, said Ddraig. When the red dragon said that, Issei became even more enraged at the thought of losing all his girls. I will not allow that, Infinity Dragon, destroyer of worlds, shouted the brown-haired man, activating his maximum power. You can only hold the form for 10 seconds, since your body is not in its best shape yet, said Ddraig. It's enough time, said Issei, freezing cannon. X. Saying that, Issei creates a cannon in his left hand from which he shoots a large amount of power at his copy that immediately freezes 90% of his body. X. It's now or never, said the brown-haired man, standing in front of his copy Kami. Issei was creating a great amount of power in his 2 hands. I, shouted the brown-haired boy, launching a huge wave of power towards his copy DE. Upon impact, the copy was sent into space, directly into the sun, disintegrating it into particles. Just like Goku XD. I still have time, said the brown-haired boy, flying towards where his girls and Rizavum were, and when he arrived he saw Rizavum and his companions lying on the ground seriously injured. So this is your end, Rizavum. Damn Seekvaira, this won't stay like this, said the old man lying on the ground. I've lost to the same trash twice, Gabriel said angrily. It's the end for both of them, said the brown-haired man, lifting Rizavum and Gabriel by their heads. Before you die, I will thank you, because without you, I would never have met the woman who is now carrying my future son or daughter. Tsk, I would have preferred to kill you and use your damn bitches, said Rizavum furiously. 3. It's the end for both of them, said Issei, with his eyes covered by his hair. Double dragon shoot. 2. The body of the demon and the cadre were completely disintegrated. Finally it's over, said Issei, smiling. Count over. When that sounded, Issei's armor shattered into thousands of particles, causing him to kneel down from the pressure it exerted on his body, which is still not 100% recovered. Ugh, it's still too tiring, said the brown-haired boy. Issei, said the girls, running to hug him. I'm glad you're okay. Don't worry, I'll still be alive and well for you, said the brown-haired man, smiling. Wow, that's great, someone said, and judging by the tone of her voice, it was a woman. You're Ophis Ouroboros, aren't you? Said the brown-haired man, looking at the sky, seeing a black-haired loli who was the dragon goddess of infinity. Ophis Ouroboros, the second most powerful entity, or maybe not anymore. So you know me as a Ddraig carrier, the loli said, smiling. That's right, and tell me what you want, then Ophis asked the brown-haired man. I want to test your power and see if you are worthy, said the loli with a smile. Worthy of that, said the chestnut, putting himself on guard. For now it's a secret, she said, putting her index finger in front of her mouth with a smile. When you are completely recovered, another person, and I will look for you and see if you are really as strong as I heard. Very well, but I hope the other person isn't Amarok, said the brunette seriously. Don't worry, she's not the other person, she's a woman, said the loli. For now this is goodbye. Saying that, she disappears into a doorway without leaving any trace. What does she want, and who is the other person or being who is looking for me? The brown-haired man asked himself. After that, Issei and the others take Yusaka, the Yokai leader, who along with her daughter thanked Issei for everything they did, where mother and daughter wished that Issei would visit them again when he could, where he told them that he would return when he could. After that he took Euclid Lucifuge to the underworld to give him a trial where he would not be taken favoritism and it would be fair. Grayfia thanked Issei for bringing her brother alive with her, where he only said that he had promised her and quickly left, so as not to cause more problems there. After that Issei, at the request of his girls, would have Hex until they became pregnant, and they decided that it would be in the time room. Even though Issei tried to resist, it was useless, having several furious women causing him fear and accepting doing it with all except the lawless Kaneko and Ravel, although he tried to persuade Rory. She said that she was old enough to have a child, leaving Issei without any possibility of refusal. Dragon Behavior and New Engagement. Chapter 34 Dragon Behavior and New Engagement. It's been 5 months since Issei killed Rizuva. Marukino Saki is already 7 months pregnant, and the rest are about 5 months pregnant, making Issei have to take care of them even more, and with that his protective instincts as a dragon have increased to the point that no man has approached his girls, causing some problems with his girls. Although he was not the only one, since Saji Genshiro had also started having Hex with his girlfriend Hanakai Momo, and not only that, but he was promoted to upper class, obtaining his title and his game pieces, putting Momo as his queen. Issei's protection problems as a dragon began when Natsu and Goku were going to warn him, causing him to attack them angrily, preventing them from approaching any of the girls, but when he walked away from the residence with his teachers, he managed to calm down and apologize. At this moment, the typical thing was happening when his teachers visited him, now that he was at Kamisama's temple. "I'm really sorry, Goku and Natsu," said the brown-haired boy, bowing his head apologetically. "I always get carried away by my dragon instincts. When you guys are serious, I'm sorry." "Don't worry, Issei, nobody got hurt," said the black-haired Son Goku, with his clothes a little burned by the brown-haired boy's attack. "I already experienced that with Natsu." "Hey, you said you'd never tell," said the Dragon Slayer with his face red with embarrassment. "You said it would stay between the two of us." "I know, but Issei is going through the same thing you were when Lucy was pregnant with your daughter," said the black-haired man, smiling. "Hey, so Natsu went through the same thing and you're married with a daughter?" the brunette said, surprised. "That's right," said the boy, turning to the other side. "Wow, I didn't know that," he said, surprised. "I already went through the same thing as you, since Dragon Slayers, by using more and more of our power, slowly become a dragon, and I already am one, even though I take human form," said the serious one. "I see, and what I do to you, you did to Goku," asked the brown-haired man. "That's right, I would do the same thing to her that you do to us, but it will only last until they stop being pregnant," said the Dragon Slayer, smiling. "So about 4 more months, and everything will be back to normal." "I see," said the brown-haired boy, relaxed. "And Issei, have you had any contact with Ophis again?" Goku asked this time. "Not yet. Well, now I'm 70% recovered and I can maintain the Infinity Dragon Destroyer of Worlds for a few hours, but then I get too much to the point that a high-class demon would easily kill me," said the brown-haired man seriously. "And what about the power they stole from you?" Natsu asked this time. "I got it back, but Ddraig is turning it into dragonic power, since it is the best option to make me stronger," said the brown-haired man seriously, forming a fist with his hands. "I will be ready for when Amarok returns and kill him once and for all." "Issei remembers that once you lost control and Saki saved you by pure luck since she was pregnant with your future child," said the black-haired man seriously. "So take everything calmly, because being a 100% dragon you are more vengeful, and even more so having lost one of your women." "I know, I'll try to stay calm," said the brown-haired man seriously. "Fine, and there is some information about the underworld." "That's right, Sirzechs wants to see you. According to him, someone wants to talk to you," said Natsu this time. "Okay, I'll go, so for now, goodbye," said the brown-haired man, teleporting to the underworld, more specifically the Lucifer castle. Upon arriving, he saw the Mayu on his throne. "Serious, what's happening, Sirzechs? I thought you didn't want to see me anymore after what happened." "You're right, Hyoudou, Issei, but I'm not the one who wants to see you," said the Mayu seriously. "It's the first Baal Zekrom." "And why does the first Baal want to see me?" asked the curious brown-haired man. "It's simple, to still compromise my aunt with you," said the Redite, angry. "Huh? What are you talking about?" the brunette asked, confused. "Do you think the first Baal wants me to get engaged to your aunt?" "That's right, he is the one who decides the commitments of the Baal clan, and my aunt Venelana Baal is the only woman who is not engaged or married to the Baal clan, since she will be engaged to a man of great power, and you are the best option, according to Zekrom Baal," said the angry Redite. "I see, and do you have any photos of her?" the brown-haired boy asked curiously. "This is my aunt," said the Redite, creating a hologram where a beautiful brown-haired woman with great resemblance to Rias Gremory was shown. "She is Venelana Baal, huh, she has a great resemblance to Rias," said the serious brunette. "That's right, that's why I'm against this," said the Mayu seriously. "I won't let anyone from my family be near you, because you only bring misfortune." "You better keep quiet, Sirzechs, Lucifer, you think you're the only one who suffers from Ria's death. Well, you're wrong," said the brown-haired man seriously. "Being a dragon I suffer more from having lost someone important, and even more if it's a woman marked by me." That doesn't matter to me because of you, Rias died because of having that damn power of yours. Amrock killed Rias, so you are the only one to blame for her death, said the Mao furiously. Do you think it's painful for you to lose a little sister because I lost Asia? She was a sister to me, and for not being there to protect them, she died by the same person who killed Rias. No, she was given to Diodora Astaroth like a damn hex toy. I watched as she was no longer considered a person, only being able to think about hex. Do you think that's not painful? Answer me, Sirzechs, said the furious brown-haired man. Your sister could at least be with the person she loves, but Asia only had me after being abandoned by her family when she was a baby, and then betrayed by the church that gave her a place to live. And if you loved Rias so much, why didn't you try to prevent her engagement? Then she would never have discovered this power, and she would still be by your side. But if it weren't for that engagement, I wouldn't have any of the girls I love. They would possibly have died, and that makes him furious. That left Sirzechs surprised since there was no falsehood in Issei's words, they were completely real, making the Mao feel bad. I's reason Issei-kun, I'm sorry, said the Mao sadly. I don't need apologies, I'm the one who should thank you for having engaged Rias to him, since I was able to get my girls who now carry my sons and daughters in their wombs, and it was all thanks to you, said the brown-haired man seriously. I see why Rias fell in love with you, said the Mao smiling. Very well, I will let you take care of my aunt, so be happy if she accepts you. Don't worry, I'll take care of her, said the brown-haired boy smiling. I'll go to the Bale clan to talk to Zekrom Bale. I wish you luck, Issei-kun, and thank you for bringing Grayfia's brother alive, said the Mao smiling. I promised him and I kept it, said the brown-haired man. Have this, says the Mao, handing him a paper with a magic circle. Since you don't know where the first Bale is, use this and it will send you directly to him. Very well, said the brown-haired boy, being transported to the Bale clan. Upon arriving, he found himself in a room where in front of him was a black-haired man who appeared to be older, and he greeted Issei with a smile. So you are the Seekvaira and one of the four most powerful beings capable of rivaling Ophis Ouroboros and Great Red Hyoudou. Issei, no, said the black-haired man with a smile. That's right, and you're Zekrom Bale, aren't you? The brown-haired man asked. That's it. Well, leaving the introduction, Sirzechs, I'll explain to you why you're here, right? Said Zekrom. That's right, he wants to get me engaged to Sirzechs' Aunt Venelana Bale, said the brown-haired man. That's right, she's the only Bale who hasn't gotten engaged or married, and you'll wonder why, said the Bale, and the brown-haired boy nodded. She's the strongest Bale of all those who live and have ever lived, so is the first Bale. I won't let her marry just anyone, and when I heard that the Seekvaira was on our side, and even more so was extremely strong, I decided not to miss this opportunity and ask you to marry her. It's no problem for me, but the decision is up to her whether she accepts me or not, said the serious brunette. There's no problem with that, said the Bale. She herself agreed to marry you. Really? Said the brown-haired boy, surprised. That's what surprised me, and if you don't believe me, she can tell you herself, saying that he snaps his fingers and a magic circle appears showing a beautiful brunette woman. She is Venelana Bale. It's a pleasure to meet you, Seekvaira Hyoudou. Issei dono, said the brunette, bowing her head. So you are Venelana, said the brown-haired boy. That's right, my name is Venelana Bale, said the brunette smiling. Well, as you already know, my name is Hyoudou Issei and I am the Seekvaira, said the brown-haired man, bowing his head. But tell me, Venelana, do you agree with this arranged engagement? For me there is no problem, since I was able to see your battle against the ex-fiancé of my late niece Rias, I felt an interest in you, said the brunette with a slight blush. Yeah, I see, but you should know that because of me, Rias is now dead, said the brown-haired boy seriously. I know you weren't to blame for his death, she said smiling, so don't blame yourself for it. You couldn't do anything at that moment because of the son of the original Mao. I know, but it was still because of my stupidity that she died, said the brunette, turning away. Stop blaming yourself, nobody could have done anything since at that moment you were not at your best, said the brunette, caressing the brunette's cheek, so stop blaming yourself. Okay, said the brown-haired man, returning to his normal attitude. Okay, returning to the main topic. Venelana, are you sure about this arranged engagement? I told you once and I'll tell you again, I don't mind getting involved with you, said the brunette smiling. Even though you know I have a harem and almost all of them are pregnant with me, said the brown-haired girl seriously. That doesn't matter to me as long as you give me some time alone with you, and it's also my turn for me to get pregnant with you, said the brunette, blushing at the last thing, putting her head on Issei's chest. Although if you don't want to accept me because I'm much older than you, I understand. That doesn't matter to me, Venelana, age doesn't matter to me, said the brunette, hugging her. As long as you love me even with what happened to Rias, it's enough for me. Hyoudou Issei dono, I'm glad and I don't care about your past, what's important is the present and the future, said the brunette smiling. You're right, and call me Issei from now on, said the brown-haired boy smiling. Zekrom Bale accepted the engagement just like her. That makes me happy Hyoudou Issei said the Bale smiling so be happy since at the end of the day she is a descendant of mine, even if she doesn't have the right to inherit the Bale clan, she is still a descendant of mine. Don't worry about that, I'll take care of her, said the brown-haired boy looking at the brown-haired girl, I think it's time for me to go, come when you're ready, Venilana. Of course Issei she said smiling. A few days had passed after that, and Issei was spending time with his girls, where Venilana began to hang out with the rest of Issei's girls without any problems, although she had decided to train to get back to 100% in the room, and when she left when she was about to return to her girls in front of him, a black-haired loli appeared that he instantly recognized as Ophis Ouroboros. Well Ophis, I'm completely recovered, so tell me who needs me besides you and why asked the brown-haired man seriously. That will be in another place carrying Ddraig said the loli creating a portal, so if you want to know come with me. Very well said the serious brown-haired boy entering the portal with a loli. Isekai'ed vs Goddess of Infinity and Dragon Queen. At this moment Issei was in front of the Goddess of Infinity Ophis Ouroboros and a blue dragon which for some reason makes Ddraig tremble in fear. Okay, I'm here Ophis, and who is the other one? Asked the brown-haired man. She is Tiamat, the most powerful dragon queen of the 5 dragon kings, said the loli with a smile. The dragon queen Tiamat because she sounds familiar to me, said the brown-haired boy confused you know something Ddraig. That if I know something she wants to kill me for some reason that I already forgot and has killed several of my carriers, said the dragon with fear. Be quiet Ddraig, this is none of your business, but your carriers, said the angry dragon queen. Okay I'll shut up said Ddraig, remaining silent. Well, it seems that if you hate him said the brown-haired man very well, and what did you two want with me? He is a simple Ddraig bearer, we want to test your strength and see if you are worthy of being our partner, said the loli surprising the brown-haired boy. And why should I accept that? Asked the brown-haired man. If you refuse, I will come for you and kill you said Tiamat. Very well, ma'am Issei said nervously. I see why Ddraig is afraid of you. What did you say? Asked the annoyed dragon. Nothing my lady said the brown-haired man with a military-style salute, making the dragon queen blush. Very well, first Tiamat will be the one to face you said the loli with a smile. Oh, I don't mean to offend you or anything, but wouldn't it be better to just confront you, so she can see that I'm much stronger? Asked the brunette. I say this so as not to hurt her. You're underestimating me, the dragon queen asked angrily. Not at all, but that's all I'm saying said the brunette nervously. Very well Ddraig bearer, face her if you win, I will face you, said the loli smiling. Very well then Queen Tiamat come said the brown-haired man. Stop underestimating me, said the dragon queen angrily. Saying that the dragon queen began to attack the brown-haired boy, although without much success since Issei easily deflected any attack that the queen launched without any problem bothering the same pole that Issei in a careless moment is hit by the queen's tail, and although it did not do much damage to him, it disoriented him for a few seconds being hit several times, and although they did not have much effect on him, he managed to make the dragon queen feel happy. That's all, Ddraig carrier, you've disappointed me said the queen, throwing out a huge flame. I haven't even started said the brown-haired man, deflecting the attack with one hand, I think I'll use a little of my power, so here I go. Issei began to give a couple of quick but not very strong blows, managing to greatly injure the dragon queen, hardening her and beginning to exchange several blows, although Issei, being smaller in size, took advantage of the situation, managing to dodge all the blows. DSK you're only beating me because of your small size, if it weren't for that you'd be dead already, said the dragon queen angrily. Seriously, very well then you will see my dragon form, although it will be the first time you use it, so look closely, said the brown-haired boy smiling. Issei's body began to expand and take on a reddish hue, with enormous wings emerging from his back and taking the form of a dragon, surprising the 2 most powerful dragons of their kind. This is your amazing dragon form the dragon queen said in surprise. That's right, this is the first time I have completely transformed into a dragon, and I still feel uncomfortable said Issei the now red dragon, so tell me Tiamat are you happy and we can continue with our battle. Very well Ddraig carrier said the dragon. Thus say Issei that's my name that goes for both of us said the red dragon very well let us start this battle once again. Both Isekai'ed and Queen Tiamat began to throw gigantic flames at each other, and even though Issei was holding back to be on par with the queen, his flames were much greater than hers, possibly as strong as the best of the ex-Dragon King Tannen, causing the Dragon Queen to slowly lose ground until she was defeated. Very well, Queen Dragon Tiamat, do you admit your defeat or do you want to continue until death, and that I have held back so much that I am at your level, said Issei with one of his paws on the chest and skull of the Dragon Queen. I admit my defeat against the bearer of Ddraig, I do not admit my defeat in front of the dragon Issei said the queen with a slight blush who knows why. Interesting Issei, you have sold Tiamat, so let's have our own battle. Tell me, do you want to start it with that form or with your human form, asked the infinite lowly. It will be in my human form. If I were to go against you in this form, I would lose because I'm not used to it and I circa an apostrophe to use my maximum armor, said the red dragon, shining and taking on the same appearance that he had before, an 18-year-old boy with brown hair. Hyoudou Issei, very well, so are you ready for this, Ophis? Of course Issei, said the goddess with a smile. Very well, I will use my maximum power, said the brown-haired man smiling. Infinity Dragon, destroyer of worlds. Saying that Issei begins to expel an enormous amount of power, surprising the two dragons by the incredible increase in power, while he was wrapped in a black armor, the Infinity Dragon, destroyer of worlds, which gives him such enormous power that it was surpassing that of Ophis by a good amount. So this is your famous form that rivals Great Red. I can see why it's amazing, I even feel like you're greater in power than me, said the goddess with a smile, but will it be enough? I don't know, but I hope so, said the brown-haired man. Both began to throw large amounts of power that the other managed to dodge without any problem. Seeing that it did not work, both launched themselves for the other, hitting each other with their fists full of dragonic power, causing some injuries, but still not taking it in the slightest importance. Ophis created giant snakes with her power, causing Issei to have to eliminate all of them, causing an opening where the goddess attacked with great torrents of dragonic power, causing that with one Issei was sent to the ground, impacting and sinking him with a kick from the goddess. That's all Issei, asked the goddess. You're not very strong, let's say. I'm just starting the warm-up, said the brunette smiling. Ddraig increases. Boost. Infinity Ddraig's voice resonated, giving him hundreds or maybe thousands of boosts. This will be enough to defeat you, Ophis, said the brown-haired man, expelling even more power than before, now much greater than Ophis's, surprising her very well going. That pleases me, he said to the goddess with a smile. Both of them collided again with blows with dragonic power imbued in them, making Issei quickly take the advantage. Seeing this, the goddess created snakes again, but these were easily eliminated by the brown-haired man in less than a second, flying once more against her, hitting her in the head to kick her and send her to the ground, impacting against it. Tsk, you are more than I expected, Hyoudou Issei, said the goddess with a smile, so I will use my true form. Saying that, Ophis wraps herself in a great cloak of power, increasing her power and mass exponentially, surprising the brown-haired boy when he sees the dragon form of Ophis Ouroboros. This form only Great Red made me use it, and even though my power becomes equal or superior to his, I can only have it for a couple of minutes, which led to my defeat, said the goddess in her true dragon form, making Issei nervous. Well, I never thought I would see that form of Ophis Ouroboros, it's surprising, said the brown-haired boy, surprised, but even so, I won't back down, and I'm going to defeat you. Saying that, they both began to attack. Issei had the disadvantage when he saw that not only did Ophis increase in size and strength, but also her speed increased monstrously, making it very difficult for him to try to hit her. Tsk, it's complicated, said the brown-haired boy, dodging a blow from Ophis to receive another. Goddamn, I'll have to be more serious if I don't want to die. I'd better Issei, if not you will die right now, said the goddess, throwing a huge flame. Very well, saying that Issei deflects the flame with one hand, surprising the goddess. Wow, so you had hidden power. Hey, interesting, so show me more of your power. Saying that, the goddess continued throwing flames and creatures that she created with her power, giving the brown-haired man several difficulties. Very well, it's now or never, saying that the brown-haired man forms a cannon on his left arm, freezing cannon, freeze Ophis. Saying that, Issei launches a huge torrent of ice that hits the goddess, freezing 60% of her body. I am possible, you froze me, said the surprised goddess. Okay, now Infinity Dragon form, saying that Issei changes to his dragon form without reducing his power, but rather increases it exponentially. Now it's my turn, Ophis Ouroboros X Dragon Goddess. Saying that, Issei throws a huge flame that hits the goddess, causing enormous damage, but she doesn't stop there and hits her with her tail, sending the goddess to the ground, crashing her hard and losing her dragon form and at the same time the battle. Are you sure you want to continue the battle, Ophis? Asked a brown-haired boy with one of his paws on the goddess without exerting force on her and just holding her. I give up, I didn't think you could beat me, said the goddess, smiling. I see that you are the perfect dragon to give us to be the father of our offspring that we will have with you. Those words confused and at the same time made the brown-haired man sweat with nerves, losing his dragon form to stand in front of both dragons. Hey, what do you mean, Ophis? Asked the brown-haired boy, confused. It's just like you heard it, we both want to have your offspring, said the goddess with a smile. Is it serious? Said the surprised brown-haired boy. So we heard of your incredible strength and power that rivaled the Great Red, and it seems you have exceeded our expectations, said the Dragon Queen Tiamat. I see, said the brown-haired boy nervously, but do you want me to have offspring with you using my dragon form, or is that good, since that form consumes a lot of my power? It doesn't matter, I can also take human form, saying that the Dragon Queen is covered by an intense glow that when it goes out shows a woman over 20 years old with navy blue hair and a great body. This is better, right? Alright, said the brown-haired man, sighing, let's go. Saying that the trio leaves that place to the Hyoudou residence where Issei introduces them, impressing them all, and you see him bothering them like Yasaka and Venelana, making them too take him to the room of Kamisama's temple where Tiamat and Ophis joined them, making the brunette not leave there until impregnating everyone again, leaving him very exhausted when leaving, making his teachers nervous imagining what happened. My first daughter is born and Hades attacks with Samuel. It's been about 2 months since Tiamat and Ophis joined Issei's harem, where Rukino Saki gave birth to Issei's daughter, to whom they gave the name Hina, a girl with black hair like her mother. When she was born, Issei felt the happiest man to see his little daughter in his arms, without being able to avoid shedding tears, and at the same time, without being able to avoid hoping that the other girls had their sons or daughters. Now he was in the living room of his house with his daughter in his arms and her mother with her head on his shoulder, watching the little girl sleep without being able to avoid smiling at the cute scene they both had. Our daughter is very beautiful, isn't she, Issei? Said the black-haired Saki, smiling. That's right, she got her mother's beauty without a doubt, said the brunette, smiling, making his daughter's mother blush. Thank you for the compliment, Issei, said the brunette, approaching the brown-haired boy's face and kissing him with love and passion, but remember that there are still several more that must be born, Issei. I know them very well, and I will also be waiting for them to be born in 2 more months, said the brown-haired man, smiling. When he thought that his day would be peaceful with his daughter and his daughter's mother, he received a call from the Mau Sirzechs Lucifer, who seemed somewhat agitated. What's up, Sirzechs? And it has to be good since you're bothering me when I'm having a quiet day with my wife and daughter, said the brown-haired boy, a bit annoyed. I'm sorry to bother, Issei, but there are problems, said the Redeed seriously. After Hades found out that you killed Rizavim, he decided to attack the underworld, and that's what he's doing right now. Well, as far as I know, you are much stronger than Hades, so you could defeat him without much trouble, said the brown-haired man without importance. The problem is that he is using Samuel, and if he hurts us he will give us his curse, and we will die, said the Mau, surprising Issei, so please come to the underworld and stop him. Very well, I will do it. I will go and kill Hades with Samuel, said the brunette seriously, and then return to be with my wife and daughter. Very well, thank you, Issei, saying that the Mau cuts the communication. Okay, you heard it, Saki, sorry, but I'll be leaving temporarily, said the brunette, somewhat annoyed at having to leave. Issei, I know it's your duty to help the underworld, so you don't have to apologize to me, said the black-haired girl, smiling and taking her daughter from the brown-haired boy's arms, so go and finish it quickly, so you can spend some more time with Hina. You're right, Saki, I won't be long, saying that the brown-haired man kisses his daughter's forehead, who smiles and then kisses the black-haired woman. Very well, I'm going. Saying that, Issei teleports to the Lucifer mansion where he found Sirzechs with a serious look that calmed down when he looked at Issei. Very well, Sirzechs, tell me where Hades is so I can go and finish him quickly with little Samuel, said the brown-haired boy, a bit angry, even more so because of Hades. Very well, Issei, he is now in Lilith, the capital of the underworld, said the Mau seriously. We have already evacuated everyone who lives there, so you can go all out against him. There's no problem with that since I can take them with me to another place to reduce the damage, said the brown-haired boy, smiling. Well, I'll go and defeat him as quickly as I can to go straight to Saki and my daughter Hina. Very well, Issei, I'll leave it to you to finish them both off, said the Mau, smiling. Very well, saying that, Issei creates a portal to go to the capital of the underworld, Lilith, where he could see the bony god Hades next to him, the most powerful weapon against dragons and snakes with a curse that can affect any species, the pure hatred of the god of the Bible, Samuel. So who the hell are you, insect, said the god of death, annoyed. Don't be a messenger of those false masks who ask me to leave, because I won't do it until I kill the one who finished off Rizavim, the true demon who should control this place. Well, if you want to find the one who killed the old Rizavim, here you have it. I Hyoudou Issei, the current Seekvaira, killed Rizavim, said the brown-haired man with a smile. So you were the bastard who killed the son of a true Mau, and who should rule this underworld, which is now nothing but shit, said the furious god of death. Well, today you will die at the hands of me and Samuel, so prepare yourself. If you say so, let's finish this quickly because I have to get back to my wife and daughter, said the bored brown-haired man. Very well, damn it, you asked for it. Saying that, the god of death launches several bursts of power which only bounce off the brown-haired man, as if they were nothing. Impossible. Hey, you're done, said the bored brown-haired man. Very well, I'll finish you two off like a real dragon to prove that Samuel isn't the ultimate weapon against dragons. Saying that, Issei changes form to his dragon form, surprising and intimidating the god seeing such a creature in front of his eyes, a blood-red dragon with an aura so great that it would make those of the celestial dragons look ridiculous if they were still alive. How is it that you can take the form of that damn monster? Said the frightened god. I'm a 100% dragon, so changing into this form is no problem for me, and if you want to keep living you better get out of here, god of shit," said the brown-haired boy, annoyed. "As if I was going to leave just because you turned into a dragon, so Samuel, kill him now," said the god angrily. The most powerful weapon Dragon Slayer was directed against Issei. Not having any seal, he could use his power freely, which was very great, and his attacks were released with the power that kills dragons. But even so, Issei was not intimidated and decided to attack with all his body and soul, managing to charge the Dragon Slayer weapon without any problem, surprising the god of the dead himself. "How is it possible that you have hurt him by receiving Samuel's curse?" said the god of death incredulously. "It's very simple, I'm covered in Dragon Slayer power, so the curse doesn't affect me at all," said Issei with a smile and a line of blood coming out of his jaw in dragon form. "But that doesn't mean it doesn't hurt me, but I can resist it for much longer." "You should be dead, damn phenomenon," shouted the god, launching a great torrent of power which didn't scratch Issei. "How can you still be alive, damn it?" "That is very simple to answer, I will not die until my sons and daughters grow up and no longer need me," said Issei, smiling. "So for now it will be impossible for me to die at the hands of a fifth-rate god like you, Hades." This enraged the god of death, and he began to call thousands of soul blinders, ordering them to cut the dragon until its life ended, which they accepted and headed towards Issei, but none achieved their goal, since they were easily exterminated by the legs, tail or jaw of the dragon that killed them long before even causing a miserable scratch, further increasing the anger of the god of death. "How is it possible that I, a god, am losing against you, a filthy dragon?" said the enraged god. "Damn it, I don't want to use it until I see the damn false mass, but you asked for it, Grim Reaper, come and finish off that shitty dragon." Saying that, a Soul Reaper comes out of Issei's shadow, but this one was much bigger and more powerful than the previous ones, with power 10 to 30 times greater than the others, but for Issei that was no problem. "That's all, Hades, I think today I'll return home very quickly to be with my daughter and wife," saying that Issei hits the Grim Reaper with his tail, sending him against a building in the city, leaving him seriously injured. "That's all, Hades. Damn you, bucking dragon," the enraged god shouted, launching several bursts of power which only bounced off the brown-haired man. "I think it's better that you die by a dragon," saying that Issei approaches the god and with his jaw catches him, killing him instantly with his strong teeth. The Reaper and Samuel look very good. Saying that, Issei heads towards the Reaper and does the same thing he did with the god, killing him with his dragon jaws with no chance of survival, now in front of Samuel. "Very well, only you remain," Samuel, saying that Issei approaches the Dragon Slayer weapon, which upon seeing it becomes enraged, launching its large tail that Issei dodges without any problem. "Very well, Samuel, it is time for you to die once and for all." Saying that, Issei throws a huge flame that hits the Dragon Slayer weapon, killing it instantly and destroying half the city, leaving only burned houses. "Wow, I think I exaggerated a little," said Issei, losing his dragon form, "but well, what can you do? Those idiots were asking for it by ruining my family moment with my wife and daughter, so they think I was merciful." Saying that, Issei leaves the place where he received a strong scolding from all the women of his harem, upon learning of the great destruction that his beloved created in the most important city of the underworld, causing him to feel sorry and scared to see all his women angry with him, causing him to do the best he can to earn their forgiveness. Having to spend a good amount of time with each of them, where he had to do what they asked of him and help them in everything that the Mayu asked of him as compensation for having destroyed the capital of the underworld. My other children are born and the legendary beast of the apocalypse attacks. It's been another 2 months since Issei defeated Hades with Samuel, where almost all have given birth to his children, which were Asami. Lilith had a son by Issei with brown hair like his father, whom she named Arata. Sayaka Kurosaka had a daughter by Issei with brown hair whom they named Kyoko. Yadagami Toka had a son with brown hair whom they named Iki. Krulsifer Einfolk had a son with light brown hair whom they named Lux. Philippi Aingram had a daughter with pink hair whom they named Sakura. Erica Blandelli had a daughter with blonde hair whom they named Akame. Rory Mercury had a black-haired daughter whom they named Levi. Euclid Helseth had a silver-haired daughter whom they named Caillou. Kuroka had a black-haired son whom they named Aoba. Urza Scarlet had a red-eyed daughter whom they named Lucy. Roswas had a brown-haired son whom they named Basara. Sona Citri had a brown-haired daughter whom she named Mew. Seraphol had a black-haired daughter named Midori. Seekvaira Agares had a blonde-haired son whom she named Mahiro. Zenobia had a brown-haired son with a green lock whom she named Orimura. Irina Shido had a daughter with brown hair like her mother's whom they named Marie. All of them were born with great power worthy of a high-class demon, where Issei spent most of his time with them, and logically with Saki Hina's daughter. But when he thought that his days could finally reach peace, something happened. The beast mentioned in the Bible that would bring the apocalypse, the Trixa, was released in some unknown way, and its first target was the underworld, where it wiped out hundreds or perhaps thousands of demons and fallen angels who tried to defend it. Sirzechs had to call Issei, who was annoyed because they were bothering him again while he was having his family moment with his girls, but when he heard that it was the Trixa who attacked, his thoughts changed to a more serious one when he knew who he would face, where he said goodbye to each of his girls and headed to the underworld. Upon reaching the underworld as quickly as he could, he found the corpses of hundreds of beings, perhaps thousands, and in front of him, a black creature with 7 heads, each with an animal, one of a bear, another of an eagle and some more. That creature emitted an enormous power that equaled the Great Red, which surprised Issei. Even so, he went straight to him, quickly changing into his most powerful form to confront that creature. "So that's the Trixa," said the brown-haired man looking at the beast. "It's a bit strange, but I'll still beat it." Saying that, Issei flies until he is a few meters away from the creature and begins to throw enormous torrents of power which greatly damage the creature, making it look at Issei with its 7 heads, all with fury in them. "Uah!" the 7 heads roared, throwing great flames of fire at the chestnut tree, who quickly dodged them, but the beast decided to use its head to hit him and send him towards the nearby buildings. "Not bad for you, a real piece of shit," said the brown-haired man, leaving the building without any wounds on his armor. "So it's better if we see who is the best dragon, the Seekvaira or the beast of the apocalypse, who will win." Saying that, Issei changed into his dragon form, impressing the beast, but it still wasn't scared and released all of his power, capable of rivaling the Great Red, but at the same time Issei increased all of his power, which was now greater than that of the Trixa, but even so he wouldn't trust himself, since if he did he could lose, like the time he was sent to another universe because of his overconfidence. "Very well, Trixa, let's begin our battle to the death," said Issei, the now red dragon. "Booih!" the beast roared once more. Saying that, they both collided their bodies and tried to bite each other. Issei's were much more powerful, but the 7-headed Trixas were more powerful, which made things very even for both dragons, both the red and the black. "Very well, I need to increase my strength in this flare," said Issei, making the gauntlet appear on his arm, which adjusted to Issei's new size. X100 voice resonated, increasing the dragon's power, leaving the beast of the apocalypse further and further behind. "Very well, Trixa, let's see if you can handle this," saying that, Issei launches a huge flame from his mouth, which exceeded the size of both dragons by far, which impacted against the Trixa, causing great damage to its skin. "Come on, Trixa, this is getting more boring." "Booih!" the beast roared once more, launching enormous flames from its 7 heads, which when joined together had surpassed the size of the one Issei launched, but even so, the power was less. "That won't be enough," Issei said, smiling as hundreds of white wyverns appeared in front of the flare. Divide X100 hundreds of wyverns resonated, dividing the power of the Trixa's flare, making it no bigger than a candle in a few seconds, enraging the beast. "Come on, Trixa, I am getting fed up with your weakness," said Issei, launching another flare once more, but this one had a golden tone in it since he had put Dragon Slayer power into it. "Wyverns. Boost X100." The wyverns resonated, changing to red and increasing Issei's flare, now being 4 times bigger than the first one, impacting the Trixa, leaving it seriously injured. "Ahaha, that's all, Trixa, it was N''T even worth it to turn me into a real dragon for this," said Issei, smiling to see a smile on each of the beast's heads, confusing him. "What's happening? Did you go crazy, or was Trixa a masochist?" But it was nothing like that. Yellow flames came out of the beast's body, which he identified as those of the Phenex clan, surprising himself since there could only be one culprit for that, which made Issei's blood boil knowing that he was causing problems again. "Damn you Rizivum, not even dead, can you stop bothering me with your damn shitty plans?" Issei roared, enraged at the already dead Lucifer. Saying that, he once again throws a huge flame that upon impact leaves no trace, which makes Issei confused since that flame was not strong enough to exterminate the beast of the apocalypse, it could only injure it, but there was no trace of the beast. "Where the hell is it?" said Issei, looking everywhere to feel several bites on his paws. "Goddamn Trixa." Issei roared enraged as he saw the 7 heads of the beast biting his legs, releasing a huge flame, leaving them temporarily without vision. "You have made me angry, Trixa, and I won't forgive you for that," said Issei, biting one of the beast's heads, pulling the head until it was completely torn off. The beast roared once more in pain as it felt one of its heads had been torn off in that way, increasing its anger. "It hurt you, I'm sorry, but if you want, I'll be gentler next time." Saying that, Issei appears once again in front of the beast, biting another one and at the same time tearing it off with great force, making the beast more and more enraged. "Come on, Trixa, if you don't want to keep losing your heads, come for me." Saying that, the beast appeared in front of Issei, hitting him in the face with its tail, causing Issei to lose his vision for a few seconds, long enough for the Trixa with its jaws to bite Issei's neck, wanting to tear it off. That's what I will never forgive you," Trixa roared, Issei disappearing from where the Trixa was, also removing the hold that the beast gave him, seeing that his throat had several holes from where blood came out, but these closed quickly due to the power he obtained when he piloted the Valvrave. "That beast brings more problems than I thought. Ddraig, any ideas?" I thought you would N''T talk to me again, but he said Ddraig feigning sadness, the only way I can think of is for you to turn your whole body into Dragon Slayer power and for any damage he does to you, that bastard will suffer too. It makes sense, I'll do it said Issei, wrapping his body completely in the golden aura, causing a trickle of blood to come out of his jaw. It seems that I still circa N''T maintain it for long, but it doesn't matter. About 5 minutes will be enough to finish it. Saying that Issei appears in front of the Trixa and attacks it with his entire body, causing a lot of damage due to the Dragon Slayer power, but the beast did not care and bit Issei in several parts of his body, causing his jaws to burn from the intense pain, making him roar for it. The beast roared as it felt its jaws burned intensely, something that not even the power of the Phenex clan could heal. This will be your end Trixa roared Issei throwing an intense golden flame towards the beast, which due to the pain, could not dodge receiving it full in its entire body, creating an explosion that covered the entire place, with an intense curtain of smoke that did not allow to see anything as he died. That's what Issei thought, but when the smokescreen cleared, he could see that only the body of the beast remained, completely burned, with no trace of life. I think he's dead, but to confirm that it's better to hit him again, saying that Issei uses his tail which hits the beast's body which is destroyed on impact, leaving nothing but burnt flesh. I think that will be all, and only Amarok is missing. I hope so because I am getting fed up with someone always wanting to die, when I just want to have some time with my family and a demon. Saying that Issei disappears from the place leaving it completely destroyed without any trace of life going with Amau Sirzechs is now in his human form, who thanks him for having eliminated him and without anything else, he returns with his girls and his children, to be able to be once again at peace taking care of them. The final battle. 5 months have passed since the Trixa was defeated where the last 4 children of Issei were born. Ophis had a black-haired son whom they named Tama, Tiamat had a brown-haired daughter whom they named Misaki, Venilana had a brown-haired daughter whom she named Mio, and Yusaka had a blonde-haired daughter whom they named Leon. The days that passed Issei lived in peace with them without forgetting his training with Natsu and Goku, so as not to be left behind the day he returns. Now with his power he could defeat Great Red without any problem, now becoming the most powerful dragon being respected and feared by all factions, even though he only wanted to spend his most time with his girls and their sons and daughters. Nothing was known about him, and they wonder who he is because he is the being who killed Rias Gremory and Himejima Keno, causing great pain to the Seikvaira for a time, but that pain was forgotten, thanks to his girls, who were always by his side on every occasion supporting him, so he could forget that and concentrate on the present, leaving aside the past which he accepted forgetting about those 2 girls who once occupied Issei's heart and still occupy it, but in smaller quantities than before. One morning as usual Hyoudou Issei woke up in his room surrounded by all his girls, although they had to enlarge the bed more, as there were more than 20 girls with him in the middle taking turns who would sleep next to him at night, although there were not only them, since there were more than 20 cribs near this, where the sons and daughters of Issei and his girls were all sleeping peacefully without making any noise. Although the scene looks somewhat beautiful, everything has to come to an end, even if it is not always for the best. Issei received a call from the Mao Lucifer, who summoned him to a meeting that would take place in the underworld, where Michael the leader of the angels, Azazel the leader of the fallen angels, Odin the father god of the Nordic faction, Zeus the leader god of the Greek faction, where a few months ago he had to sign the peace treaty, avoiding having the Seikvaira against him. So Issei had to go. By this time she was in the living room after several minutes trying to get all her girls up where they had to fix their children. Very well, I think I'll go said the brown-haired man with a serious look. Issei, do you really have to go? Asked Lilith Asami. That's right, I don't like going, but it's my duty, having brought together the most important factions, said the brown-haired man with a forced smile. Remember that once you return you will be with us and your children for a while said this time the light blue-haired Lucifer Einfolk. I know that, Lucifer, I haven't forgotten it, said the brown-haired boy smiling it's impossible for me to forget it. You have to remember Issei, remember that once they grow up, especially the girls, they will move away from you and will have a person to love forever, said the black-haired Rukino Saki, so your daughters will leave you to look for their boyfriends. Over my dead body, no one will take my girls away from me, said the brunette with his paternal instincts activated to the maximum, which made all his girls laugh. Issei, you are really overprotective, said the retreat Urza. Yes, I know said the brown-haired man, somewhat embarrassed, well then I'll go. Saying that Issei says goodbye to all his girls heading to the meeting that would take place in the underworld where he appeared in front of everyone. Very well, what happened for me to be called to this meeting, said the irritated brown-haired man. Brat, be more polite, said old Odin and tell me, have you taken good care of Roswis? If I have taken good care of her and my son, said the brown-haired man scratching his neck. That makes me happy said the old man, smiling. I hope you continue to take such good care of her. Yes, I will, old man, better than you took care of your son Loki, said the brown-haired man smiling, making the old god feel annoyed, remembering the behavior of his son very well. Let's start this meeting because I want to retire with my wives and children. Sigh. Issei, stop being bitter, said the black-haired Azazel with a smile. I'm not bitter, said the brown-haired boy, annoyed, I'm just fed up with being bothered when I have time with my family. Well, that's to be expected when you're a dragon, said the blonde Michael smiling, so take care of Arena-chan, it's an order from her father. Of course I will, said the brunette nervously without showing it at the thought of his furious father-in-law. The same goes for Roswis, her grandmother told me that if you made her cry she would come and take those balls off you herself, said the old man smiling. I won't do it, I won't do it, I won't make Roswis cry ever, but anything but that, said the brunette with fear, thinking about Roswis's grandmother, furious since of all the beings that exist, women are the most terrifying if you make them angry. Okay, leaving that aside, it's time to start the meeting, said the retired Sirzechs. Saying that, the meeting began normally and lasted for several hours, until Issei felt his dragon instincts activate to the maximum when he felt that his women were in danger, deciding to withdraw from the meeting without caring that this result could cause a new war between factions, as long as his women were safe. Transporting to his home, he could see that his home had been destroyed, and among the rubble he could see his women covered by a protection field made by Ophis, Tiamat, Seraphil, Yusaka and Urza to prevent them from being affected by whatever had happened. Girls, what's up? Said the brunette, approaching them quickly. Issei has appeared, said Euclid seriously. Amarok has returned. Hey, it seems he's back, said the brown-haired man, alarmed, and where are Lilith and Saki? Issei took them along with little Arata, and Hina, said Venelana seriously this time. Those words made Issei's anger reach its peak when he knew that the damned Amarok was attacking his girls again, and even more so when he took two of them along with his two children. Where is that bastard? Said the brown-haired man furiously. Tell me where he is. Issei went to the same place where they fought more than a year ago, said the light blue-haired Lucifer, remembering that place. He said he's waiting for you there. Very well, I will go for that bastard, this time he will not survive, since no one touches my girls and my children, said the brown-haired man, while the irises of his eyes took the shape of a reptile, and his eye color turned red. Make sure that no one comes and calls Sirzechs to repair the house, do it, I will go for that bastard. Saying that, Issei transports himself to that place with his technique, and upon arriving, he could see Amarok sitting on a throne with Lilith and Saki, tied in a kind of artifact created to prevent them from escaping, and in two cradles his son Arata and his daughter Hina, both crying, making Issei's blood boil much more than when he killed Rias and Akeno, when his children were crying because of him. His dragon instincts were activated to levels that cannot be described. Hey Amarok, you better prepare your own grave because this time I won't let you live, you damn bastard, said the furious brown-haired man. First you hand over my Yamato Asia, then you kill Rias and Akeno, and now you kidnap Lilith and Saki along with two of my children, so don't expect to live, you damn bastard. Calm down, original Sama, said the blue-haired man in a mocking tone. I will not kill them, since seeing them very well they are very beautiful, so I will use them as my hexwell slaves, making them carry my offspring, and I will kill your two children. Saying that, the blue-haired boy approaches the black-haired Saki and licks her cheek, making the brown-haired Issei furious as hell. Hey damn you, get away from my Saki and my Lilith, damn you, said the brunette appearing in front of him, throwing him away from his two girls with a look full of hate. Never dare to even lay a hand on them again. Wow, you've become even faster than before, and that makes me happy, said the blue-haired man smiling, and that makes me want to kill you even more and use your two women as my slaves. Brought you Amarok, said the furious chestnut tree. Infinity Dragon, destroyer of worlds. The brown-haired man roared, activating his black armor, causing the blue-haired man to kneel on the ground, making it impossible for him to get up. You are incredible, original, you have increased your power monstrously, so I will do it too, said the blue-haired man. Black evil dragon god's murderer. Saying that, Amarok also activates his black armor, expelling his power, but this was no longer even close to Issei's power, surprising the blue-haired man. How impossible, our powers should be equal, said the blue-haired man, surprised. The impossible is possible, Amarok, I recovered my power stolen by the damned Rizavim who is now dead, said the brown-haired man seriously, and with this power I will kill you for having touched one of my women. Saying that, Issei appears in front of the blue-haired man, hitting him in the stomach, but not just once, but hundreds of times, which he could barely resist thanks to his armor, but still received a lot of damage. Damn, said the blue-haired boy, receiving the blows from the brown-haired boy. This isn't over yet, Amarok, said the brown-haired man, filling his left fist with Dragon Slayer aura from the Ascalon sword, hitting him in the face, sending him against the wall, passing through it, but continued by the great force with which Issei hit, approaching his girls, destroying one of them. Trap Saki and Lilith, go home, there you will be safe, while I will take care of Amarok once and for all. Issei trusted you, the black-haired girl said, smiling, so come back soon. Don't doubt it, so both of you go home, said the brown-haired man, kissing each one and giving them his children so that they disappear, and the brown-haired man goes against Amarok. I'm coming for you, Amarok. Saying that, Issei flies at high speed against the blue-haired man at high speed, appearing a few meters from him in a few seconds. Very well, Amarok, prepare for your death, said the brown-haired man with complete seriousness and anger towards the blue-haired man. You wish that was original, said the blue-haired man, smiling. It's impossible for you to beat me. Oh, you think so, then this won't hurt you, said the brunette, appearing in front of him and hitting him in the stomach. This is for Asia. Saying that, he continues hitting the blue-haired man without stopping, so many times and so fast that it seemed like he wasn't moving at all, but Amarok felt it with each hit. He became weaker and weaker as he felt the Dragon Slayer power. Damn, said the blue-haired man, trying to hit Issei, but he quickly dodges it, surprising Amarok. Damn original. Stop playing games, Amarok. If you continue like this you will easily be killed by me, said the brown-haired man seriously, so do it or die. Okay then. Aldra, when he was about to say something, he was hit by a blow to the jaw and then felt someone grab him and receive a very powerful knee and finally a kick to the head that buried him in the ground. Damn original. Who told you I'd make this easy for you? The brunette said with a look of seriousness. Damn it, stop playing with me, said the blue-haired man, angrily getting up with difficulty. Very well then, said the brown-haired man, appearing once again in front of the blue-haired man. Die. Saying that, he hits him again so many times and so quickly that for every blow Amarok stopped, he received 6 more, causing serious injuries. Damn you original, said the blue-haired man furiously. I won't stop until I see you dead, Amarok, said the brown-haired man, hitting Amarok's face. Damn black dragon, shoot, said the blue-haired man, launching a huge torrent of black power. That's all, said the brown-haired boy, stopping the attack with one hand and then crushing it as if it were nothing. You've disappointed me, Amarok. Damn you, said the blue-haired man. Omega black dragon, shoot. The blue-haired man shouted, launching a black torrent even more powerful than the first. That won't work, and I already told you, Amarok, said the serious brown-haired man. Wyverns. Divide x100, the wyvern sounded, dividing Amarok's power quickly until it was no smaller than a firefly. And now I will show you a real attack, said the brown-haired boy, appearing in front of him a huge ball of crimson energy. Destruction dragon, shoot. Saying that, Issei launched a huge torrent of crimson energy towards Amarok, which he barely managed to dodge, but Issei had already predicted that. Amarok, you will not escape this. Reflect, 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 said the brown-haired man, changing the course of the torrent until it managed to hit Amarok, causing serious damage to his armor and body. Ma damn, how come you're more powerful, said the blue-haired man, trying to get up. That's simple, I don't like my women to be hurt, and even less, said the brown-haired man, putting his foot on the blue-haired man, stepping on him hard. I like it when someone puts a finger on them like you, damn bastard. This doesn't end here, original, said the blue-haired man, disappearing from the brown-haired man's side and appearing behind him, preparing his fist with great power, because I will kill you right here and use your girls as hex toys. Those words only made Issei's anger and at the same time his power increase even more than what he already had. Hey Amarok, said the brown-haired man, stopping the blow as if it were nothing and with an emotionless voice, if you say that again, rest assured that you will not be alive anymore. Saying that, Issei crushes the blue-hair's fist, breaking it completely, and then pulls it towards him and hits him in the face so hard that he destroyed Amarok's helmet and nose. Ma damn you, Hyoudou, Issei the original, said the blue-haired man, walking backwards slowly while holding his right fist with which he tried to hit Issei. Well, he felt a lot of blood coming out of his nose. I won't forgive you for this, huh? No, the one who won't forgive you for insulting my girls will be me, said the brunette, appearing once again in front of the blue-haired man, so you'd better die. Saying that, once again he hits him and this time knocks out several of his teeth, but strangely for him his blows were more powerful than normal and the wounds did not heal at all, leaving him confused. Why didn't I heal? The blue-haired man asked himself. What the hell did you do to stop me from healing? Tell me, Hyoudou, Issei. That's simple, I put Dragon Slayer power from the sacred sword Ascalon into every hit, said the brown-haired man seriously, so it's useless for you to try to regenerate, since being part demon and dragon, you are vulnerable to the sacred power of Dragon Slayer. Even if I can't regenerate you, that won't stop me from killing you, said the blue-haired man, launching even more black torrents of power which bounced off Issei's armor, surprising him. I am impossible. How is it that my attacks don't affect you? Those had more power than normal. Maybe your attacks did affect me, said the brown-haired man, the chest part of the armor disappearing, showing that he had several recent wounds and burns, but even so, my hatred towards you is so great that I haven't even felt this. You are truly a real monster, said the blue-haired man, horrified. If it's true I'm the monster that killed the Trixa, I'm the monster that killed Samuel. Saying those words that left Amarok extremely surprised. Issei walked slowly towards him, but even so I'm the monster that will protect his females from any idiot who wants to hurt them, and among those idiots, there's you Amarok, the idiot who has messed with not only one or two, but four of his females, killing two, and wanting to use two others as his slaves, and do you know how that should be punished? Saying that, Issei was already in front of Amarok, who was scared of Issei, seeing that he was far superior to him, now knowing that he had no chance. "Then no," the blue-haired man barely said, trembling as he felt Issei's aura increasing even more and more. "That should be punishable by death," said the brown-haired man, grabbing the blue-haired man by the neck, who was trying to escape from his grip but was useless. "Make Amarok die." "No, I won't die here, it's impossible for me to die," said the blue-haired man, Flash Dragon. Saying that, the blue-haired man created a huge flash that would blind the brown-haired man for several minutes, taking that opportunity to escape. "So it's better that you die, Hyoudou Issei the original," shouted the blue-haired man, launching an enormous torrent of power. "If you can't see it, you can't dodge it, ha 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 ha." "Maybe you're right and I can't see it, but," said the brown-haired man, stopping the torrent with one hand. "What? Impossible, how could you know?" said the blue-haired man, surprised. "I can feel your Kai, and only with that can I know where you are and where your attack is directed," said the brown-haired man, crushing the enormous torrent of power as if it were nothing. "Damn you, original." The blue-haired man shouted with all his might, launching several torrents of power that were quickly draining him. Die, 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 die. But what he didn't expect was that Issei stopped or diverted each of the torrents as if they were nothing, receiving the slightest damage in them, while creating a huge smokescreen where the blue-haired man believed he had won. "Yes, I finally beat the original, ha 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 ha," said the blue-haired man, laughing agitatedly. "You think so?" said the brown-haired man, emerging from the smokescreen, "because I don't." "I am possible," Amarok said, scared when he saw him. "You must already die with this, original." Boost X 1000. Ddraig's voice resonated with many boosts, which were putting a great deal of pressure on its wearer. "But this you will die," Amarok said with great difficulty. "Black Destruction Infinity Dragon Explosive." The blue-haired Amarok shouted, launching a torrent much larger than the Great Red and with such enormous power that anyone could die just by standing in front of it. "That won't be enough," Amarok said, the brown-haired man, seriously. "Boost X 100, said Ddraig with only 100 increases, but with that his power had increased exponentially. "Reload on fire," said Issei in Bahamut, covering the armor with a huge red energy. "Now Kaioken X2, shouted the brown-haired man, releasing a gigantic power, or rather monstrous, "and now with this you will die, Amarok Kamehameha." Issei shouted, releasing an enormous amount of crimson power which far surpassed Amarok's attack, who was dragged by his own power without managing to gain ground, even though his own power increased. "I can't die here, it's impossible for me, Amarok, the most powerful being of all," said the furious blue-haired man. "I can't be inferior to the original Hyoudou Issei, since I am an improved version." "You will die, Amarok, since nothing surpasses the anger of a dragon, having seen how its females were wounded," said the chestnut tree seriously. "So this is your end forever, Amarok." "No, I won't die here, I still have a lot to do," said the blue-haired man, only to be devoured and disintegrated by the attack. "This is finally over," said the brown-haired boy, his armor disappearing and looking at the sky. "Rias, Akeno, Asia can now rest in peace, I have finally avenged you." The years passed where Issei had to get pregnant at the request of the last two girls, Kaneko and Ravel, who the white-haired girl had a daughter with the same hair color as her whom she called Shiro at the request of her sister. Ravel also had a daughter from Issei with brown hair whom they called Miku. The years passed where, like any life, the children of Issei grew up and formed couples with others, even though Issei was very strict with his daughter's boyfriends, making them scared by having in front of them the most powerful man of all. Although whenever he did that he was beaten by his wives to calm his overprotectiveness since they were older, but even so, Issei said that they were and will continue to be his little girls. Who were ashamed of what their father said, but at the same time felt happy since for him they were the most important thing. Issei's sons and daughters married and had children who loved their grandfather and grandmothers very much, making the chestnut-haired boy feel happy and joyful to have little ones with him again. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.